Ну чё? Ну что ж, дорогие друзья, дорогие подписчики, я сегодня, блядь, занимался, можно сказать, весь день каналом. Сначала я сегодня весь день записывал влог, вот, а сейчас у нас стрим, ебать. Вот, нахуй. Так, а, поэтому, короче, да, что называется, ржачка. Так, бамс. Бамс. Так, блядь. Так, бля. О! Во. Так, это я все закинул. Так, это я все сделал. Все, шикарно. Так, это можно... Ой, блядь, чё? Кто-то отписался от канала. Только что, блядь. Ауф, кринж, кринж. Так, ладненько. Так, это я закрываю. Это я тоже закрываю. И мы начинаем потихонечку запускать Disco Elysium. Вообще напомню, да, коротко, в прошлый раз мы прошли игру за 8 стримов, типа. Это нихуя себе. Вот, постараюсь, что называется, в этот раз как-то пройти быстрее. Вот, так как я уже в целом игру знаю. Вот, соответственно, какая у нас цель? Мы, во-первых, я еще точно не знаю, какой билд, но я знаю то, что я точно хочу пойти на, скажем так, традиционалистскую ветку. Вот, это прям точно. И, соответственно, ну, я думал долго между тремя ветками, которые я еще не трогал из, типа, вот этих вот идейных веток. Одна ветка мне показалась не очень интересной, выбирая между коммунистами и традиционалистами, я решил то, что лучше я выберу традиционалистов, потому что там раскрывается персонаж, который мне довольно сильно интересен был, но который вообще как-то не встретился особо. Вот. Поэтому, собственно, да. Сейчас только нужно проверить. Так. 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 Хочу чекнуть достижения. Типа одно, и возможно попробовать пойти именно по этому достижению. Так. М. Э. Кстати, можешь действительно попробовать. Кстати, звучит перспективно. Э. Бля, стоп, погодите секунду. Что-то я, блядь, не могу найти эту хуйню. Сейчас, момент, я, блядь, во. А, м. Окей, короче. Так, давай, пожалуй, так, доброе время суток, дальше себя. О, привет, Гервольф, приветик. Товарищ Ник, что попробовать? Попробовать выполнить одно достижение, скажем так. В игре есть достижение, на которое называется что-то типа «Какое тело?». Короче, пройти игру, не трогая тело. Вот я, если честно, я хочу попробовать сделать именно это. Есть у меня такое желание. Вот. Так, блядь, что-то громковато, вам так не кажется? Так. Вам так не кажется? Бля, скажите, что вообще по звуку? Нормально звук? Или его как-то этот погромче, потише сделать? Так, ну вроде нормально. Ну попробуй, если хочешь. Вот, бля, мне интересно. Ну, типа, учитывая то, что я... Типа, я хотел это в прошлом вообще прохождении сделать. Но там нужно было снимать тело. Для того, чтобы получить все части этого фервейзера как-то там. Вот. А сейчас я хочу попробовать, может быть, действительно это сделать. Вообще, мне нравится заготовленная хуйня медиум. Вот, я примерно то же самое хочу собрать, но я все-таки буду создавать своего. Собственно, какая у меня, что называется, идея. Я в прошлый раз играл от интеллекта и психики. Вот, как бы игра будет... Блядь. Хорошо, что сказали. Я, блядь, забыл уже. Так. Так. Все, игра захватилась, отлично. Собственно, я думал выбрать медиума, но, короче, я решил, что я лучше сделаю что-то похожее. Короче, собственно, в прошлый, раз я играл через интеллект и психику, как бы, чуть-чуть, ну, типа, немного моторики и совсем хуйня в физиологии была вкачана. Сейчас я буду абсолютно игнорировать интеллект и моторику. Вот. Но, соответственно, вкачивать психику и физиологию. Вот. Так, я могу сделать 5-5. Могу сделать... 6 это максимально. Бля, вот я думаю между тем, чтобы сделать 5-5 или 6-5. Ой, типа 5-5 или 6-4. Вот, будем тупым, неловким, блядь, гигакачком, типа, с охуенной психикой. Вот, отличное, я считаю, начало, чтобы зайти за традиционалистскую базу, короче. Вот. Хотя, на самом деле, эта заготовка была изначально придумана под то, что я буду проходить коммунистический билд. Ну и под, типа, традиционализм она тоже отлично заходит. Я думаю, она заходит, блядь, под любого. Короче, если так задуматься. Вот. Собственно, я вот думаю, скорее всего, я буду вбивать в... Бля, кстати, вот хороший вопрос. Физиологию максить или психику? Нам точно нужна будет очень большая внутренняя империя. А дальше что, да, давайте типа 1-5-5-1. Вот. 1-5-5-1, собственно. Я думаю, что... Бля, мне либо, короче, моя так называемый геймплей будет по большей части строиться на... Короче, на, соответственно, внутренней империи, полицейской волне, трепете и сумраке. Вот эти вот 4 характеристики будут моими основными. Вот. Какую из них взять коронной, я не знаю. Я думаю, между трепетом и внутренней империей. Если честно. Между трепетом и внутренней империей. Наверное, все-таки это будет трепет. Вот. А трепет будет... Ой, я тоже делал прохождение на этих 4 навыков. База. В прошлый раз я помню, что я качал. Я помню то, что я, блядь, максил внушение. У меня, блядь, внушение было чуть ли не 11-е, нахуй. Я даже прошел ту ебаную проверку, где нужно поцеловать эту свою бывшую во сне каком-то. Вот. Типа, я помню, что была большая энциклопедия, очень большая. Если я не ошибаюсь, авторитет, эмпатия, концептуализация и драма. Что-то типа такое. Ну вот эти 4. Внушение и типа эмпатия вроде. Что-то такое. Вот. Вот, соответственно, бля, мне даже стало резко интересно. Потом, может, загрузим, посмотрим, что у меня там было максимальное. Вот, но сейчас я буду проходить вот на этих навыках. Причем я намеренно хочу минимальную энциклопедию сделать, чтобы, короче, энциклопедия нам не мешала чувствовать город. Я примерно представляю, что должно происходить, и очень надеюсь, что так оно и будет. Вот, я думаю, все-таки оставлю, блядь, либо полицейскую волну въебать. Не, ладно, похуй, пусть будет трепет. Стоп, бля, вопрос, а чё там с хардкором, типа... Мне хардкор... Бля, я так и не решил, буду ли играть на хардкоре, потому что хуй вот его знает. Демоны ярости живут в зеркалах, они здесь как дома. Что-то там. То есть в начале от куртки будет еще. А, ну окей, хорошо.
There is nothing, only warm primordial blackness. Your conscious ferments in it, no larger than a single grain of malt. You don't have to do anything anymore.
Напоминаю, как мы проходим. Еще на прошлой игре мы решили то, что я не буду портить шикарную, хоть и английскую озвучку Disco Elysium своим голосом. Поэтому я, типа, не буду особо... Короче, я не буду озвучивать диалоги, их будет озвучивать сама игра. В связи с этим вообще, да, как вам по громкости? Нормально, типа? Или сделать погромче? Так.
Ever. Never.
Совсем никогда. Просто не существовать дальше.
An inordinate amount of time passes. It is utterly void of struggle. No ex-wives are contained within it.
Я буду озвучивать свои реплики, типа, потому что они не озвучиваются. Но, соответственно, реплики персонажей будут озвучивать сами персонажи. Вроде норм, хорошо. Кого бывших?
A mass lies hidden in your dead angle, soaking in some lurid acidic sauce. It's bloated and shameful, a ball of meat surrounding you. This is a terrible line of questioning, and it will only lead to more awareness of the meat thing.
Забыл то, что в Disco Elysium нужно перемещать эту хуйню сюда. Извиняюсь. Все, переехали. Сорян, забыл. Нет, я хотел узнать повыше, кто это там был.
Ex-love, ex-tenderness. It is foolish of you to resurface to the loss. Not after all the damage you've suffered to get here. Some of it irreversible. Stay. Sail with me through the abyss of pelagic zone.
Какая же охуенная озвучка. Нет, я хочу сойти. Я люблю боль и жгучий свет. И хотеть от людей того, что они не хотят мне давать.
Really?
Да, выпусти.
Why'd you think you had to bludgeon yourself into oblivion? Or did you not sense yourself marinating? Poured so much on yourself, got a bit carried away.
Замариновался.
Fear and apprehension. You should ask what's out there first.
Так, дурное предчувствие, спроси, что там. Так. Мне плевать, я идиот, отлажный слабоумный.
Saw bloated man meet around you. A sensation.
Sensation.
Like a fly to the ointment, your conscience sticks to it. The limbed and headed machine of pain and undignified suffering is firing up again. It wants to walk the desert, hurting, longing, dancing to disco music.
You can take it. You're a champion.
Ты же победитель. Мать моя женщина, да мне ж на шею голова присажена, а я внутри нее. Нет, я не боюсь, я победитель. Помогите, люди, отрубите мне голову, она пытается убить остального меня.
Fiery streak penetrates your skull, trying to force your eyes open. It's a sound, a clarion call
Адский
from
горн.
hell.
Ту-ду-ду-ду, ту-ду-ду-ду-ду. Доброе утро. Опа. Так, осталось, блядь, вспомню, как в это играть. Так, окей, вроде на левую кнопку мыши нажимать. А позже там вырвал пленку, пока играла песня. Кадушечный магнитофон все еще включен, но пленки в нем нет. Опа. Штаны.
You hear a jingle. Keys are clinking in the pocket of your flare-cut pants. It says
Выудите.
whirling in rags on the aluminium key.
Танцы в тряпье. На конце всего один ключ, цифра 1. Должен подойти.
Number 1 is etched on it. It should open the door.
А, тап, точно. Все, я вспомнил, как в это играть. О, сапог, ебать. Так, бля. Надо сделать квиксейв, потому что тут есть смертельная проверка. Ебать, куртка. Собственно, да, вот это самая базированная куртка с полицейской волной. А еще очень неплохой галстук, кстати, который мы будем таскать до конца игры, кстати.
One ends in a tiny fan, the other in a light bulb. A truly horrific necktie has somehow attached itself to one of the blades. Or has it been consigned there?
Может, он изгнан в наказание.
You feel as though this creature is your friend.
Твой друг.
Wants to reattach itself to your neck, so that you may continue your adventures together in this strange world.
Схватить галстук. Потянуть за вентилятор.
The blades come squeaking to a halt. It should be easier to reach the tie now.
Потянуть за лампочку.
Terrible mistake. Turn the lights off immediately. You can practically feel the photons burning a hole in your brain. It's just a little hangover.
Просто похмельная светочувствительность, не психуй. Бля, типа, короче, если бы у нас пассивный болевой порог был бы слабый, мы бы сразу умерли. А тут, типа, ебать, мы, короче, теперь стойкие, нахуй. Жги кто на новенького.
Black spots dance on your retinas. It's almost pleasurable.
Короче, мы теперь этот, блядь, гигачат, буквальный гигачат, если что. Я типа реально собираюсь отыгрывать типа базированного гигачата, даже вкачался специально для этого. О, даже, блядь, схватил.
Snap. It's released from the blade. Warning, warning. The necktie is no longer contained. What you have in your hand is a fantastically colorful tie with 4 or 5
Узел смахивает на висельный.
The knot reminds you of a noose.
Ебать, галстук на внутреннюю империю. Нас уже, собственно, как раз, вот, да, галстук нам вкачал внутреннюю империю, соответственно. И вот это навесьмен, только урон. Ну, как? Ну, бля, ладно, окей, это была мгновенная смерть для меня, который, типа, поставил в тот раз физиологию на кол. Но теперь, как бы, да, блядь. И... На самом деле, мы, получается, получили все уже даже на 6, кроме сумрака. Стоп, а что ему? Я все еще могу с ним поговорить или что? Не могу. Че он подсвечивается тогда? Ванна заполнена бутылками из-под вина, пива и ликеров. Опа, рубашка. Концептуализация внушения. О, я, кстати, эту рубашку в тот раз сразу не надевал, потому что, типа, блядь, она понижала мое внушение. А мне это было не очень интересно.
A mirror hangs above a bent and broken sink. In a fierce discharge of masculine energy, someone
Оторвал
has ripped
один из
half the faucet
вентилей.
off. Hot water sprays from the base and steam covers the mirror. You cannot see yourself, just the outline of a man. Suddenly, you realize you have no memory of the face.
Ты не помнишь, какое лицо должно было стоять TRX под покровом пары? Серьезно, прям ничего?
Really? All recollection of the person you are, the people in your life, and even the world you're in has drowned in a sea of blood and alcohol. This was no mere night of drinking.
Это был целый потоп.
Of world-ending proportions. With all the synapses you've
То, что вообще способен связано
experienced,
подумать, это предложение уже чудо.
a true act of self-annulment here.
Это перевал подлинное самообнуление.
As you slowly reach your hand towards the surface of the mirror. Abort. You clearly have not thought this through. You won't like what you see there, and you will never unbecome it.
Черт, делать себе больно — мой девиз по жизни. Потому что сперва его ощупать, видишь, что все нормально.
Behold.
Нормально, ебать.
You have no idea who this thing is, do you?
Святые угодники, что
Whatever
это?
it is, at least it's dead now. There's clearly
Ну, похоже, скончалось.
Oh wait, is that an expression? Are you trying to make an expression with that face?
Корчишь какую-то гримасу. Не корчу, она сама
Please
корчится.
stop. It's horrible. You're scaring yourself.
Нет, не убирать гримасу. Ты же не можешь прекратить.
You have worn that grin into your face, and now it won't come off.
Кстати, я купил себе хрен, чтобы есть его с хлебом, блять, Ratahook. Забумеризировался
What does
насмерть.
it even mean? What is the emotion you're trying to convey?
Это гримаса с зазывным намеком, боюсь, она для дам.
Please promise yourself you are not going to try.
Ты ни при каких обстоятельствах не будешь показывать это дамам. А ты мне не
That's
указывай.
right. Not even yourself. Go ahead, try something. It's not an order.
3%, 3%. Пока, короче, с проверками у нас тут не задастся, короче. Так, что здесь есть? Опа, на столе что-то есть. Опа, блять. 40 копеек. У меня почему-то неправильно отображается шрифт. Как обычно. 20 градусов, переменная облачность. Не хватает боевого духа, потратить чашечки на силой. Кстати, да, мы будем максимально, типа, танковым хуесосом, потому что у нас, типа, и сила воли вкачанная, и, короче, стойкость вкачанная. От запаха моря становится дурно. Башмак. Тебя омывает порыв солнечного ветра.
There they both are. Two identical shoes. Both copiously green and indiscriminately snakeskin, reunited on your feet.
Как сидят.
They're balanced, comfy. Feels like the only good thing about you right now, truth be told.
Кстати, вот, наверное, самообладание — это то, что я прям хочу, наверное, вкачать, помимо вот того, что у меня уже есть. Так. Вот я вот думаю, типа, ну, типа, на самом деле, с одной стороны, я сейчас, типа, вот, ну, типа, именно вот с этим самообладанием я сижу и, типа, думаю, играть ли мне ебаного психа или гигачада. Потому что если гигачада, то мне точно нужно самообладание вкачивать. Я могу его максимум в 1 вкачать. Я думаю, в 1 я его все-таки вкачаю. Самообладание очень как полезный навык. И вписывающийся в мой в мое прохождение. Так у меня это мои ботинки дают самообладание бесплатное. Психованного гигачада. Я не смогу вкачать самообладание, я забыл, как тут работает на очки навыков. Блять, все разъебалось, блять. Эквилибристика в реальной жизни у меня явно не прокачана, блядь. О, мой любимый диалог.
Hello, officer.
The young woman raises a cigarette to her lips.
Начальник, вы на меня работаете?
No.
There's only one solution to this. You're a businessman.
Почему называем меня
Because
начальником?
you're a police officer, sir.
Вы
I
уверены?
am, yes. Unless you've been feeding us a set of very well-rehearsed lies all this time.
Все это
Been
время?
here for 3 days. On official police business, no less.
Но есть мысль, которую можно повысить лимит. Не, я понимаю. Надо будет, что называется, думать. Что это за вопрос?
Couldn't say. In truth, so far, mostly drinking.
Переострит гримасу, пусть знает, что ты хочешь её физически.
The words have already left your mouth.
Я хочу с вами перечпокаться.
What was that? That's not even how words are used. What did you say? Come on. Say it again.
Говорю, что хотел бы с вами переспать.
No. You see, that's not what you said. You said... Come on, man. Pretty, please. One more time.
Один разочек.
Down now. Say what you said again. Proudly.
Я сказал, что с вами перечпокнуться.
Goddamn right you did. You crazy asshole.
Что вы еще за коп
What kind of
такой?
cop are you?
Так. Я вообще уверен, что я коп, не помню за собой такого, может, я и правда наврал. Я коп апокалипсиса.
Has the time come already?
Так. Когда по городу броют беспамятные копы, несут подобный бред до конца света, явно не больше 2
You're
дней.
one intense cop. Anyone ever tell you that?
Так. Да я король драмы
All right,
так-то.
then. Looks like I should go and prepare for what's to come. And thank you.
Здесь конец
This
придет
has been
поскорее.
delightful. I do hope it happens sooner. Otherwise, it's gonna suck for you later when you have to interrogate me.
А когда настает время меня допрашивать, вам будет
And for the
тяжко.
record, no, I didn't do it.
Похоже, она оставила в пепельнице отличный длинный окурок, еще
You should
дымится.
pick that fat, juicy cigarette up from the tray, light it up, and smoke the living shit out of it.
Я что,
Who
курильщик?
knows what you are? A monster, a murderer, the gnome of Jeroma. You feel like a smoker, especially when you look at that juicy, succulent, seductive cigarette stub, still smoldering
Нас
delicious.
затушила бычок до фильтра. Да курить не получится.
How very astute of you. This renders it ineffectual. You should look for a whole cigarette.
А
Or
лучше
better yet,
пачку.
an
Целый
entire
блок.
pack. Strike that. A carton. Make sure they're all healthy and able-bodied. Then smoke them all.
То можно все скурить.
The idea seems to make your neck expand. Suddenly, the garish tie feels very snug.
Or you could not do that. No one is making you.
Да, надо было так сделать с большим энтузиазмом.
They'll make you stronger and better. You're too old to be cool now. But find cigarettes, smoke them.
О, что? О, подожди.
Blare, smoke them, smoke them.
О, что?
Blare.
О, подожди.
Instantly a cool
Ты про что?
renegade
А, ты про
a
фразы
mystical red
Класье?
dragon with smoke rising from his nostrils.
Ты про фразы Класье? Я тоже подметил, если ты про них.
Plus, smoking them gives massive bonuses.
Найдите сигареты и закурить. О,
The door is closed.
подергать
This door
ручку.
can only be opened with a key or from the inside. As you hold the metal, you sense the warmth left there by her hand. There
Постучать.
is no answer.
И Тахим начинает задорничать. Ну да, сейчас будет база.
A tremendous loneliness comes over you. Everybody in the world is doing something without you.
Я так
The
одинок.
door is indifferent to your loneliness. The world does not care.
Снова постучать.
Still no answer. Still nothing. You should punch a fucking hole in it.
Разъеби ты ее.
You
Ударить
slam
дверь.
your fist into the vinyl. It does not produce a hole. The door sits sturdily in the frame, and your fist hurts. This was all a very good,
Совершенно адекватный поступок.
not to mention great.
И упражнение шикарное.
Still, you should punch a fucking hole in it. That felt good. Everyone is a whore. Now punch a hole in the door. Don't. Everyone is a whore. What does that
Это вообще значит? Сделай глубокий вдох и оставь дверь в покое. Сделай
You
глубокий
hear the
вдох.
murmur of blood in your ears. Your back slowly relaxes when you breathe out.
Сегодня
That's
этой
one
двери
lucky
повезло. Какая же база. Выпущенное на выходных издание исторической газеты Тромп Лимон. Чё, погнали вниз. Что вы видите? На тебе повесите фонарик в активный инвентарь. Сумок тоже рофельным очень бывает. Ну я понимаю, сейчас будет гига рофельное прохождение. Сюда обычно ставят тексты песен. Царь добрый фондер караоке так ждет, чтобы в него кто-нибудь спел. А колонка подключена к радиоприемнику, музыка то и дело прерывается
You should
помехами.
totally sing karaoke here. The first chance you get. Your emotions need to be expressed. People need to know your vast oceanic soul.
Точно километраж моей души не ясен из-за
Of course,
похмелья.
at this point, precise measurements of your soul can only be performed from the outside. It needs to be heard
Ее должны услышать.
through a PA system by other people, whether they like it or not. Ram it up their ears, says your adrenaline gland. Violently
Заколоти ему в уши. Когда придет час, что
You
мне
have not
спеть?
yet stumbled on the right lamentation, but it's out there. It'll come to you. You will wreak havoc with it.
Знание это хорошо, но ты покажешь всем габариты моей души.
Serves them right. Wipe that smirk off their face with your sad, tragic song. Who's laughing now? No one.
Это неожиданно полезным.
You have to find something tragic to sing first, though.
Сюда нужно найти подлинно трагическую песню.
A man in his late 20s stands behind the counter, inspecting a stuffed seabird.
Это мы
He gives
разъебали.
you a sideways glance. That was disdain in his eyes.
Это
Even now he's purposely
презрение.
ignoring you.
А что мне скажешь, что я тебе не нравлюсь?
Oh no, you're a hero. A real hero cop.
То есть я не только коп, но еще и герой.
Yes, you are. A real decorated hero.
А что это я
What did you
сделал?
not do? First you took the body down. Then you solved the murder. Then you didn't trash my hostel room. Maybe you even negotiated the strike.
Переговоры по забастовке провели. Боречки, я правда все это
No,
сделал?
you see, actually, you didn't. You haven't done anything even remotely useful since you got here.
А чем я занимался? Ты меня видел?
No, I haven't seen you around. I'm not always here.
Последняя чучело
A
птицы.
competent work of taxidermy. The white and brown seabird lies among piles of coasters and drying mugs. One of its wings broken.
Пытается
The
его
man is
починить.
trying to mend it. Looks like the bird was ripped off the shield that was used to mount it, most likely on a wall. Something about it makes you feel bitter.
Поможете как-нибудь с ней?
Your buddy is over there.
Слушайте, а вон ваш приятель.
Why don't you go and talk to him, okay?
Я копским шусь им и говорю.
Pretends not to hear you, concentrating on the bird instead.
No, I'm not the bartender. I'm the cafeteria manager.
А выглядишь как
The
бармен.
period of my life is over. Not everyone who stands behind a counter is a bartender, okay? I'm the
Я управляющий
cafeteria manager.
кафетерием. А в чем
I have
разница?
3 cafeterias to manage. 3. Sylvie tends the bar here, not me. I'm only standing in.
Я просто подменяю. А куда делась
She
Сильви?
just, you know.
There's something there, and
Что
it's not
случилось?
good. That's all you know for now. The man plucks.
Так, что-то написано. Понедельник. Кулер с водой. Дверь закрыта. А до 13 часов вход на кухню только для персонала. Зарезервируют для членов профсоюза. Так, секундочку. Ратахука убил насмерть.
Hello, sweetie. You shouldn't keep your colleague
Дай
waiting.
коллегу ждать.
Hello, sweetie.
Не дают, блядь. О, мужик, кстати. Когда прокинул бутылку рома, приказ на жидкость вытекает из-под нее. Мужчина спит, привалившись к столу. На спине овальный логотип с деревом и надписью White
On the
Pine.
counter, rolled out of his open hand, you see a blister pack of headache medicine. The
Опа.
man does not mind.
Магний.
You probably need them more than he does.
You've just picked up some magnesium. This item is stored in the bottom left corner of the screen above your character portrait. Use magnesium to heal your morale if you have morale.
Это
damage.
белая фиалка, можно будет выбрать снова.
There is
Опа!
only one way to wake this bone idol from his slumber. Roar like a hurricane. Rip the buildings from the earth.
Бля, я, кстати, в прошлый раз проебал эту проверку вообще. Сейчас, короче, мы ее чуть ли не первой открыли. Слова излишни, издать первобытный вопль. Тридцатичный мужчина бедно поднимает голову и смотрит на тебя с печалью. Ты живой? Выглядел как жмур.
Wait, what? I was just sleeping. What do you want, officer?
Officer, even after a rude awakening,
Доктор управляет полицию, по крайней мере, больше, чем у товарища.
more than they usually do at least.
Видел что интересного во
Thank
сне.
God, no.
Понимаете, бездонная тьма, ведь которой все мы должны... Так, отдаться Аки трупу в мавзолей. Понял, ты чистое ничто. А скажи, нырнула тебе в блаженство где таких бывших.
Worker stares at you, his eyes dry from sleep. A web of wrinkles covers his tanned forehead.
I don't know what you're talking about, kind sir. But
Безо
when
всяких
I'm
бывших
out,
просто дрыхну.
then I'm really out. No X anything. Just quality time.
A little me time in the abyssal pelagic zone. You can never return to it now. Only detective work remains.
Блять, что меня
Wakefulness.
разъебывает насмерть.
Attention.
Только решил поиграть в игру, где нужно много читать.
Despite the headache and the queasiness,
Нахуй
you feel
сон.
like you've got at least a 10-kilometer run in you.
Километров 10 ты еще пробежишь. А что про White Pines? Угадать на эмблему на ее комбинезоне.
That's the name of my employer. I work
Занимаюсь
in
логистикой.
logistics.
He doesn't sound too enthusiastic.
Не особо в восторге. И как оно?
How's it going? Haven't you noticed what's
Тебе что
going
снаружи
on
творится?
outside?
Я больше не выходил из этого здания.
We're in the middle of a strike down at the harbour, trying to
Стачка.
force some sense into the
Здравый
executive
смысл.
board of Wild Pines. For one, I could use some more shut-eye in the mornings. Right to work.
Кто б дал мне
Right
право
to
спать?
sleep, I say.
А почему тут спишь, пока у остальных стачка?
They got it. Majoret's got it. He's guarding the gate. I just getting some sleep. Or was.
The way he says Measurehead implies ultimate trust in this head reckoner's physical prowess. He seems like a worthy rival.
Когда что-нибудь противный, надо было повергнуть. А кто организовал стачку?
We are. The workers. The union. We know what we need.
То есть лидера нет.
Okay. I guess there's also Everard. He's in charge of the union. He's smart. Knows how to negotiate. He's got our back.
А твое добро?
Indeed. Help yourself to some. Wait. No. Oh, it's empty. Sorry about that, pal.
Ладно, спи
The
себе.
dock worker doesn't
0
answer.
очков опыта.
His head is already back down on the table
Охуенно.
in sweet sleep.
Короче, это была бесполезная проверка, зря я ее проходил. Ничего не потерял.
A bespectacled man
У него,
in a
блядь,
bomber jacket is
он
tapping
типа...
his foot on the
Там
floor.
перед ним книга, но при этом он стоит, типа... А, это визуальный баг.
As you approach, he narrows his eyes and extends his hand in greeting. If an assault were launched on this building right now, if the windows came crashing down, and the whole world descended upon you, this man would hurl himself in death's way. to
Баг
save you.
интерфейса.
You are sure of this, but why?
Стоп, он мне кто?
He is your half-brother.
Пожать руку.
I'm Kim Kitsuragi, Lieutenant, Precinct 57. You must be from the 41st.
You realize he's waiting for your name. This is your chance to come up with a really good name for yourself. Get creative.
Get creative.
Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau.
Такая крутота. Край зря, действительно, имя так, будто какое-то душнило.
You instinctively run your hand over the multi-patterned silk of your tie. Its slickness gives you comfort and reassurance.
Don't worry! Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau is one classy name for one classy cop.
Меня зовут Рафаэль Амброзиус Кусто.
Well, it looks like we had a little scheduling error on Sunday.
Да и в субботу
Saturday
тоже.
too, actually. Have you had time to talk to the manager here?
Ты о нем? Ага, только что поболтали.
If you don't mind, we should talk to him again. Ask him for a rundown of the area. Now that I'm here as well. I understand the scene is out back, right? It also wouldn't hurt to assure him the police are
Убедите его, что
finally here.
полиция наконец-то
In full
здесь,
force,
в полном
I mean.
составе.
Have you mapped out the initial interviews?
Да, полиция, мне знает, что я полицейский.
And the interviews?
Какие опросы?
At the 57th, we like to prepare an initial list of persons of interest, and then just skim the surface. Prepare the field, get to know the players. You don't do that? Maybe it's not an inter-district practice.
Продумала, как же.
But even if you haven't, we'll have time for that after we take a look at the coroner's case. Have you removed the dead body from the tree?
Тело. Не люблю тела.
Sure. But did you take it down from the tree?
Блин, мужик, ты понимаешь, ну типа... Целиком и полностью.
Completely. Does that mean you took the body down from the tree?
Нет.
So, the body is still in the tree.
This is the first time you detected weariness in the lieutenant's voice. It is obvious he would have preferred for the body to no longer be in the tree.
Where it has been hanging for 7 days straight. We should go there as soon as we are done talking to the owner.
What a shame. Get to it now. Rip that body
Сдери
down
это тело с дерева. А что если скажешь, что я не настоящий
We all feel that way
полицейский?
sometimes. There is no such thing as a police officer, I'm afraid. What remains is that there is a dead body in the tree. Someone has to figure out
Должен
who
выяснить,
put
как
it
оно там
there.
оказалось.
If we don't, no one else will. But first, we have to take it down.
Так уверен, что есть
I was
полиция.
sent here to meet a detective from Precinct 41. You have the insignia of the citizens' militia on your sleeve and on your back. I suppose you could be impersonating him. You could have gotten the insignia from the black market or forged it. But for now, I'm
Не
going to
стану
set this
зацикливаться на такой
process aside.
возможности, я не из
I'm not from the
инспекторской.
Inspectorate General.
Ага, инспекторская.
Internal affairs. And I'm not them. I'm from criminal investigation.
Сказал про знаки отличия. Это вот эти... Это ты об этих белых прямоугольниках?
Yes.
Это же просто белые
They're not
прямоугольники.
just white rectangles. They bear a halogen watermark with the letters RCM and a pattern resembling the street grid of Revachol West. I would ask you to step into the headlights of my motor carriage, but again, it's none of my concern. I just need you to do your job.
А разве мне не нужно какое-нибудь типа
You mean
удостоверение?
you don't have a badge?
Когда я проснулся, не было.
Losing your identification card is a serious matter. My vehicle has a shortwave. You can use it to report your badge missing. I would advise you to locate it as quickly as possible. But getting the body down should still take precedence.
А что обычно надо тут
Talk to the
сделать?
manager. Then we go out back and take the body down.
Я ничего не
I can see
помню.
you drank last night and the night before, and that you are still drunk now. But I have seen officers go through worse. Much worse.
О, погодите, я забыл свет выключить в, блядь, в гостиной. Надо его выключить. У нас же, ебать, эко-френдли стрим, нахуй. Экономим электроэнергию. Точнее, нищий стрим, дайте денег на электроэнергию.
If you need something for your headache, there is a general store nearby. But as I said, the dead body should be our #1 concern.
A painkiller would be good about now. This thing is pulsating with discomfort. The best cure for a headache is, of course, morphine. They won't have that. So cigarettes will have to do.
Ебать, сатире, я его сдеру.
After it's been up in a tree for that long, any kind of ripping is inadvisable. After you, officer.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi is now in your party. You can talk to him whenever by interacting with him.
Yes?
Я заметил, что за мной ходишь.
Excuse me?
А если я хочу вести
Detective,
дело
if I
один?
may be frank. You seem to be in a deranged state. You have trouble remembering things. You've misplaced your badge. I cannot let you act in the name of the RCM without supervision until you've regained control of your faculties.
Oh, so you're an unaccountable wreck who has to be supervised? You don't have to take this display of authority. You can.
Что такое
disobey.
РГМ?
That would be the Revachol Citizens Militia.
Я знаю, что такое
That's
РГМ.
good.
Нужно присматривать им.
Except that I do, detective.
Но что, если мне нужно время на себя?
Some you time? This is a police investigation, not a journey of self-discovery. You'll still have your evenings to yourself.
A moment passes. The lieutenant glances at the sports watch on his wrist.
Хочу поговорить о тебе. О
I
тебе.
don't see how my life is pertinent to the investigation.
Она будет проще работать, если мы наладим отношения.
That's a fair point. All right, for the good of the investigation, what do you want to know?
На тебе очки.
That's correct.
That makes him a Beano-clad, completely uncopped material, if you say so yourself.
Бля, я не знаю, что будет больше в стиле моего персонажа. Очки круто.
Are they? They're mostly just cumbersome.
You could use a good, normal appear yourself.
Ты зову не помешал парочка нормальных. Ты не похож на других людей в округе.
That's because I'm half Seolite, or quarter. My father's father was from Seoul. So was my grandmother, but from my mother's side. It's not an interesting topic.
Что такое соль?
It's a part of the world.
Что такое
It's a
соль?
political entity and a geographic division. I told you it wouldn't be interesting.
Ты просто так рассказываешь скучно. Я хочу узнать о соли
You're
побольше.
barking up the wrong tree. I don't speak a word of Seolite. I've never met either one of my grandparents, and I've never been to Seoul. I'm a regular Revacholière.
He's glad to have shut down your question.
А ты разговариваешь с самим
What do you
собой?
mean?
Ну, когда думаешь, у тебя бывают такие типа диалоги с собственным
I
мозгом?
have no idea what you're talking about.
А как это так, ну, постучать себя по голове?
Think? I do most of my work inside my notebook.
The lieutenant produces his small blue notebook and idly thumbs through a few pages. That's where his conversations with himself.
Там он разговаривает с собой.
You're super lucid, yet psychedelic. You don't need office supplies to connect to your nervous
Тебе не нужны констовары, ты особенный. Открой себе какую-нибудь тайну.
No.
Спроси еще раз.
Your brain sends the signal to your lips, but they refuse the order. Something is paralyzing them. You're pretty sure it has something to do with the lieutenant's eyebrow. The eyebrow is exercising psionic control over you.
Что с тобой происходит?
Anything the matter, detective?
This guy's got authority off the
Скажет
chart.
авторитет.
With just the flip of
Движение
eyebrow,
брови, ты полностью в его власти.
his thrall.
Так а сделать я с этим что-то могу?
You better hope he doesn't abuse his authority. There's a lot of it.
Безумно стенать, взывая о
If the
помощи.
lieutenant were an evil man,
Кто знает,
who
что он
knows
мог
what sort
учинить?
of havoc he could wreak. Fortunately, he is a committed officer of the RCM. He'll only use his powers for the good of the investigation. The lieutenant relaxes his eyebrow, and you seem to regain control of yourself.
Пока все.
Let's change the subject.
Ну, тебе следует знать, что я... Что громко стало.
No response. He just...
Так, музыка. Хотя, бля, не знаю, лучше верну. Стоп, чё? Качество шейдеров скромное. Бля. Интересно, если я включу, типа, графику на побольше. Я вот боюсь, что все сломается. Или не сломается. Не, ладно, давайте лучше оставлю все как было. Знаешь, что есть ачивка с вами? Да, и она у меня уже получена, в этом дело. Я ее уже получал, поэтому похуй. Я уже не помню, как ее получать, нам что-то какой-то гигантский авторитет нужен. Мы сейчас не авторитет качаем. А в прошлый раз как раз, типа, авторитет был одной из этих параметров, которые я вообще максил. А по-моему, требуется повторить. Я правда ничего не помню. Имело место избыточное
Have you
пьянство.
tried concentrating on something other than your personal affairs?
There is a sudden, harsh edge to his voice, like he's tired of hearing about your personal affairs.
А что не так с личными делами?
Not a fan. It's just the nature of lieutenancy.
О чем мне думать?
Try work, the case at hand. It can work miracles.
Но у меня даже базовых знаний вот об этой организации нет. А которой мы принадлежим, поможешь?
Fine. We should get through this day first. Off hours begin at 9 p.m. If you're still having trouble then, I can give you an orientation.
Это уже медицинская
Really?
проблема.
You look fine to me.
Мы имеем дело с серьезным повреждением нервной системы. Когда я стоял перед зеркалом, то понятия не имел, кто передо мной.
This psychodrama is unbecoming of an officer.
Она психическая, у меня какая-то травма мозга беспрецедентного
Then you
масштаба.
should consider seeking medical attention. You can use the radio in my kinema to call your station's Lazareth. Was there anything else you wanted?
Скажи мне о
What do you
деле.
want to know?
Абсолютно что угодно, я вообще ничего не
Maybe
помню.
you can tell me what you do know to help me narrow it down a bit.
Вообще ничего, вообще. Только то, что ты сам мне
Do you
рассказал.
want me to brief you?
Брифинг, да, звучит
3
отлично.
days ago, the RCM emergencies desk received a report about a security guard who was found hanged in Martinez. An anonymous caller said there was a dead body behind the Whirling in Rags hostel cafeteria. The cadaver had been there for 4 days. No one had come to investigate. During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him, but used the word lynching. There is an ongoing labor dispute between the local dock workers and the logistics company Wild Pines. I was told we should approach the death as part of this dispute.
Стой, а что нам известно о
A
жертве?
security guard or worker of some sort hired by Wild Pines. This was just hearsay from Martinez, of course. We need to find out the truth.
А кто звонил?
To find him or her is one of our tasks here. For now, all we know is that the tone was muffled, using a device of some sort. The desk could identify neither the caller's age nor sex.
Зачем
There's
прятаться?
a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union matters. The dock workers' union is the de facto police in Martinez. Now it appears they've started executing too. We cannot allow that.
А хочу уточнить, чтобы наверняка наша работа найти убийцу,
That's
так?
right.
Можем снова пройтись по вводным
You wanna make a
данным.
brief? Do you want me
Если
to? There's no
импровизирую.
reason. 3 days ago, during that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings.
Кто
To
звонил?
find him or her is one of our tasks here. There's a strong
Так,
prejudice
окей.
against involving the RCM.
А, конечно,
in-
всё понял.
Just to be clear, we are police officers. It's our job to find the killer. That's the case. Uncover and arrest the killer.
Как, по-твоему, это дело с налетом тайны?
No, it's not a particularly mysterious case.
Почему?
The deceased is a security guard for a corporation involved in a labor dispute. It doesn't take a DeLorean polymath to put the pieces together. I just don't see the case getting more mysterious than that.
Блять! Так, я вот думаю, не заметишь ли что-то подстроенное. Ну, знаешь, паранатуральное.
I can assure nothing like that will happen. Do you
Верен,
know
по-моему,
why
что
not?
такое уже шевелится.
No, something isn't happening because it's not part of reality.
There's something the lieutenant isn't seeing. The
Я слишком
universe is too
иррационально,
irrational,
просто слишком сложно,
too
убеди его.
complex.
No, it's not a particular. The deceased
Почему?
is a security guard for a corporation involved in a labor dispute. It doesn't take a DeLorean polymath to put the pieces together. I
А
just
я
don't
мужчина
see
за
the case
30,
getting
чего же
more.
более?
I'm relieved that you agree.
He is glad and surprised to see an officer who can appreciate the less than spectacular.
Тьфу. Что же еще, как будто хотел что-то сказать.
Do you know the feeling when you've begun filling in a crossword, but some of your answers don't quite seem to fit? That's the feeling I have right now, for some reason.
Прекрасно. А что такое кроссворд?
Ah, right. Your condition. Never mind. All I mean to say is that we have a puzzle on our hands, but not all the pieces. Yet.
А если мы с разных участков, то почему идем одно дело?
I'm afraid you and I are pawns in a pissing competition.
His disdain is clear. This man would not use such an expression otherwise.
Ты о
You
чем?
don't know? I assumed you were in on it.
Я не помню, что в чем-нибудь таком участвовал. Знаешь ты, чего я участник ретроградной амнезии?
Better still than an imbecile cup of.
Бадаловка.
It's just stupidity. We shouldn't waste any more time on it. If you want my take, ask me after we've inspected the victim.
Сейчас это кажется актуальной информацией.
Was there anything else you wanted to know about? Good.
легендарную. Видеть Хима, что в этом деле... Это белая проверка.
Only banal
Блядь.
fears strike you. At the core, you're a very banal person with a very small soul. One you should be ashamed of. It's no wonder the software...
Нужно качать внутреннюю империю. А скажи мне еще раз о
Do
деле.
you want to know? Good.
О, давайте с бабкой побазарим.
Hello, sweetie.
Какая тут зайка.
Why, you are, officer.
Какой я зайка, взгляните на
You're a
меня.
handsome man, officer, with your mustache and your chiseled jaw and that silly dimple on your
Я пойду,
chin.
пожалуй. Очень зря. Возвращайся скорее. Спасибо за комплимент. Ямочка, не ямочка, я зачерствел, я знатно, годы взяли свое. Спасибо за
You
комплимент.
must forgive me. I'm getting so scatterbrained.
Честно
I
представил...
completely forgot to introduce myself.
Забыла
I'm
представиться.
Lena. My husband Morel and I are staying with our friend Gary just down the street, but I come
Да
here
их нет,
for
так сюда
food
выпить
and they're
чаю.
away.
This Lena is wacky enough for them.
Даже эксцентричная раздошерстной компашки. Вы похожи в
Yes,
кресле.
dear. I'm a paraplegic.
Что такое
It
параплегия?
means I can't use my legs. I was in an accident some years back, injured in the line of duty, as they say.
Вы ходили в горы?
Nothing so glamorous, dear. Though when I was young, I dreamt of planting the Revacholian flag on some figurative peak.
А чем вы
I
занимались?
was a training and development manager at a rapidly expanding mail order
Продажа
company.
обуви.
You'd think it would be a safe job, but I had to be everywhere, and well, once I happened to be under some faulty scaffolding. I
Оу.
was lucky. This was almost 20 years ago, and I was compensated exceptionally well. One can only dream of such payoffs nowadays.
А можно мне параплегию?
Hope not. Although the work you are doing for all of us is quite dangerous.
Towering over her in your insignia, you make her feel safe.
Кто должен этим заниматься? Не так уж плохо, сидеть тут в кресле и играть в пинбол.
Actually, this machine is broken.
Блин, невежливо было спрашивать про кресло, забудем. А спасибо, что сидите, теперь о другом.
There is no bitterness in her voice. She accepted the curiosity her condition inspires a long time ago.
Айда покатаем
Whatever
вместе.
do you mean?
Чтобы оставить моей напарнице, если за кресло, убирать трубы за них дров, ловить секретных убийц.
Sequence killers? Oh my. But I think you already have a partner, sweetie.
A partner who needs you to help him get a corpse down from a tree.
Знаю, здесь побочные загадки, серийные убийцы, паранатуральные явления.
I can assure you with absolute certainty, there are no sequence killings taking place in Martinez.
Now, gentlemen, no need to squabble. I wouldn't be of much use to you anyway, sweetie.
Почему две головы хорошо, а три
Thank
лучше?
you, but Martinez isn't the most wheelchair-accessible place, you see. I'd slow you down. Perhaps another time.
Может, в другой раз? Не верю, заметили ли вы, но я вообще не знаю, что я здесь делаю, да и вообще ничего не знаю.
Yes, officer. You look rather dazed. Like a stunned fox. But surely things can't be that bad.
She won't judge you.
Чтобы искал, она не осудит. Я только плюс, что в прямом смысле потерял
Oh
память.
my. You know where we are, right?
В кафетерии... В кафетерии танцы в тряпье, у меня на ключах написано.
That's right. And where is the Whirling in Rags cafeteria itself located?
На краю цивилизованного мира.
We're in the city of Revachol, dear.
Я честно, дулю с маками знаю Перевошоль. Что это за
How would
место?
I even begin to tell you? Revachol is the most beautiful city in the world. We're fortunate to be here, you and I. I haven't seen very many other cities personally, but everyone says so. Revachol is a rare jewel. This city used to rule the world, though it has seen better days. Speaking of history,
Ты знаешь, какой
you
сейчас
know
год?
what year it is, yes?
И заряду близится конец времен.
Perhaps, dear. Perhaps. But for now, it's just the spring of 51.
She is perturbed by your not knowing what year it is, but not by your mention of the apocalypse. It must
Конец
be
дьявола
the
истину близок.
The lieutenant studies you, rubbing his chin. I'm beginning to suspect that you might indeed be completely adrift in this reality, thinks the lieutenant. How can it be that bad? Never mind. We're in this now. Outside, the melting snow seeps into the cracks in the walls and the cobblestone streets, all the way down into the sewers. Above ground, the first May bells blossom. You can feel it, a great cold. Then the shiver passes.
Слушайте,
I can tell that this is taxing for you, so I'll just ask one more question. What regime are we living under? What mode of government?
Шейшерская диктатура, так называемые грозные войны, мчащие на передних городах жеребцах. Разумные машины. Сжатие реальности искажают, нашим разумом управляет с помощью радио. Это нужно, чтобы скрыть наших истинных правителей иностранцев и женщин. Полицейская, она и правят копы.
Actually, we are not. You could say that about almost any other nation, but not Revachol. Try one more time, officer. What mode of government?
Damn it. I was really hoping it would be a cop world.
Я так надеялся на копский мир.
Well, let's see.
Oh no. Nothing like that, dear. Revachol
Ревашоль — это подконтрольная зона. Им управляет альянс иностранных сил под названием коалиция.
We have almost no government of our own, and certainly no matriarchy.
Алкаш. О, привет, Тим, приветик. Алкаш, ты про кого? Я надеюсь, не про меня.
She's trying to avoid the foreigner's part. This is because she's a woman. She may be lying to you.
Если нет правительства, то откуда взялись копы?
Oh dear, this is troubling. You really ought to know that, being one yourself. There aren't any cops in Revachol, not in the traditional sense. The status of law enforcement has been a complicated matter since the revolution. But we should stop for today, sweetie. You look like you need a break. Besides, I'm not the best person to explain the big things to anyone.
She's scared now. She's realized you really are.
Он говорит, что правда имеет дело с умственно неполноценным. Что, как справиться с заданиями?
You didn't do too well, dear. It does look like you're having trouble remembering things. History and places. Remembering reality, in a word. It's very odd.
A sigh. The lieutenant buries his nose in his notebook.
But maybe a fresh set of eyes.
Свежего взгляда.
While I'm no doctor, such bouts of amnesia are often temporary, so I wouldn't worry too much.
She means this sincerely. Worrying won't do you any good.
Вы упомянули революцию. Что это?
A defeat, I'm afraid. The people of this archipelago tried to build something new, something different. The rest of the world didn't like it, so they came and ended
Что он
it.
пришел и все разрушил. Это было 42 года назад. Как это связано? Но ведь я коп, чтобы там не случилось, мне это не помешало.
Of course, sweetie. I really don't know how to explain it better.
I'm just a poor woman, she thinks. What do I know of these things? And how can I help you?
А кто может сказать больше?
Someone more educated in sweeping matters. Maybe you should ask.
No. I'm not
Я не
an
энциклопедия, гидом тоже не буду, я
I won't be a
детектив.
guide either. I'm a detective.
Of course. Then I don't know. Someone rich, maybe? Wealthy people are educated. Though I don't know where you would find a wealthy person in Martinez. Of course, dear. Good luck with your case.
Блять! Я снова начинаю привязываться к ебаному Киму Кицураги. Понимаете, ребят, в чем проблема? Я хочу попробовать выйти на достижение, связанное с этим, как его? С Куна. Но, блять! Я теперь хочу с Кимом, блядь, тусоваться. Ладно, посмотрим, как пойдет. Так, погодите секунду. Так. Так, сейчас, погодите секунду, я хочу... Блядь, где эта хуйня? Блядь, я снова это проебал, да? Во. Короче... Так, нужно не отдавать Ку на наркотики, не провоцировать и не бить его. Короче, нормально к нему относиться, я понял. О, что-то есть. О, Назафет.
The man with the unimpressive beard notices you approaching. He drops the ledger he was holding and turns to the lieutenant.
Mr. Gart, right? You run this place.
Yes.
Да.
I am Kim Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. This is an inter-district investigation, so joining me from Precinct 41...
Предвестник краха.
What?
Сумерки, аз едем
I
они.
have no idea what that means.
Я был на краю управляющий кафетерием, я видел
What is
конец.
this, a joke to you? Is this what you get when you call the police now? This guy? We've been waiting for a week here.
Sir, I understand your concern, but we are here to do a job. And for us to do it, I need you to stay calm.
Yes, of course.
For a moment, the cafeteria manager fidgets under the lieutenant's gaze. Then he gives in.
I know it took us a while to arrive at the scene, but it also took you a while to call. It was you who placed the call.
Вы позвонили в полицию, так?
No, I only just got here. It was probably Sylvie who called you. She usually works the bar here. I'm only temporarily taking over her duties.
Do you have her number?
As a matter of fact, I do.
You said you just got here. From where? Are you a local?
Вы местный?
What? Of Martinez? No. I live in Jamrock. I only
Jamrock.
sometimes come here to keep an eye on the place.
Это лишь один из ваших кафетериев, которым я управляю. Он же скау из 3.
But you still know your way around, yes? In case we need directions.
Yes, I know where some things are, but as I said, I don't live here. I just used to work here. And I'm not going to start working here again, if that's what you think.
I didn't imply that. Detective.
Кто я?
Yes, Detective Cousteau. I have everything. You?
В смысле, есть ли у меня вопросы?
Yes, yes. He means, do you have questions for me, like a police officer would?
Дим находится...
I don't know who
Кто его
killed him.
убил?
I'm not the police. That's your job.
Это ты его убил?
What are you, crazy? Of course I didn't kill him.
Suddenly you tense up. Blood is being pushed to your muscles. You should hound him on this.
Гар, его убил ты?
Drive says.
No, I didn't.
Не бойся, Гар, скажи правду, ты ведь его убил,
I
верно?
didn't. I don't appreciate this. What is this?
Что вынудило тебя его
Do
убить?
I have to answer him? Is this mandatory?
The lieutenant stands motionless, his expression unreadable.
Он тебя обидел, в этом дело! Ты получил от него убийство какое-то извращенное
Are
удовольствие.
you an idiot? I told you I haven't killed anyone.
Его? То есть кого-то другого ты
He
убил?
ignores you. More. Press on. Push through.
Ты убил
Fuck
Сильви?
you, man.
That's enough.
A very silent wave comes from the lieutenant, like the distant echo of a drum roll. It's approval.
Одобрение? Нихуя! Блять, и как вы теперь выходить на концовку с Куна? Ты меня не вполне убедил.
That's a real pity.
Почему Сильви не
Went
здесь?
away because none of your business.
А связано с грядущим
Does
апокалипсисом.
she? Maybe she does. Maybe she pertains to the apocalypse. Sylvie is not here because I asked for her number. The dead body out back didn't help either, but it was mostly me. I hope you appreciate that.
Thank you.
Так, дело
Is
раскрыто.
it? Because I thought you were supposed to be investigating the lynching, not my employer conduct.
Все связано со всем.
Good for you. Was there something else? I'd like to get back to what I was doing.
Где им находится
Behind
тело?
this building, there's a courtyard. They hoisted him up on a tree there.
И как туда попасть?
That's easy. See that door there? First you exit through that. Then to your right, you should see a big hole in the fence. A really big one. You can get to the courtyard through there. No need for the keys. The hole is big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry to fit through.
Так, кстати, сейчас мне момент стало интересно еще кое-что. Так, Так, бля, погодите, где же эта хуйня-то? Сейчас, моментик. Так, мне еще электрохимию нужно будет качать. Так.
Does he want you to feel guilty of making that hole? It's implied in his voice.
Let's go.
Пойдемте.
Not so fast. You owe me 130 real.
130
No
реалов.
one is saying the multi-pattern necktie you found tied to the ceiling fan can talk. No one. It must be merely imagination. But
Let's bail! Time to push the eject button! Sounds like a responsibility! You don't like those!
Катапульта.
one moment you're running like the wind, then you suddenly turned around and are giving him the finger furiously with both hands. Why?
Дама выдает Аляске право у меня за спиной, так
That's
ведь?
true. Yes. And it's worrying. But let's not fixate on it. Look at that stupid bartender instead. He has no idea what's going on. You and your fuck you friend. Barkeep's got his mouth agape.
Зачем я это сделал? Зачем обеими руками? Зачем обеими?
Watch out!
Everything goes dark.
Back so soon.
Оно того стоило.
Admit it. You just missed the quarter light.
Да,
darkness on the edge
по
of
сумраку.
I was wrong to let you go. I should have kept you here. Is it bright where you are? Is it?
В
What do
смысле?
you mean? What do I mean? Are you okay?
Ты в порядке?
No, you have sustained a trauma to your lower neck. In addition, you have strained your left trapezius muscle. Pain surges down your back.
А вы в порядке?
Chair took the brunt of it. Don't worry.
А, у них же какое-то модное, блядь, кресло.
Are you sure, ma'am?
Yes, yes. Check on him.
Sir, I didn't mean for this to happen. I'm sorry. This has always been a cop-friendly place. The drinks are on the house, okay? There were a lot of drinks on the tab. I still have to charge you for 3 nights and the broken window, though. That's 100, sir.
О, сотня.
With your back against the cold mosaic floor, you feel the pain recede. You just need to get up and dust yourself off.
Спасибо за то, что пошел
Don't
навстречу.
thank me yet. You still owe me 100 real. If you don't have it by tonight, I just can't let you up there. And for God's sake, watch out for yourself.
Ща еще у нее деньги будем клянчить, кстати.
By the way, where is home?
А где твой
The
дом?
address is coming up blank, and this place sure isn't it.
Он у меня вообще
But
есть?
you've been at this hostel cafeteria for only 3 nights. Where were you before? You had to be somewhere.
Не знаю, где-то рядом, может, к югу
You
отсюда.
don't really know, do you?
Не знаю, получается, я бездомный.
South, maybe. Doesn't sound like somewhere you can stay if you run out of money.
Может, я могу как-то вспомнить, дочтить линию до конкретной улицы, конкретной таблички на
You
доме.
can try. Run some addresses in your head when you get the time. Maybe a street or an apartment will appear.
Так, давайте сразу пойдем, блядь, интернализировать одинокую дорогу домой. Так, короче, тут обновочка. Нам помимо внутренней империи, полицейской волны, отрепета и сумрака, нужно качать еще и электрохимию. Вот такая вот хуйня.
Hello again, sweetie.
В порядке, простите, пожалуйста, что врезался, не знаю, что на меня нашло.
Oh, I'm perfectly all right. I'm more worried about you. What was that?
Да, реально,
From where I
что?
was standing, it looked like you were about to pull out 2 guns, but pull out 2...
Рад, что не пострадал.
Oh, I'm perfectly all right.
Мотив будто действовал по собственной воле, я бежал, мой торс развернулся, а руки показали похабный жест. Прежде всего, пожалуйста,
Don't
увидеть.
beat yourself up over it too much, dear. People do strange things when the old fight or flight kicks in. I'm just glad you
Бля,
weren't injured.
один из самых базированных персонажей. Зайке нужны денежки, зайкам дают
Oh,
денежки.
sweetie, I heard your conversation with the manager about your financial troubles.
Когда у тебя
When
следующая
you get your
получка?
next paycheck?
If she could, this woman would feed and clothe you and every other sad, lost person on this earth. You've got guns of steel and a chiseled jaw somewhere under the bloated alcohol layer. Maybe she'd like to sponsor you.
Я думаю, прежде вам стать моим
Oh,
спонсором.
I'm sure you would make a wonderful gigolo, dear, with those strong arms of yours, but welfare checks aren't all they cracked up to be.
Мы с мужем сами еле
My husband
перебиваемся.
and I are barely scraping by.
She's not really lusting after those biceps, man. It's more like an appraisal you give to a healthy specimen.
Что такое получка? Никогда такого не
Mostly
видел.
joking. Although our pay does sometimes feel like a joke.
It's not easy to assert your right to a decent living wage when you don't have a strong union behind you. Maybe you should talk to Everard, the union leader.
А ты понимаешь, Ленин идеализм. Давите ей на жалость.
Your deportment remains dignified as you shed a single manly tear.
Очень стыдно о таком просить, но я не совсем поистяжался, мне помогла бы любая сумма.
Sweetie, I only have a few cents on me, but I could give you this to pawn. Just to tide you over.
Ть. Так, погодите секунду, блядь, я пытаюсь сориентироваться. Так. Бля, я уже проебал. Ой, блядь, так. Где там эта хуйня? О, вот она.
Wonderful. He has a pin.
У него есть
The
значок.
pin is round and slightly tarnished. 3 sailboats in bas-relief with the sun hovering over the water behind them. A chipped green banner at the bottom reads, San Baptiste, Summer 31. Dinghy races.
А что такое
It's
заложить?
easy. You bring a valuable item to a pawnbroker, who then gives you money for it. You can get it back later for a slightly larger sum if it hasn't been sold, but you never end up doing that anyway.
Где мне заложить
Cross the
значок?
plaza and follow the road along the coast. Down by the water, there'll be a shack nestled against an old stone facade. That's the pawn shop. An old friend of my husband's goes there often. He
Вы
says the
очень
owner is quite
любезен.
helpful.
Items that can be pawned at Bird's Nest Roy's appear in your inventory under the Items tab. You can pawn these items when talking to
Обещаю
Roy.
это выкупить обратно, когда только найду
Oh,
деньги.
it's not an ancient family heirloom or anything, but I suppose it would be nice to get it back.
Про ваш
Hope you're
значок.
able to pawn that old trinket.
Я решил его не закладывать, возвращаю.
Oh, thank you, dear. I confess, I am glad to see it again.
Бля, это было сделано ради дополнительных 10
Even
опыта.
the lieutenant seems happy with this turn of events.
Now, what else, sweetie?
То есть сегодня в конце дня. Судя по всему, между участками 41 и 57 какой-то пескомес Ким об этом, когда закончится первичный осмотр тела, но мы же его не будем проводить.
Yes?
Смотрите правильно, Ревашоль, Арания, Классье. О, да и бабище может, кстати, иметь перчатки. Довольно модные. Нахер
All
полицию.
around you, rain falls on the great city of Revachol. Rain drips from the eaves and floods the gutters, washing the filth away. The spring thaw must be
Ну,
here.
пришла весенняя
The
оттепель,
snow
снег
melted.
тает. Бля, кстати, я искренне не знаю, почему эта игра ассоциируется у меня с осенним настроением, потому что игра про весну. Но у меня она прям супер ассоциируется, блядь, с сентябрем, октябрем, мужики.
Looking up at the sky, cold water dripping from your hair.
Что я вижу?
Grey sky like great battleships, clouds colliding with one another. Rain falls down on the world.
Что я чувствую?
Your shirt sticks to your chest. The shoulders of your disco blazer grow heavy. The cold finds its way in under your skin. You shiver, and the city shivers with you.
Что на западе?
Sheets of rain over the water, a flight of stairs leading into the ocean. Wave after wave washing the coast of Martinez, with its motorboats and gently swaying reeds. The ruins of a half-sunken sea fort crumble on an inlet beyond the Bay of Revachol. Ghosts rise into the sky.
Какая же охуенная музыка. Призраки, кто вы?
The skyscrapers of La Delta, the financial district. Faint golden light seeps from the office windows. Will you ever go there?
Ты туда пойдешь? Попаду?
No, you are just one of
И
the
сотни тысяч
hundreds of
материнникам суждено изо дня в день
thousands that
наблюдать,
rise across the
как они
bay of
бросают по ту сторону
Martinez
залива.
every day.
Что видно ниже по побережью.
Urban coastline, rain dripping off Eternite-covered roofs, cinder blocks left over from half-finished construction, a defunct research and development building, once seized by revolutionaries. An old wooden church stands on stilts above the water.
А дальше?
Coal City, end of all lines.
Провести рукой по мокрым волосам.
Here is an oily mess flecked with ash from neighboring coal plants. Smokestacks rise somewhere in the distance.
Что на востоке?
The great gates of the industrial harbor are locked. A chill runs down your back. You shudder like an animal trying to shake water from its hide.
Сжать зубы, чтобы перестать дрожать. А
You
перейдем плечами еще
shudder,
раз.
looking down at your feet. Dirty rainwater runs veins into the plaza's snow. 2 green snakeskin shoes stand at attention on the mosaic paving of the plaza.
Что на севере?
Capeside apartments. Tower blocks crowd one another. 4.46mm bullets still lodged
Изрезанных
in
войной
their
каменных
stone
стенах.
walls. Hallways collapse from the mortar hits of a war that was lost long ago. Clotheslines go to waste in the rain. Radios play.
А ближе?
A yard. Rain falls onto the roof of a woodshed. Coal leaks into a puddle beneath a dead man's feet. He swings from a tree, bloated. Droplets of rain slip from his cold cheeks.
Что на юге?
A traffic jam. Rain thrumming on the roofs of motor vehicles. Inside, drivers watch water streaming down their windshields. The statue of a king shudders. He too is cold. The canal bridge has been raised.
Блять, я, наверное, всех заебал уже этим спичом, но как же сильно благодаря отсутствию школы и благодаря ебаному Disco Elysium я полюбил осень. Весну я любил всегда, а вот осень, Disco Elysium, блять, заставил меня полюбить осень.
The road ascends. A raised motorway loops above the ghetto. Beneath its concrete columns, a sea of rooftops, woodwork, and tar stretches northward. 4-story buildings as far as
Джемроке
the
тает
rain
снег.
falls.
Блять, как...
The snow
Я так теперь жалею, что я... Хотя нет, на самом деле, знаете, при первом прохождении, наверное, меня вот этот трепет в самом старте игры бы запутал. А сейчас это прям очень круто ощущается.
Revachol is the capital of the world. Jamrock is the capital of Revachol. Droplets form on your eyelashes. It's home.
Школа района. Where's the hood? Where's the hood? Where's the hood at?
Have a brother in the cut. Where the hood at?
Этим братуху в долю, лес рубят, щепки летят. Почему я здесь, а не там?
To be in Martinez, where no one goes, at the runoff point of a long-forgotten canal, in the whitest part of town, in the shadow of the day the revolution failed.
Что я здесь делаю?
Standing in the rain, looking north, where Jamrock Rock City stretches inland.
Где я живу?
On a street there that flows like a muddy river in the snow, with fire traps rising on either side. A film rental opens its doors to the rain. An armored motor carriage rushes past the corner, where you used to walk together. Suddenly, the hair on your back rises.
You cannot return.
Вздрогнуть, смотреть
In
дальше.
the rain-swept distance, above the rooftops of Jamrock, a repurposed silk mill stands perched above the motorway exit. Precinct 41 hunches in the rain.
С-41 стульчик смокнет под дождем.
Satellite officer Jean Vichmer rushes down the precinct stairs, umbrella in hand. It's unopened. He doesn't seem pleased about the spring rain.
Жан Викмар — это
On
наш
the bridge,
напарник.
officers Torson and
Настоящий.
McLean are standing guard. Torson wears jeans and a fishnet wife beater. Satellite officer Vichmer passes by, and the young man remarks to him.
Where's your homo, homie?
What?
It's not like that. They're what is called heterosexual life partners. They have a battle-tested relationship. A brother bond, if you will.
Huh? Yeah.
Блять, это ж буквально намек на нас, ёб твою мать. Я бы этого не заметил при первом прохождении.
Hetero, sexual, life, partners.
Funny apery. Male-centric workplace humor. Have you seen him?
Is there something wrong?
No, nothing. It's just... Judith went to his place and found the Monday mail unopened. I think he's still
Да
there.
он все еще там.
You didn't drink with him over the weekend, did you?
That would be irresponsible.
Irresponsible.
That animal? Never again, man. What is he, still down there? In, south of the interchange?
In Martinez. He's in Martinez.
Your vision blurs. You wipe your face with your hand. The rain stings your eyes, making you look up and blink.
Что наверху? А что внизу?
Collapsed
Ладно.
stone drains, old sewage systems flooded with rainwater. hidden weapon caches from the Revolution, doors leading down to Leroyam, the catacombs to which, for 3 centuries, they delivered the blue-blooded dead.
Короче, что нам точно нужно успеть сделать? Это сходить, поговорить с Куна, сходить, точнее нет, сначала забрать вот эту вот, блядь, хуйню из помойки, поговорить с Куна, поговорить с вот этой бабищей на яхте, и пока что это все. Это основное, что нам нужно сделать в первый день успеть.
Coalition era statics hang like apparitions
Аэростаты коалиции.
Cloud cover. Way up there, where rain forms.
Твою ж мать! Вот это реально моя
This
реакция.
rain will not let up anytime soon. You should get a raincoat. There's a freight to the east. They sell them there.
Долой мусоров. Написано название улиц, невозможно разобрать.
The RCM in Martinez. What can I help you with?
Ты удивлена?
We don't see a lot of police around here.
У
That's
меня есть
all.
несколько вопросов.
Of course. What can I help you with?
А кто ты такая?
I am just a gardener.
Здорово, что ты здесь
I am
делаешь?
working.
Над
I have a
чем?
greenhouse in the yard there. I've been trying to get some work
Я
done.
поделать кое-что, но...
There's discomfort. She stops mid-sentence.
Но...
Well, as you probably know, there's a corpse hanging from a tree there. It smells pretty bad, so I have to take breaks.
Don't worry, miss. We are here to
Чтобы
clean
навести
it up.
порядок, скоро
can
вы
get
сможете
to
вернуться
work
к работе. Нахер
Thank you.
полицию, это что?
Excuse me?
She's uncomfortable. Maybe you should drop this line of questioning.
На знаке написано «Нахер полицию».
Well, I didn't write it
Это
there.
я этого не писала.
I'm just sitting here.
А что еще другого знака? Долой мусоров. Что это еще за
I
мусора?
don't know anything about that either. As I said, I didn't write it.
Pig is a widely used term for members of the police. It's not loving.
Имеет негативную
Even
коннотацию.
if she didn't write it, she should clean it.
Ты могла бы мне бы смыть эти надписи. Быть гражданином, будь победителем.
Okay.
She's probably not gonna.
Вряд ли она этого сделает. Нам нужно узнать дорогу.
Since the street sign's messed up,
Где именно находится
There.
труп?
in the yard, right through the hole in the fence.
А где я сейчас?
What do you mean?
Я много потерялся. Это Ревашоль, верно?
District of Martinez.
He knows where we are. He just wants directions.
А, что на
There's
севере?
the pier, the Cape-side apartment buildings, some more tenements. Not a lot, really.
На
The
востоке.
harbor gates, some kind of commotion, I think. I don't follow the local politics. A fleet store, too.
Что на юге?
Some shops and a bridge. The canal bridge leads to the coast, but it's broken, I think.
А что на другой
Some
стороне
kind of
канала?
accident, probably. Just coast. There's a little fishing village there, and a fish market. But that got closed down ages ago.
Rows of stalls under a broad roof, where silvery fish were heaped on newspapers. Water, water everywhere, pouring from the heavens in the shadow of the old church.
Что это за рыбный
I
рынок?
don't know. The abandoned kind? It used to gather every spring, but there's nothing to do there now. Just drug addicts.
Что на западе?
It's just water. No, actually, I think they call it the Martinez Inlet. There are some islands in the bay, but they're hard.
О, ну, опять эта игра, пришел послушать. Да ты не понимаешь, это шикарная игра, бля. И так, я ее весь год хотел перепройти, но я и специально ждал именно вот сентября. Потому что, бля, не знаю, у меня прям ассоциируется эта игра с сентябрем. Я очень хотел ее перепройти. Вот. Вам это тоже понравится. Это главное ее прочувствовать. Вот. Кстати, между прочим, влог записан, осталось его смонтировать. Вот, и у меня в целом даже есть немножко времени в запасе, чтобы его смонтировать успеть. Так что, смотри, Ratahook даже, получается, не нарушит обещание по поводу влога. Вот, если, конечно, все не привет пизду. Но пока что все успевается.
No problem.
Мне пора бежать.
Of course. I won't hold you back.
Ура, да, ура. Да, реально ура, ебать, видео. Спустя год, надеюсь, еще когда-нибудь Deus Ex будет доделан.
Her gloves. You get the feeling that you need
Они тебе
them.
понадобятся.
You have a dead body to deal with after all.
Можно одолжить твои перчатки.
Sure, keep them. I have another pair.
У меня еще одна пара
Really?
есть.
None. Maybe just a tiny bit of annoyance.
Так, ебать. Модные перчатки. Флекс. Ну это вообще. Так, Кинема.
Stands a motor carriage. The woodwork is covered in blue and white livery, bearing the number 57. Vapor emanates from the large engine on the back of the vehicle. It hasn't had time to cool off yet.
Открыть
In the
дверь.
cabin, you are welcomed by a set of steering levers, a radio microphone on a hook, a pull-out toolbox under the seat, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
Вытащить выдвижной ящик с
A metallic
инструментами.
drawer slides out from under the seat and clicks into place. The tools inside are neatly organized.
Take what you need, officer. It's going to be a long case. I'm not protective of my tools, like some men are.
He's clearly a little protective of his tools. But what can you do? Work is work.
Взять монтировку с красным оконечником.
The pry bar feels nice and cold in your hand, heavier than you'd think. Cold and heavy.
Он и живой, как правда. Ты чувствуешь, что вас снился с правдой снова.
United with truth once more. Useful for opening all sorts of doors and lids.
О, нихуя, кстати, если бы у меня не было перчаток, я бы эту перку не прошел. Опять болторез.
The handles are long and sleek. Snap, snap go the cutters in your hand.
Взять фонарик.
It's robust, weatherproof and well made. Police issue, blue. Lets you see things in the dark you would
Дает видеть в темноте вещи. Сдвинуть выдвижной ящик с
pull-out
инструментами.
toolbox slides back into its nest. Preheater gauge casts a warm glow on the steering wheel.
Провести пальцами по рычагам.
The white suede feels luxurious under the touch, and the metal clutch handle so very familiar in your palm.
Постучать по датчику предварительного нагрева
As you
топлива.
tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if startled. It's in the large orange sector, indicating the engine is warm. Next to the gauge is a red switch labeled heat.
There's no use pressing the heat button. It won't start without the ignition key.
Alternative translation. Don't even
Даже не
think
думай,
you could drive
что я
one
тебе
inside.
порулить. Что это такое? Что это за
This is
аппарат?
the Kupris Kinema, a motor carriage. You can use the toolbox and the radio if you'd like.
Motor carriage, motor carriage.
Плохое
Something
связано с
bad with the
мотокаретой.
carriage. A dark lump rises in your throat.
Что это щемящее чувство возникает у меня при слове мотокарета.
Nothing. It's probably nothing. Forget I brought it up. Please proceed.
Это мы на ней разъебались в прошлый раз. Может, заведем ее и покатаемся?
No, I'm afraid not. We have a murder case on our hands, remember?
Хорошо, но что такое
A
мотокарета?
motorized vehicle, officer. I'm sure you are familiar with the concept. We've had these for nearly a century.
Всех полицейских ВРГМ такие крутые
The Kupris
мотокареты.
motorcar does provide most of our patrol vehicles, yes.
Снова осмотреть
In the
кабину.
cabin, you see a set of steering levers, a radio on a hook, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
Взять
The
рацию.
frequency tableau lights up, and a green button labeled Prime Line glows like a feline eye. And then you hear something. The soft purr of electrical kittens, radio waves cast far and wide over the metropolis. A woman's voice greets you through the static.
This is Precinct 57. Hello, Lieutenant. How may I assist you?
57-й. А,
Hello, Alice. Please assist our colleague from the 41st precinct here. I'm putting him on.
Дельта 10, ответьте огнеходцы.
This is Officer Alice Demetri, Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Всегда отвечала дружелюбнее. Так. Мне сказали связаться с ларетом моего участка,
It
41-го.
will take just a moment, Officer.
Her voices fade out into the familiar radio static.
Gottlieb, what do you want?
Ой, я этого чего не видел вроде. Просто плановый осмотр. Это ухмылка и сдавленный стон, тебе тут не рады. Да, и так не ходит.
Actually, wait. Do exactly that. Put yourself out of your misery. Take a deep diaphragmatic breath in and...
A glorious sight.
Великолепное зрелище.
Tired from the vastness of the visions that haunt it. Burning up in a flame fed by...
То есть ты тоже это видишь, как мое тело становится последним факелом во тьме?
I see third-degree burns and a referral to a plastic surgeon whom you won't be able to afford. But that's in the future. Do you have any current pressing medical problems?
По-моему, у меня развилась повышенная светочувствительность.
That's because you're hungover. Even the radio waves coming from your direction smell like liquor. Do you feel like your eyes are twitching too?
Да.
That's the tiny vessels pulsating from high blood pressure, stupid officer. You might be sustaining permanent damage to your vision as we speak. Not much I can do about it.
А кто ты тогда? Доказывай, даже год не прошел с прошлого прохождением, да. Почти год прошел. Я просто хотел именно в начале сентября, а не в конце. Тем более, что основная игра, но все-таки сейчас Селеста, а Disco Elysium я буду проходить как, ну, типа, побочную, что называется, игру. Поэтому как раз мы ее растянем на месяц-два. Вот, ну, типа, по одному стриму где-то в день, ну, может быть, опять, по одному стриму в неделю где-то. Вот, и как раз она, типа, растянется. Вот так. Мне кажется, идеальное решение. Вот. А кто тогда ты? Есть дела поважнее. Ой, у меня инфаркт. Ходить можешь.
Sort of, but by God does it burn in your chest.
Если же полное напряжение занимает 5 часов, алло. Бля, братан, это, блядь, я видел нахуй, как там этот прохождение, он из гайда занимает там этого 1Б 3 минуты. Я прошел за 2 часа, так что, да, блядь, все вот эти вот прохождения занимает 5 часов, это я не верю вам.
Even better. Anything else? I wouldn't worry about that. Officers your age have coronary trouble all the time.
Смерть, естественно, часть жизни. Селеста с нами еще надолго. Я, типа, как бы, несмотря на то, что она, как бы, несмотря на то, что она меня душит, и я каждый раз хочу ее дропать, она мне нравится. Вот.
The body is an object, and objects break down. Do what good you can with yours, before the rest goes too.
Я потерял память совсем.
There is no surprise in his voice, only careless superiority.
Ты не удивлен? Ладно, что-нибудь еще?
What else? I'm not a brain doctor. Look on the bright side. You've got a whole new life now. Use it wisely.
Ты можешь мне хоть чем-нибудь помочь?
What? You want me to do blood work for you again? Tell you just how bad things really are across the board? You want another rundown of everything collapsing inside your body?
Да, хочу знать правду.
You want the real, honest to God truth? Stop drinking, eat magnesium and vitamin D. Our station is not our retirement.
Нас не денег возиться с высшими в тираж звездами.
Rockstars past their prime.
So it's political. You're being neglected because of political reasons.
Охуенно.
The money is probably going to some old, oily...
And no, I don't want to hear a political commentary on the subject. In fact, I got work to do. Some idiot has glued his eyelids shut with cyanoacrylate.
На вид Мак Торсон.
Like Mac Torson.
It's not fucking cryoactylate.
Это супер клей. Пожалуй, пока все. Очко навыков. Так, чё я могу качнуть? Бля, я думаю между внутренней империей и сумраком. Так, бля, какие там проверки? Там, если я не ошибаюсь... Бля. Там точно 2, там точно 3, 4, 6 и вроде 8. Давайте пока что внутреннюю империю качнем. Да, я думаю, что внутреннюю империю... Короче, нам нужно довести внутреннюю империю до 8, электрохимию до 8, трепет до 8, супер до 8 и полицейскую волну до 8. Пока что вот так вот будем хуярить. Эквилибристика! -1, блядь! А нужно поговорить с одной о гражданской силе. Возможно, она сообщила о убийстве. Ким, Агар дал тебе номер Сильви?
Hold on. Her number is 005 1944 298.
Received. Hold on, officer.
Сядь отбивать ритм марша ладонями на бедра.
Give it a minute. She might be busy at the moment. Takes a bit to get to the phone.
Just wait. Relax.
Расслабься и жди.
Officer, I have Sylvie Malaika on the line for you.
На проводе Сильвия Малайка.
Yes, hello?
Так, женский голос, значащий помехи, словно говоришь за миллион миль отсюда. Сильвия, по-моему, мы уже встречались, типа станцев.
All right. Hello, officer. What can I do for you?
You can hear resentment in her.
Слышна неприязнь.
She's not thrilled to be talking to you.
Охуенно.
There is no resentment in her tone.
Она хочет, чтобы ты позвал ее на свидание, 100 пудов.
No question about it.
Эй, не хотите как-нибудь выпить со мной кофе?
No, absolutely not.
Вы уволились из станцев. Почему?
Why did I leave the bar? Honestly, I'm not really comfortable discussing it with you, sir.
Стоп, почему вам это не хотелось бы обсуждать со мной?
Let's just say I left because I needed to get away from someone.
Кого?
You know whom?
Сами знаете
I
кого.
think you hear a sliver of accusation in her words. Don't be paranoid. She's obviously talking about someone else.
Она явно имеет в виду не тебя. Вы про меня? Вам не хотелось видеть меня?
I really don't want to talk about this. Let's just forget about this, okay?
Ладно, вы ушли из-за Гарта?
No, why would you even think that?
Он скажет, что пригласил вас на свидание. Не приглашал?
Please, don't bring Gart into this. It's none of your business. I already said I don't want to talk about this. You're messing everything up.
Снова все портите.
You mean why did I leave the bar? What? No, why?
Тинь, не бойся скотина, не бойся за себя постоять.
Please, don't. I
А,
already
ничего
said
нового
I
не
don't want
скажет.
to talk about
Полицию вызывали вы?
No, not me.
А почему, собственно, вы не позвонили? Вас не смущал труп на заднем дворе?
Of course it bothered me. But I thought the union already knew about the court.
А почему он вообще профсоюз?
No one calls the police. The union would get angry.
В смысле?
You know, what the union says goes. People listen to them and they take care of their own, which is like everyone here.
Garbage.
Стоп, Ким, она говорит правду? Закон здесь профсоюз?
Legally, no. In reality, yes. Martinez is de facto policed by the dock workers union.
Words are not necessary to feel the lieutenant's discontent for the situation.
Слова не требуются. Объясните, почему вы допустили, чтобы... Я здесь власть! Объясните, почему вы допустили, чтобы труп столько времени провисел на заднем дворе, вместо того, чтобы вызвать нас?
I didn't want to get in trouble with the others.
Я мне не хотелось проблем.
Push her further. Show her the error of her
Она как сильно ошибалась.
No, don't push her. It sounds as if she's about to cry.
Так, на счету, вы забыли на закон ради собственной шкуры, так?
I didn't know I had to report it. I thought someone would take him down eventually.
The fucking nerves on her.
Да охренел, прячь за слабостью, ты бог. Гневный, но правильный. Я бог, звать нужно меня, а не профсоюз. Уяснила.
Hey, if you cannot restrain yourself, then I'll be handling the interviews from now on, and you can quietly take notes.
Мясо и мед, лейтенант. Мясо и мед, лейтенант, у меня свои, а теперь не мешай мне делать свою работу.
But know that I don't approve of such gratuitous volatility.
An angry cop refusing to face his demons and taking his frustrations out on others. Just a badge and a gun away from those he's manhandling. A fast-burning candle. That's the side you just exposed to the lieutenant. He doesn't judge. Has seen it too many times already. You both have, probably, but he takes a mental note. Breathing on the other end suggests that Sylvie is still on the line.
What? Of course it bothered me.
Нас надо было вызвать полицию.
You know.
Garbage.
Push
her. No, don't push her. The fucking nerves.
Да, слезы не находите, лучше вы рыдали в трубку, вызывая полицию.
Almost here. The girl getting smaller on the other end of the line.
Вы знаете, кто звонил?
No. I honestly don't know.
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later, officer. It just might take a while.
Ладно, следующий вопрос.
I do hope so. Please don't call me again. Bye.
Стоп, она вас сердится, что ли? Ну почему?
No.
Блядь!
She doesn't have a problem with you. It must be someone else she's angry about.
Ну я же мужчина, дело точно не во мне.
Батю
не прокинул! Блядь! Нахуя и качал!
No. You're the guy. You're Lieutenant Love, matchmaker extraordinaire. Help the poor girl out.
Баба же наверняка прозываете цену, баб. Все всегда товар наденешь.
Oh yeah, my point exactly. You know how they are. Transactional and hysteric. Loony broads. You know what you've got to do. First, you've got to calm her down. Tell her you've got everything.
Типа говори с Гартом по-пацански.
Little boys talk with Gart. Think you can do that, Lieutenant?
Справься, лейтенант Любовь. Хм, ты еще там, детка, слушай, у меня все схвачено. Знаю, детка, знаю, просто если что-то такое девичье и непосредственное, мужики от тебя сходят с ума, особенно мужики вроде Гарта. Мне что подскажешь, что скоро ты решили прям замечательное событие.
What?
Увидишь, лейтенант, увидишь.
Call was terminated by the other party. Anything else, officer?
Блять! Разрывная!
It's on. The love quest is on.
Теперь не отвертеться.
Everyone. It's on. Take it to...
Just a second, officer.
Это, блять, база.
10-2, 10-5. This is 41st. Come in. Over.
A scrawny old man sits in a dusty cubicle, smoking, with a large white rectangle sewn on his vest. In front of him is a box-shaped apparatus with an array of wires and antennas. The radio switchboard.
Привет, это, я работаю у вас на участке.
10-4, what's your status? Over.
Все плохо.
10-18, 10-20, over.
Пожалуйста, просто говори со мной по-человечески, я не понимаю всех этих цифр.
Your message, sir. Over.
Мне вас требуется финансовая помощь.
I don't have the authority to grant your request, but...
Is it him? What does he want?
He says he needs money.
Don't give that asshole anything.
Он все пропьет.
You're gonna drink it all.
Alright, that's a negative on the additional funds, sir. Over.
Достаточно в высшей степени критично, чтобы вы не выделили денег.
He says it's important to the case.
He isn't getting...
Гроша не получишь, так ему и передай.
Request denied, sir. Over.
Nothing is working.
Бесполезно. На коленях вас валю, мне сегодня спать негде.
He's in trouble. Doesn't have a place to sleep.
Well, I guess he'd better crack the case before sundown then.
Vigmar said...
Who cares what this Vigmar said?
Дави на жалость.
Enough, officer. This begging is below.
Я не хочу здесь больше быть, я хочу домой, пожалуйста, приезжайте и заберите меня. Ну, бля, это будет как-то не в отыгрыше персонажа, на самом деле.
Anything else, sir? Over.
Так, я хочу Так, ты можешь сказать, но я хотел обсудить кое-что личное.
Your badge should have most of your personal details. Look over that. Over.
У меня нет его удостоверения.
9, repeat message. Over.
Удостоверение не могу найти, пропало, короче.
This is a very serious situation. I need to 1022 the captain. Over.
1022 the captain? This sounds bad.
Если бы к директору в школе позвали.
Like being called to the headmaster's office in school.
Any other good news?
He's saying he lost his badge.
He what? He lost his badge? Who lost his badge? Dick fucking Mullen. Who do you think?
Dick Mullen's run.
Dick Mullen from the bestseller Dick Mullen and the Lost Identity.
Dick Mullen is not your name. It's the name of a fictional detective who would not lose his badge. Defend yourself. Immediately. They're laughing at you.
Как офицер... Ну хватит пираты, пусть прекратят, дело серьезное.
Of course it's serious.
Удостоверение, блядь, посеять.
Satellite officer Vicmar concurs. Losing your badge is serious. Over.
Офицер потерял удостоверение, вот умора, типа я первый в мире коп, с которым это
He
случилось.
says this has probably happened to other policemen before him and laughs sarcastically.
Oh god damn it.
Он, сука, издевается, за это все отделение выебут.
Satellite officer Vicmar is wondering if you might be joking and adds that this tarnishes the reputation of the entire station. Over.
Mullen dicked us.
Дикий зик в натуре. Можем прекратить, я просто хочу подать заявление и покончить с этим.
10-4, I hear you, officer. I'm just going to make a note here that you are in pursuit of your misplaced badge. Over.
Fuck me. Mac, come here. You've got to hear this. Dick Mullen lost his badge.
What's going on?
Super Cop here lost his badge.
He lost his
Что он потерял?
His badge. He lost his goddamn fucking badge.
Ты недавно склеил себе веки, а теперь на мной стебешься. Да перестаньте вы хоть на секунду повторять потерял удостоверение.
Please stop saying he lost his badge.
Why? Did he find it?
Sergeant Orson was wondering if you found your badge yet. Over.
You don't have a comeback. Sorry. It's hard to think like this.
He's not replying. Looks like he's still looking for it.
Пока довольно, хочу обсудить другое.
Again, I didn't get that. Over.
New heights even for Captain Sober.
Ask him. Ask him if he's lost his gun.
Sergeant Orson wants to know if you lost your gun too. Over.
Check your pockets. Check your... Holy fuck. You don't know where it is.
У меня нет пистолета.
It's gone. It's not fucking on you.
Don't sweat it, Bratan. You don't need a gun to have fun. We can still have fun. It's not all over.
10-9, coming officer. Did you get my question? We were wondering about your gun. Over.
Even before you can get the words out, everything gets scrambled in your brain.
Короче, не теряла свою тушку, то есть пушку, бляха. Не теряла свой пистолет.
He says he didn't lose his gun. Or his fun, whatever that means.
Ask him to describe it. His gun. Not his fun. Just the gun will do.
Satellite officer McLean requests a description of your weapon. Over.
The fuck do you need a gun for?
На бицу в свою посмотри, ты сам пушка, мощнейшая пушка в мире.
The biggest one in the world. Oh, request a description, huh? We'll give him one. Describe the plasma gun.
Так. Это вопрос с подвохом. Я мастер боевых искусств, все тело, мое тело небольшой пистолет.
Host in heaven. Did he lose his gun and his mind?
Dear God, he lost his gun. Oh my, I can't.
This isn't really a laughing matter.
Это не смешно.
The giant of Coco Nur by himself, but Disco here made him piss his pants.
Так, надо не забыть, то что нам нужно еще в помойке покопаться и сходить, получить 100 рублей.
Oh, I can't. Fuck. He lost his ass. He still got his wiener.
I'm not going to.
Я не буду.
Ask him.
Sergeant Orson here is wondering if you are still in possession of your
Бля!
Now is a good time to say fuck, ass, and so on. That'll make this all right.
Забыл его, когда в зад я вчера пердолил, так ему и передай.
That's a negative. I'm not going to say that. Over.
What's he saying? Share with the class.
He said he sodomized your mother.
The prick ate Mama's vanilla waffles at the captain's birthday party. Some nerve he's got.
Sure, vanilla waffles were the only thing he ate?
Shut up, Chester. This isn't funny. This is my mom we're talking. Tell him to apologize right
Живо, чтобы немедленно извинился.
Sergeant Orson requests that you apologize for the claims that you made about his mother. Over.
Если боишься последствий, может, не стоит задирать огнеходца.
Says you shouldn't have antagonized the firewalker in the first place.
Who?
Who?
Satellite Officer V.
Огнеходец.
I'm afraid he might be referring to himself as Firewater, sir.
Огненосцем.
Firewater? He's lost it. Fuck it. Tell him to find his goddamn badge and gun. That's the only thing that matters.
Satellite Officer V.
Так, мне нужно, так, я услышал, займусь. Это чтобы поймать задание.
Oh God,
Officer, do you need further assistance? Over.
Пока у меня все.
18 kilometers to the south, in the 41st Precinct's relay booth, a small crowd has gathered around Communication Officer Jules Oldboy Pidier, around a dozen cops. The small room is filled with cigarette smoke, abuzz with laughter, when Officer Judith Minnow enters. Her left arm is in bandages, and her hair trimmed short.
What is going on here? Did something happen?
What happened is my partner made contact. It's not good.
Второе удостоверение и оружие.
And his sidearm.
Кажется, даже бредит.
Delirious even.
Mac, the torso Torson, is finger-fucking his fist, laughing hoarsely and apparently telling some dirty story to his partner, Chester McLean.
Yeah, Mullen was fucked, alright. Sounded fucking drunk to me.
Yeah, Mac's right. This was some gnarly shit there. I mean, before he started begging for money, it was...
Enough! None of this is funny. It's fucking sad. That's what it is.
Это грустно.
He's a cop. He's one of us, goddamn this.
We must help him.
Нужно ему помочь.
Yeah? How do you
Ты,
fucking
блядь, собираешься от бухла его отвадить.
Get him off the drink?
Пробежки с ним по утрам
Jogging
ходить.
with him in the morning and get him on carrot juice? He's a lost man.
I just know we can't give up on him when he's at his
Потому
weakest.
что бросить его в самую тяжкую минуту, он бы нас не бросил.
Mac, man the door. You know what he told me? I don't want to get better. I want to get worse. Those were his words.
Дословно.
This shit does not leave this room. Not a word of this to the captain. Or anyone else. We'll give him a couple of days to pull his shit together.
Ему пару дней, пусть разбирается.
I guess I can hold off the report for a few days.
Good. Okay, everybody. Nothing but a prank call here. We all got our laughs. Now get back to work.
Они, короче, отдают нам время.
On the other side of the motorway, the officer quietly hunches with his hand in the motor carriage.
Закрыть дверцу.
Tremble. The time is now. Taola.
Какой час?
Time for the show. For Taola. The hallowed time of fear and disintegration. A countdown has begun. All will collapse on itself. The world will disappear into a single grain of blackness. All sound will be muted. All life will scream.
Да, Ола, что это?
Logu Theodos, Xeno Zausin, Ipoli Osithien, Echondes Fronisin.
Погоди, а когда начался отчет-то?
Monday morning, the moment you arrived in this reality, are the first crack in the shell face of God. From you it will spread.
Это все потому, что я иногда говорю какую-то дичь о конце света, да?
Yes, you spoke the words of the Palindropos and the houses of Pericarnassus. Items, people, even words will tumble. All will lose its meaning in the coming years. That is why you marked yourself.
И ты думаешь, скоро нашему миру может стать конец?
The face of the woman fractures. There will be herd killing. We all become vapor.
О! Коп апокалипсиса. Бредни безумца. Инструменты. А, кстати, да, я могу попробовать закинуться внутрь империи снова. О, успех! А если это ты? Что я? Укокошу повешенного?
Yes, you killed him. And then, as part of the plan, you drowned out the memory. Maybe this is why your chest feels so hollow. You did an awful thing. And you can't even...
Не можешь даже себе этому признаться.
Are you sure you would have the strength to take down a hardened mercenary? You're not in the best shape.
Нихуя, я в отличной форме. Ким, возможно, убийца я его убил, потом сделал так, что забыл об этом.
And what has led you to this conclusion?
У меня пусто в груди, будто я сделал что-то ужасное.
That is a common side effect of overindulgence. It will pass.
То есть думаешь, что я его не убивал?
I find that highly unlikely. It's not unusual for detectives to feel complicit in a crime until the perpetrator is apprehended, especially when the investigation is dragging.
Ну ладно. Так, собственно.
This Postlavantore mail collection box has been heavily vandalized with graffiti.
Хороший ящик.
The box seems happy.
Ты кто такой? А. Так, с девочкой мы поговорим потом. Нам сначала, блядь... Эрюдес Англисен 8Б.
Old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center.
Главный торговый зал.
Key melody starts playing after you ring the doorbell. Then a woman picks up the receiver.
Kuno, please stop calling me here. Grown-ups don't have time for your stupid games.
А кто такой Куно? Это полиция, откройте.
Oh, I'm sorry, officer. I thought you were... But the doorbell is broken, and the bookstore shouldn't even be on the list anymore. So I can't help you. Please don't call here again.
Звоните сюда больше, пожалуйста. Спасибо.
A single beep indicates that the line has gone dead.
Парикмахерская.
You ring the doorbell, but no one answers. Just seeing the words Andro Orlando gets your hackles up. Its very existence is a threat to your masculinity, to say nothing of your hair.
Юношеская школа бокса, тренажерный зал Артем Пител.
All you hear is static, but no one answers the call.
Окна
You
24.
ring the doorbell, but nothing happens.
Ателье Эмма.
You wait for a minute or two, but
Да мы уже поняли, что все заброшено в пизду. Фебран такси, остальное сгорело.
Looks like someone has melted half the plastic.
Таксидермист,
off with a
наверное.
lighter. The doorbell
СКА
doesn't work
Спилстрим.
You hear static from the intercom speaker. It sounds as if someone has picked up the receiver, but isn't saying anything.
Алло, вы слышите меня?
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial Electric. Have Have you come to place an order?
Погодите, торца Daniel Electrics, я думаю, я звоню в СК Spillstream.
My God.
The lieutenant exchanges a look with you.
Простите.
My God. I didn't
Чё,
think I
блядь,
would
происходит?
take a call.
It's a woman, and she knows you.
Она знает тебя.
Your heart beats faster. No, something's wrong here. Are you sure she's talking to you?
Мы знакомы?
Michelle, just please.
Sounds like a ghost. Wind blows through your clothes and you feel detached from your surroundings. Inside the building, a cold memory hangs.
Why did you even call? I don't understand. You've been gone for months. I thought you didn't care.
Расскажите, в чем дело, что я такого сделал?
Ever since I came to work here, it's been different. As if my mind's been wiped clean.
A spot of static overrides her words. When she
Ow.
speaks again, it sounds like she's submerged.
It's so nice. It's so nice to be able to finally forget.
Забыть о чем?
She sounds like she's about to cry. The cold is deep under your skin, as if you were talking to someone who's 100 years away. Somewhere inside the building, water is flooding the cellar floor.
Алло.
She doesn't answer.
Сказали, что это хорошо. Что же хорошего в забвении?
The only thing you can hear now is static and waves washing ashore on the bay.
Что это было?
Another seagull passes by. It's getting cold standing here, staring at the silent call box.
I don't know what happened either. We should probably stop playing with this thing.
Бляха.
You press the number sign on the keypad that terminates the call. 12 name cards on the call box.
СК Slipstream.
Whatever she says,
О!
it can't hurt you. You're a different person now. Stronger, healthier, and alright. Maybe not.
Пусть не здоровее, но ты
But it's a bonus
так просперовал мозги, что
that
я не
you
помнишь
so
свои
hard
прошлые
you can't
отношения, и это
remember
определенно
any of your
хорошо.
past
Забвение
relationships.
твой туз в рукаве.
Oblivion's the ace in your corner.
Позвоню еще раз.
There's a light buzz as you press the doorbell, waiting for her to answer the call. It's cold outside, and you can hear the wind blowing into the speaker. A strange metallic taste fills your mouth as you stare at the intercom.
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial Electric.
Здравствуйте, снова я хочу поговорить с вами.
My God.
Here come the bad vibes again. Relax. Distance yourself from it.
Что?
It's you. My God. I didn't think I would hear your voice again.
Подождите, почему вы повторяете эти слова?
Michelle, just please. Why did you even call? I don't understand.
Вы расскажете, вы все равно будете повторять одно и то же, да?
The voice from the intercom doesn't answer, but you can hear her breathing. Wind blows into your microphone again, crackling. Your hands are getting cold, and your breathing becomes visible, forming small silvery puffs in the air.
Все, теперь можем поговорить?
Ever since I came to work here, it's been different. As if my mind's been wiped clean.
Промолчать.
It's so nice. It's so nice to be able to finally forget about you.
And then it hits
Что
you.
тебя осеняет? Вы всего лишь
She
запись.
tries again not to cry, and still doesn't succeed completely. Her quiet sobs sound old and distant, as if her voice is being played
Старый
off
восковой
a wax
цилиндр.
cylinder. Real or not, your mirror neurons react.
Тебе больно это
Feels painful
слушать.
to be listening to this. Anger boils up in your chest.
Анна, почему я все чувствую себя
Her
виновным?
sound melts into the static from a long-distance phone call. From time to time, you can hear people talking in the distance, but can't make out any words. This is where you hung up the call the last time, but the recording is still going.
Слушать
The
дальше.
phone rings in the office with an old-fashioned chime, and someone walks by in a pair of heels. The static is like a warm blanket wrapped around.
Вы меня слышите?
No one replies, but the static grows stronger like rainfall. Then a female voice speaks out, completely different from the one before. Glorious and total somehow. Crawling inside your head.
For 300 years I have been here, volatile and luminous, made of sodium and rain. If you want me, you can find me on the beach. До назерния бал.
So... It was a recording trapped in the
Циклинг где-то в схемах, он остался от какого-то редактора, такой насущается, может закончить с этим, нас ждут другие тайны. Самое только что пришло нечто странное. Обязательно пришло что-то странное. СК Fortress Accident. Ревашоль Айс Сити.
No one answers the doorbell.
Торговый зал, здание Б, танцы в трепье.
Nothing happens after you ring the doorbell. They don't want to talk
С тобой не хотят разговаривать. Пейнтбольный зал, Восточная Дельта.
Silence. No one answers your call.
Пустая табличка.
This button looks new, but someone has removed the name card. Nothing happens when you try to ring it.
Huh. This button looks new. It's probably not connected yet.
О, помойка. Блять, пожалуйста. Все, ебать, с пакетом. Этот механизм ржавеет уже не первый год.
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite.
Что это?
Nothing. Someone just left some roofing material slanted against an old.
Почему вы пялись на кучу кровельного материала?
Because it's nice and orderly, well-laid palette, easy on the eyes. No, there's more to this.
Какое-то странное чувство.
Feeling.
Какое чувство?
Hard to say. It's gone now. Feelings pass, you see.
А, блять, восприятия не хватает. О, ведро. А, мне здесь не пройти. Буква R украшенная короной. Ниже надпись «Стоите свет над погружением».
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, whirling in rags. There's something in there, not necessarily connected to the case, but still.
Почему я смотрю, у тебя мусорный бак? Ты же просто мусорный бак.
Downwind from here. Maybe you prefer the smell of garbage to the smell of death.
Леонид, что по-твоему может быть внутри?
Trash, food waste from the cafeteria. They lock these containers to keep the derelicts from flocking in. Could be evidence too.
Да, еще там что-то есть.
What do you mean, feel?
Это экстрасенсорное восприятие, чтобы там не находилось внутри, это важно.
I agree. We should get someone from the remote viewers division here.
Что такое отряд дальновидцев?
All the detectives from all the precincts who experience extrasensory perception go to the remote viewers division.
О, можем их вызвать.
No, because they don't exist.
Я просто невероятно разочарован. Я думал, отряд дальновидцев существует.
But we should still access this container.
И как нам открыть замок?
Using a pry bar, the one you took from my motor carriage, or...
Did someone say pry bar?
Охуенно, монтировка.
Pry bar. Your palms yearn its cold touch to grasp it once more. As you've done so many times.
Или что, лейтенант?
You could ask for a key from the manager of the Whirling in Rags. He probably has one.
Ask the manager? Bullshit. Go straight for the pry bar and pry this baby wide open.
О, да, блядь.
This trash container is locked.
Ух.
The sliding lid has a padlock that says, whirling in rags. Force time isn't happening. You've jammed the pry bar under the lid.
Не получилось, блядь.
Isn't bending. What is this? Your triceps ache for the metal to bend, but it resists. This calls for a potent curse to help break its resistance.
Что за ебаная хуйня? Из чего этот баг сделан? Из дерьма?
The quality of metal is not the problem. From what I see, it's sturdy enough.
He's enjoying your little failure. He finds it amusing.
Какая потная злобная
He's
рожа.
reveling in sweaty rage on your face.
Нудьбаг.
Unsatisfying. Hurtful. You hear a ringing sound, but not quite hollow. The can seems to be full. Full of itself.
Презрением к тебе.
Happy you failed. This snickering trash container is having a grand old time.
Вынес на монтировке всем весом.
There's a creaking sound as the pry bar slips under the lid. You hang from it like a moron, huffing and puffing. Clearly the technique is wrong, but nothing else comes to mind.
Бесполезно, не могу его
Let's
взломать.
ask the manager for the key. This is clearly not working.
Хотел использовать монтировку, у меня такое чувство, что это даст.
You are. The pry bar is quite satisfying and handy. But you are just not good enough at prying. We should get the keys.
Бля, нужно разблокировать навык грубая сила. Ду-ду-ду-ду. Стоп, блядь. Нужно кое-что проверить. О, кстати, у меня сглаживание включено. Бля, может все-таки поставить отличное качество шейдеров? Так, погодите. Что-то я... Так, бля, а как типа вот это вот... Настройки игры... Ну, здорово. После баг на дворе твой?
No, it belongs to the whirling in rags.
Thank you for clearing that up. Why do you keep the container locked?
Чем вы запираете?
Why? To keep the hobos and drunks out. That's why. And the neighbors too. They put their trash there and they don't pay for the garbage company.
I thought as much. And are you the only party with access to the trash container?
Well, yes. Us and the garbage disposal company.
Нам нужны ключи от
What do
бака.
you need them for?
It concerns the case. Please cooperate.
Just bring them back once you're done, please.
Чайник, который я тебе должен.
Yes. Have you got it?
Дайте-ка вы мне о чем-нибудь другом.
What? I was really enjoying
Кое-что видел в
talking about
танцах...
the money you owe me.
Так, кое-что видел в танце Гард, хочу об этом поговорить.
Thing.
Я заметил знак, написано, что зарезервирован для профсоюза.
Yes, not the whole damn union, thank God. Just the nastiest and loudest faction. They come here in the evenings. Dumb, unruly types. Think they're big shit. But they're good customers. They place big orders and always pay on time.
He hates the union, but grudgingly recognizes its power over him. So he's directing his frustration at you instead. Retaliate.
Жаль, что, чтобы не разориться, тебе приходится потягаться перед
I
профсоюзом.
don't. I'm simply providing a service, or really facilitating the offering of services to paying customers, and it doesn't matter. I don't have to explain myself to you.
We should find out who this Lord faction is, occupying the booth. Loudness means talkative, and we need info.
Как нам их
We
найти?
don't. We have to wait. They'll show up sooner or later. Men get hungry, even striking men. If not today, then they'll be here tomorrow.
Что поговорить о другом?
You feel like you should come back to this thing.
В танцах еще кое-что.
Great. Yes.
А где собираюсь спеть здесь под караоке?
Absolutely out of the question.
You wait and see, cafeteria manager. Absolutely in the question. First we find a sad banger. Then we sing this place to shit.
Короче, я поговорю с Сильви. Боже, не похож.
But he should be. Lay it on him.
Как вы всегда осуждая мое слово и обижая нас на карусели хуёв.
It is. It's wonderful.
What? What does that mean? Cock carousel.
Она будет кружиться на карусели хуёв, пока не состарится, а потом подыщет себе спонсора.
Does it mean you talked to her? What else did she say about me?
What else do you need?
Чего ж более? И что еще нравится, карусели хуёв, веселье.
He looks at you, spinning your arms, then leans on the corner and sighs. His head drops between the shoulders, heavy.
She broke the bird, you know. The great skewer. I found it on the ground with the broken wing.
А ведь она сломала птицу.
I should have known. It was her way of telling me to piss off. I should stuff it up my ass.
Но я даже мы птицу вроде сломали.
Yes, the bird is connected to this. It's a symbol of hope, and she broke it.
Сонная птица, перья, кивнуть с видом знака. Все это часть карусели хуёв.
Cock carousel. I think I understand now. That's what they ride until like 39. They ride the cock carousel until the clock runs out. Here, have the rest. Now let me have a drink and think about this shit.
Ебать, блять. Ну я, конечно, гей.
And there we have it. Isn't that beautiful? Another situation fixed by Dr. Love.
Получили задание. Так, можно качнуть еще внутреннюю империю. До 8 чисто, блядь, знаете, типа. Так. Либо что, либо полицейскую волну. Либо, кстати, сумрак. Бля, я даже не знаю. Так, что нам нужно? Нам нужна внутренняя империя, трепет, сумрак. А короче, вот эти вот 5 перков. Эти вот 5 перков. Либо уже самовнушение до 3 ебануть. До 3 чисто. Интуиция и чутье, сны его, бля. 8 внутренняя империя, мужики. Это база, как по мне. Я думаю, пока что как бы с внутренней империи хватит. Дальше уже пойдем дальше по сумраку. Вот. Я думаю, что нам сейчас нужно замаксить все-таки, ну, типа, до 8 хотя бы полицейскую волну, трепет и внутреннюю империю. Потом пойдем по сумраку и электрохимии. Красный командор.
Well, hello. Someone seems to have found himself a bottle of alcohol. Here's where the magic happens. Light reflects off the green glass of the Commodore Red. The gods have been generous. Better pop it open before they change their minds.
Так. Сейчас, момент. Сейчас, момент, я хочу чекнуть одну мысль важную. Я вот не помню, как она получается. Так. Так, бля. А, блядь. Что-то я не могу понять. Так. Блять, нихуя не понял. Так, сейчас, погодите, я все-таки хочу узнать, блядь, где эта хуйня получается. Так, сейчас, погодите секунду. Блять, как найти-то? О, во! Ужас реальности. Хотя я ее уже изучал так-то.
Wow, the gods of mass production have made this alcohol container laughably easy to open. A child could have done it. There's a satisfying pop as the cork jumps out, and the hair on your back rises like an army at attention. You see a flash of teeth, a young woman smiling at you near some railway overpass in your ruined past.
Какие будут последствия?
Nothing. Some mental stuff. Nothing to be worried about. Physically, you'll be strong as an ox. A golden sun melts down your throat. Its rays filling your nostrils with sunshine. Your stomach melts from it into a happy, gooey mess.
О, плюс 30 опыта.
So does your mind. All the bad things are melting.
In the bottom right corner of the screen, there's an alcohol button. Alcohol gives +1 to physique skills. Physical instrument.
From the void we came.
Сюда пришли и в пустоту должны вернуться. Так, нужно убрать бутылочку. Нормально, нормально, блядь. Апнулись, апнулись. Кайф. Все, блядь, я готов, блядь. Я готов разъебывать. Я хочу попробовать еще раз пройти эту ебаную белую проверку.
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid.
А, стоп, я типа не могу.
This trash container is locked. This trash container with
Не
a
могу, к
well-oiled
сожалению.
crack. The lock pops open. It don't. Maybe you shouldn't.
Я лучше, что я там что-то найду.
There is, but you won't.
Тебе это не понравится.
Sweat forms on your brow. Your hand is still on the lid.
Открыть.
The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
We're just in time. This hasn't been emptied for over a week.
Возьми картонные
You
коробки.
see milk and egg rest with one broken egg in it. Some pasta wrapper. Picking up the soggy packages somehow feels familiar. A box falls into pieces in your hands. Batiste Soleil cereal. There are plastic pasta packages below. And turbo noodles. Nothing of note, however.
Приподнять тряпки.
Among the threadbare kitchen towels, something catches your eye. A pair of denim trousers. As the legs of the slime-covered jeans begin to unspool from the garbage, a rank corpse smell fills the air.
The victim's clothes?
Это с убитого.
Cadaverine odor is faint. If these belong to the deceased, they were removed when he was still in the early stages of decay. Drop them in here, officer. Guitar marked blue jeans.
Жалко, что их нацепить на себя нельзя.
Or emptied. He wore them with a belt, too. A white belt. The loops appear stretched, but the belt is missing. That's it. Do you see anything else in there? I have another bag here.
Something slimy catches your eye.
Пышную
A
трубку.
drab, long-sleeved shirt, olive-colored, appears from the food waste, dripping with pus.
Жвачку
This
в
is a
пакет.
military type overgarment. No label or serial number. This is the kind of rib-knit shirt that's worn over light armor to conceal it in an urban scenario. Anything more?
The rest of the rags are just kitchen variety waste. A yellow old mug that catches your eye. But other than that...
Грязное полотенце, кружка, больше ничего.
We should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash. It could be as simple as someone from the hostel cleaning the yard. Or that one. I'd advise against confronting that force.
Даже уйти же, кто это выбросил.
What's he on about? Kids? You hear that, Kuno? He thinks you're an infant or something.
See?
Думаешь, что-то из танцев может быть в этом замешан?
All we know is the victim's clothes are in the trash. The lid was locked and his establishment had the key. It's just a small loose thread.
The lieutenant nods, then looks back.
Кстати, у меня есть желание этот, блядь. Как сказать, короче... Скажем так. Получить достижение с этим, блядь, короче, с мусорщиком. Да я не уверен.
It's just organic waste, cold and slimy on your hands. Apple and potato peels, mostly. Unidentified sludge, and the occasional chicken bone thrown in for good measure. But hey, nothing.
Что там нет, ничегошеньки.
Nothing more to see here.
Пи-пи-пу-пу. Привет! Привет, Дань Пиксель, привет.
What's this?
Что же это такое?
A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the handle.
Кусок синего пластика,
It's
блестящий.
shiny. Looks like the corner of something. Something larger. A clipboard. A blue plastic clipboard with moist papers hanging from it. They look badly damaged, but you can still make out forms and notes, written in a man's handwriting.
Officer, is that your paperwork?
Не, не может быть.
Yes, it is. Look. This plastic has the RCM street grid on it. You've even got an autopsy form. If you don't mind me asking, how did this get in the trash?
Я от него какой-то дурной пришел. Может, мне нужно было от него избавиться, чтобы не началась великая резня? Я реку на неведомом языке.
Also thorough inventories. You should take stock of your notes. Make sure it's all there. Official notes contain informants' names. If some of it has fallen into the hands of the RCM's adversaries, Bloodletting may well ensue.
Хорошо, так и
It will also
сделаю.
not hurt to start taking notes on the case. Now, tell me what your eagle eyes see. Or are we finished?
Some items, such as the ledger you found, are interactable. Go to your inventory.
Кружка. И эту кружку, я и эту кружку
You
заберу.
pick out a broken mug with an oddly racist depiction of the yellow man frolicking in saffron.
Антиквариат?
Only in its social sensibility.
Забрать кружку.
You've acquired an interactable item. Invest.
The
Закрыть.
container sounds a muffled gong.
That's one thing off the list.
Кружка «Желтый человек».
It's just a racist mug. What's there to read here?
Сколько тут всего, вывести можно немало.
Oh boy, here we go. What are you going to say about a broken, tossed away mug that you dug out of the garbage?
Эта кружка еще пригодится. Отрицая ее, я могу взорвать патетический... Так. Так, яркий пример использования стереотипов. Так, отрицая ее, я смогу патетический вес, который... Сомнительные идеишки, то есть подлог к растрату. Невеста Пойга, это просто смешная кружка. Неужели ни у кого не осталось чувства юмора?
You're that kind of detective. Why don't you get back to your case? It's just a racist.
Снова обсудить эту кружку. Испорченный журнал.
You found in the trash. A pitiful cabbage of white and yellow papers.
Бля, что с шрифтом? Это базированный шрифт, который дислексический, короче. Его не иронично проще читать. Никогда не верю в эти, типа, блядь, шрифты, которые, типа, блядь, для дислектиков, реально этот шрифт проще читать. Бля, если бы все было написано, Ратаху бы, блядь, не запинался на каждом слое, когда игры проходил, блядь, где читать нужно. Вот. Что-нибудь еще?
There's a piece of toilet paper. Or is it cleaning tissue? No, it's toilet paper. Desperately sticking to the back of the blue plastic clipboard. It's a metaphor.
Метафора твоей жизни.
Below the pathetics, terror. Do not look into its blue heart.
Осмотреть туалетную бумагу.
Toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic clipboard. You can take it off if you want.
Может, это бумажное полотенце, они выглядят абсолютно одинаково.
If you want it to be kitchen tissue, it can be kitchen tissue.
Убрать.
Still wet, the toilet paper, I mean kitchen tissue, sorry, peels off the plastic easily. All you have to do is shake it off your finger and voila, the ledger now looks marginally better.
Осмотреть зажим.
An aluminium block runs the width of the board, biting down on the paperwork. Its crocodile teeth are the only thing keeping the papers together. A regular pencil, the tip worn down to nothing, has been attached to the clip.
Провести рукой по алюминиевой
The
полоске.
surface is interrupted by a silvery sticker. It's rectangular, sparkling with iridescence. You don't know how you didn't notice it before.
Итак, это один из тех географических водяных знаков.
Yes, halogen watermark used for adding information to RCM property.
Интересно, и какие именно данные?
Aside from an anti-counterfeiting stamp, mine has my station number and address. The information varies by date of issue.
How many years you've been on the force, he's thinking. It'll have that. Your kill count. Yours will surely have your kill count.
А как мне это
Any
прочесть?
capable light with the right wavelength will do.
Например?
All RCM vehicles have headlights designed to reveal halogen watermarks. Mine too.
Надя Фокин, Ртук, привет, срочно запиши курочек в Японяч. Ну ладно, сейчас запишу. Не понимаю, правда, зачем? Так, Мне на стриме сказали записать кружочек в японяч. Вот, я записываю. Вот, да. Все. Сейчас все будет. Давай такой же. Чё, давай такой же. Бля, как по... Блять. Такой же. Ну хуй знает. Если, конечно, не получится повторить, типа. Такой же, я уже забыл, что там было, типа. Что-то такое, типа. Не. Типа, короче, я не помню, что там было. Ладно, похуй, короче, кругляши записали. Вот. Продолжаем. Продолжаем. Надо еще будет часть сделать.
This means you can read the watermarks if you just turn.
Но только включить фары.
Okay. While a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard in your hand, it's a sorry sight.
Понюхать журнал.
The acidic stench of rotting food is rubbed off on the cellulose. It now forms the base of the experience. This base surrounded by a faint air of spoiled meat, the stuff of death itself, and then sprinkled liberally with the citrus zest of toilet cleaner.
Осмотреть планшет.
It's made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to beat someone to submission with. The edges are rounded, however. The U4 size board feels thick and heavy in your hand. Light shimmers on its wet surface. On the back you see the embossed letters RCM.
Кого говоришь, он цвета?
The blue heart. Don't look into it.
Стряхнуть журнал.
Something rattles inside, ever so lightly. Is there a hidden compartment?
Заглянуть внутрь.
The plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli, but it is not see-through. You cannot see to its center. There's pain in there, if you want some. That much you know.
Как его открыть?
With your hands, U4-sized pages hang from the clip, screwed to the top of the board.
О, нихуя!
The two sides of the board appear slightly misaligned, like a drawer that's come
Как перекошенный выдвижной ящик.
If you bend the plastic on your knee slowly, the slides snap back into place. It should be possible to just, you know,
открыть тайник.
Without resistance or sound, the two panels move against each other. The compartment is now open. 2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard.
Ой, блядь! Взять
2
билеты.
octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other in the colored pencil drawings. The tickets permit access to the zoo in Revachol East. The aquarium costs extra. These let you go there too.
Взять открытку.
Thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. Sounds like leaves rustling when you pick it up. You see violet flowers, floral patterns, patches of glue.
Смерха понюхать.
It smells of chewing gum, apricot flavored.
Открыть.
Familiar handwriting lines the inside of the card.
Ой, блядь!
Letters in a woman's hand. Harry, it begins. You're already reading. I wanted to write you a letter so you can read it when you wake up. Maybe it will make you happy.
О, нас... Ну, я-то, конечно, уже знаю, как нас зовут, но да.
Throw it away, please.
Но оно же меня
A
порадует.
merciful wind blows in from the bay of Revachol, dusting the ground at your feet and raising newspapers far away.
Let go.
Отпусти. Что это было?
Frisson covers your entire body, a feeling of cold, a persistent chill.
Отпусти. В прошлый раз мы читали.
No, don't throw away the baggie. There's dust on the drug baggie. It's not good, but at least it's some kind of way to be together.
Бросить открытку, чтобы я отхватил
Just like
ветер.
that, the wind picks it from your fingers. Cold, they let go. The wax paper rustles, a whisper light and low. Then a sudden gust raises the postcard to the drizzle grey sky above, away from you. A small piece of paper dances above Martinez, above slow waves crashing the shore, and the war-torn houses, and the new bâtiments nouveaux alike, above you, looking up to the grey sky, and above the distant streets and the 881, even above the old fish market and the church. Its material existence is lost. This great city will pocket it for you. For your own sake, forget about it. Synapses can be rerouted. The mind takes a new shape. For the 80,000 under your jurisdiction.
80 000 в своем видении.
Under Precinct 41, where typewriters fire long into the night, and officers walk the great steps and the bridge, long after the card has landed in the cold shore waters, its writing dissolved, material disintegrated. The wind carries the keepsake away
Журнал
from you
забвения.
to the southwest. The pale violet dot disappears.
Интересно, что было внутри.
No, you should not have thought back at it. Now some of it is on your mind again.
Снова у тебя в голове.
The ledger of oblivion-induced mental health is just as shabby as the damaged ledger was. A bunch of sodden papers sags from the clipboard in your hand.
The Ledger of Oblivion is a special item that can be used both as an interactable and a tool equipped in your hand for skill bonuses. Find it under the Tools tab in your inventory.
Интернализировать. Мощный ход! Отличное решение. Выбрать кошок бумаги и уйти прочь. Сказать, не сегодня, темная тварь, нужны... Ты подарок не память, мне неинтересно. Позволить прошлому рассыпаться, и пусть чернила смоют залив Мартинеза. С тебя хватит. Тебя не скручивает живот от ужаса, не сдавливает горло едкая нехватка воздуха. Ты не потерял ничего невероятно ценного, слишком ценного, чтобы это назвать. У тебя осталось горло... блядь, говно на палке. Тебе лишь нужно удерживать его в равновесии, и все будет хорошо. Журнал забвения. Внушение, авторитет, внутренняя империя. Блять! На самом деле, авторитет, внушение, внутренняя империя. Такой себе предмет, блять.
It's the ledger you found
Открыть
without
тайник.
resistance or sound. The two panels, two octopuses are... The words just crossed your mind somehow.
Кому они предназначены? Здесь отделение для промокаемых материалов.
Slightly, ever so slightly, difficult to breathe once you've done so. The drawer is locked. Blue ink drips from the white pages in your hand. Your hand shakes. You're flushed with adrenaline.
Писать белая
They're not
страница.
exactly white. They're yellowed in patches by sunlight and alcohol, and covered in dense blue handwriting. Ink escapes into watercolor patterns, reaching its tendrils across entire pages. The paper itself is checkered, with faint red lines, forming short paragraphs. Once in a while, there's a red stamp that exclaims, "Case files commit to paper." The case files themselves are plenty. You count more than 100 sodden, crumpled up, earmarked pages falling apart in your hands. They appear to be sufficiently organized and extremely dense, if mostly illegible.
О чем эти записи?
Work, strife, poverty, the Jamrock Quarter. These are handwritten logs of investigations dating back to January 51, this year. The exact number is hard to estimate, due to missing pages and an odd naming convention. But there are at least 20, maybe 30 cases undertaken, not completed, mind you.
Читать страницы. Так. Так, говоришь о каких-то принципах наименования.
It appears you employ a, shall we say, robust yet literary system. Each investigation has its case number written on the margins. Yet, still more tellingly, Most are accompanied by
Ого, они еще написаны заглавными буквами.
Yes, all caps. One is called The Next World Mural. Another, The Square Bullet Hole Murders. Another yet, The Unsolvable Case.
А еще?
Others appear more light-hearted. The guys on a couch in an unexpected location, and the murder at the hookah parlor. Even the rare article-free collapsing tenement. Murder features prominently throughout. You like this grimy...
Мне нравится эти грязные убийства, да?
Don't you? Wish there was one in there about a drug then. You love those. It's the blood pumping. It's going to take an effort to piece these case files together, but it can be done. Once you're done inspecting them up close.
Ким, идиот, кажется, имеет какой-то принцип наименования.
The alphanumeric, officer, precinct, time of arrival at the scene.
Да, он самый.
Good. That's a good one. But do you also use the titular?
Что ж, да, похоже, использую.
Well, so do I. In our defense, officer, almost everyone in the RCM does.
А почему?
It's a holdover from the early days of the RCM, right after the revolution, when the organization had little idea how to do things. It persists in an unofficial capacity. Officers use these titles to refer to their work among themselves.
Кажется, я назвал одно из дел «Квадратная пуля».
Again, in your defense, I seem to have named one the man with the hole in his head. That was a real person. His death was real. Still, I needed that to amuse myself.
Собственное разрешение. Ну и он душняра.
His loved ones never find out.
Что с ним случилось?
Rail spiked through the head. He died.
О, бля!
Workplace accident.
There is, for precisely one more. 15 pages near the end remain untouched by the damage. The checkered grid forms a structure of passages, breaking the case into subtasks to accomplish.
И сложить в письменном
The
виде.
tasks you've completed flow out of the pen in a brash freehand similar to the rest of the letters. The wording comes easily. It's almost robotically simple. A language developed for mental rigor and simplicity. Inspect the victim's body. Interview the cafeteria manager.
Выжим то, что уже
A
сделано.
satisfying slash sounds across the paper. You're done, it seems to say. And you, and you. And a fuck you to you too. That last one cuts a slash right through the paper.
Нихуя! Плюс боевой дух
Things
на
to be
халяву.
done and things already done. The composition of reality. This is an extremely useful tool for a detective of the citizens' militia. Now all that remains is to name the case.
Лейтенант, случайно не давал название нашему
No,
делу?
actually. Any idea?
Повешенный. Демоны яр живут в зеркалах. Заходящее солнце. Говно на палке.
Ah, yes. I have to tell you, officer, I don't appreciate ironic titles. Other officers will have to use this as reference. If it's idiot or cockfinger, they're not going to get it. They're going to think an idiot and a cockfinger were in this case. So, do you have
Потому что это менее забавное.
Fun is outlawed with this guy. What a knock!
Заходящее солнце.
Okay, okay. It's a good name, but it has one problem. This case has nothing to do with the setting sun. At all. It has nothing to do with that, so... Something more concrete, perhaps? Do you have something concrete? Mundane, usual?
Usual is boring. We don't do that.
Демоны яр живут в зеркалах.
Theories. Yes, well, I don't know. I have to be honest, I'm not experiencing the internal strife that refers to. And also, could you make it less poetic somehow? Just a normal case name, you know? Think.
Его название не придумал.
Oh, well, then maybe I can suggest one.
Давай.
The Hanged Man.
He really likes that name.
Меня не
Are you
цепляет.
sure? I think it's pretty serviceable.
Не
Okay,
цепляет.
The case doesn't need to have a name.
It actually does. You've offended him. There is, for the task, inspect, interview, a and a things to be.
No, actually. Great. That's great. That's actually what I was thinking too. The Hanged Man. I'm going to start calling it the hang.
Пришлось, блядь.
It's good result it is.
Чтобы получить 30 очков.
You don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers.
Материалы дела.
Petty theft, spousal abuse. You don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself
Могу
from
идти
the
ознакомиться
smelly
с
papers.
делом.
It's proving to be harder than expected. You just don't have the intellectual rigor to patch the quilt back together. Try again later.
Писать
In the
желтые
back, you see
страницы.
thin, translucent copy of paper. Some neon yellow, some bright red, all covered in boxes, like marching armies. These look like official forms, waiting to be filled out.
Так, бля, сейчас я пойду все-таки себе заварю чай. Так, нужно, блядь, продумать дальнейший план действий. Сейчас мы доделаем с этой хуйней. Я иду говорить с Куна, потом я все-таки иду говорить вот с этой женщиной у яхты, чтобы получить 100 рублей. Вот. И потом, я думаю, пойду в сторону профсоюза, наверное. Вот. Но сначала чай. Сначала чай. Так, как раз чайник успеет закипеть, пока мы осмотрим какой-нибудь еще кусок этого. Так, какие есть типы?
3. The topmost are misconduct fines. The middle ones are station calls. And the bottommost are field autopsy forms. Each is easy enough to make sense of.
Штраф за нарушение общественного порядка.
Monetary penalization ranging from 20 to 250 real. Severe cases allow for 1,000 real, but that requires special paperwork. The details of issuing these fines are spread out over the rest of the fields. These are quite sinister in tone. They give a date and time for the person to appear at the specified precinct police station. Below the call are the criminal charges you risk by not appearing.
Вскрытие на месте.
A dozen pages of thin copy paper, bright red in color. You see the parameters of a deceased human form waiting to be filled in. Age, sex, condition of internal organs. Color of the irises, predation marks, condition of sexual organs.
Достаточно.
Yes, all that remains now is to fill those forms and hand them to people. Fines for wrongdoers, interview requests for bad guys, and field autopsies to dead guys. What delicious power is within this pathetic mess. You feel better. The rest of the stinking cellulose is much worse for wear. Being sent.
Так, к сожалению, я не могу, блядь, листнуть журнал. Но зато я могу качнуть себе, например, трепет. До 8. Вот. Все, трепет 8, внутренняя империя 8. Дальше, так. Дальше надо не забывать про электрохимию, сумрак и полицейскую... кстати, блядь. Надо не забывать, что у нас физиология сейчас апнута от алкоголя. То есть, бля. Даже хз. Так. Ладно, похуй, давайте все-таки повысим трепет. Потом еще раз повысим трепет. Вот. Чтобы у нас была внутренняя империя 8, трепет 8. Потом, я думаю, пойдем в сумрак. Типа одно очко вложим в сумрак. 2 очка в электрохимию. И 2 очка в полицейскую волну.
Kuno's got this.
Oh yeah, nappa goofy, Kuno.
На пару слов, пацан, к полицейскому делу.
Right in the dick, Kuno. Get him right in the dick.
It's love it in the dick.
Хватит кидаться камнями на месте преступления. Хватит...
They pay you no heed or pretend not to notice you.
Так, бля, мне не нужно на него выебываться, не нужно его бить.
Shits himself?
The rake, Kuno!
Так.
You should throw the rake at him, Kuno!
Сдани его граблями. Так, не провоцировать, не пиздить.
The fuck does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno's not a gardener.
Goddamn right he's not a gardener. He's an athlete. Every rock connects, making the battered corpse look just a little bit worse for wear.
Ким, что будем делать?
We shouldn't do anything. I don't tempt such forces.
Какими силами?
You will see.
Знаешь, ребята?
What are you talking about?
He's calling us Kuno! He says we're fucking each other!
У тебя верная рука, парень.
What? You wanna fuck Kuno now?
Не.
That's it? That's all you've got? No! Got your ass handed to you by the Kuno? Who's the man now, huh? Kuno's the man? You wouldn't believe the pussy Kuno tears up.
What was that, Kuno?
Nothing, see, nothing. Just slicing some bacon.
Слушай, у меня к тебе пару вопросов.
Alright, entertain the Kuno. Show me what you got. What you got there? What you got, huh? Show me what you
А
got.
что знаешь об этом трупе?
Shitload pig. What's your question?
Don't tell the pig shit, Kuno! Pig's choking! He's totally choking!
Ким, помоги мне, что мы хотим узнать?
If I were to want to waste my time, which I do not, I would ask them who he is, how he got there, and the usual.
You have no idea what the usual is. Just ask whatever comes to mind.
Знаешь, что это был?
Kuno's fuck gimp. Kuno uses the fuck gimp for target practice.
End of conversation. Very strong.
Тебе получится у него стоицизм. Ты знаешь, как он попал на дерево?
Probably climbed. Kuno was busy down the road when that shit went down.
Так ты видел, как это
You
случилось?
heard Kuno? Kuno wasn't even in Martinez. Kuno wasn't in Revachol. Kuno wasn't regional.
Понятно, и где же ты был?
I don't know. Some fucking Mesk or I don't know. Some other place. Night City. Kuno was in fucking Night City.
А где находится Найт
Kuno
Сити?
gives this info out on a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know. Kuno didn't smoke the gimp, if that's what you meant.
Видишь вокруг что-нибудь
Just a couple of
подозрительное?
pigs sniffing around in the dirt. That seems pretty fucking suspicious to Kuno.
Yeah, you tell the faggoty, Kuno!
Вернемся к этому позже, пока давай
You're
сменим тему.
testing Kuno's patience here.
Get lost,
Так, я хотел с тобой еще раз
The
поговорить о
fuck
теле,
about
Куна.
it? Your test.
Get lost,
Насчет места преступления. Вы часто играете в этом дворе?
Right, pig. This is where Kuno plays with his little wooden choo-choo. Fuck do you want with it?
Одежда покойного была в мусорном баке. Как она туда попала?
Yeah, Kuno doesn't know shit about that. That shit is beneath Kuno.
Мне нужно узнать, вдруг это цепка в расследовании. Возможно, кто-то ты поменял что-то на месте преступления.
Listen. Kuno doesn't care about this small-time shit. Just listen. Kuno saw what you did there, dumpster diving. Sad shit. Kuno could hook you up with some sweet rags. Shit like Kuno's wearing. Your size, good price. 500 real.
Погоди, вопрос был о том, что случилось с его одеждой. Должен же ты был ее тут видеть.
Look, Kuno ain't seen shit lying around. Except for that up there. Now you want performance gear or not, Grandpa?
The lieutenant remains silent, but his expression couldn't say.
Ладно, давай послушаем, чем так хороши эти штаны.
Pig, these are found modulars. Liquid fit, performance crotch, urban survival shit. Made in Mirova by scientists. Pants scientists. Believe it, you need this shit.
Coach Physical Instrument endorses these pants. They are tartan ready.
Возможно, меня интересует, что эти штаны. Вернемся к ним позже.
Shit's rolling.
Don't do business with the pig, Kuno! He's gonna steal all your money, Kuno!
As you can see, Kuno and C don't trust you. Can't do business without trust.
There's more to his distrust than being a pig. He feels threatened by something obscure in you. What that is, however, remains a puzzle.
А в мусорном баке еще была кружка.
Fuck! A mug in the trash. Is this about the fucking clothes again?
Связанные с ними... Это вполне правдивое изображение нужно самарийца.
Kuno sees where this is going. Kuno's got that fast brain. You saying you pigs are after the mug fucker? Cause he's the clothes fucker?
I can't hear you, Kuno. Speak louder, Kuno.
Именно химичное место преступления. Прибирался тут.
Shit, that's tense. Someone's going to the beat-down basement, huh? Mug guy gonna get tied to the radiator.
The kid may have something there. He's already come up with an interrogation technique too.
Kuno doesn't know who put that shit in there. And if he did, he wouldn't squeal. But if you find out, maybe you can...
Stop turning into a pig, Kuno. They're trying to get you hooked on the snitching. Get away from my Kuno.
Yeah? Get your bacon shit away. Kuno doesn't like to be seen with the popo. Get your shit done and out of Kuno's face.
Та лестница твоя?
No, it's not fucking Kuno's. It's ancient. Look at it.
He thinks you're fucking fool, Kuno. He says you climbed the ladder up to your magic tree house.
Get the fuck out of here, pig. Kuno doesn't have a magic tree house.
Что по той а что в той теплице?
Used to work there.
Погоди, что ты там раньше работала?
Yeah, that's what Kuno said. She couldn't handle the heat, so she took off. Kuno can take it. Shit's nothing to Kuno.
Стой, что значит скипша?
Look it up in the library. Kuno's not a fucking dictionary. Fucking small brain. Kuno means the gardener, alright?
И про девушку возле танцев в трепье, это садовница.
Kuno doesn't explain shit. Kuno just says shit.
Так, вот там груда из вечнита.
That's just some shit roofing gimps left behind, lazy dinks.
There it is. That strange feeling again. As if there was more than meets the eye about that pile of roofing material.
А говоришь, что хочешь, я вижу сквозь завесу.
Fucking well. The fuck are you talking about? Ask me a normal question, pig.
They're trying to make you feel stupid, Kuno.
You glance again at the roofing material in front of the shack.
That's just some...
There it is. That strange.
У меня что, нет ни одной нормальной фразы на уме?
Way beyond normal already. We are in the star chamber.
По-моему, я уже в звездных покоях.
Are you having a seizure in Kuno's yard now?
Да, просто какие-то распиздяи оставили. Эти распиздяи были левшами?
What the fuck are you talking about? Kuno doesn't know what handed gimps they were.
Trying to get you to talk gimp, Kuno.
Я скажу, естественно, я вижу слепую, третьим глазом.
Inner eye. Fuck are you talking about?
They're trying to make...
You glance again at the roofing.
Дочь, у меня могут еще вопросы, пока давай сменим тему.
Kuno doesn't give a shit. Yeah? Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't
Я
give a
должен
shit.
спросить, кто такой Куно?
Kuno's Kuno, pig?
Kuno. Primal. Violent.
Куно, похоже на кличку для, блядь, для бешеной собаки. Наверное, не... Блядь, типа, не нужно его провоцировать. Выходит, ты говоришь себе в третьем лице.
Kuno's the fucking first person?
He looks slightly confused, but proud he came up with that retort. But right as he's getting distracted, you hear a malevolent hiss from behind the fence.
Watch out, Kuno! He's trying to fiddle you! He's gonna put his hands on you! Help! Pig's got Kuno! Help! Rape!
Help! He's got the Kuno, help!
Я ничего не делаю, видишь?
Everybody, please! He's digging his dick out!
Escalate, Kuno! His dick is out! You're afraid!
Pigs in here, Kuno! Somebody, please!
Look at his shit-eating grin.
Так, мне нельзя его, типа, провоцировать.
He's bullying you, and you are helpless. Kill him. Kill him now. He won't see death coming.
Не бить его, это плохая идея.
I know you wanted to hit me. You got that, I'm gonna fuck that Kuno up look that Kuno's dad gets. The murder look. The rage look.
А вот ты знаешь, ты не можешь взглянуть ко мне в голову, что читаешь мои мысли, Куно.
I can. Kuno can smell that violent shit. I know what you were thinking. I'm gonna fuck that Kuno up. I'm gonna shut his shit down. You know what? You're nothing. You're a joke to Kuno. Kuno laughs at you.
The whole charade was about establishing dominance over you. You backing up means he's succeeded.
Бля, вот я не уверен, сделал ли я все правильно.
Kuno turned you into his prison, bitch! You're gonna be in this shit with Kuno!
No, you're not. We can just leave.
Ладно, нихуя не понимаю. Ратахук забыл. Забейте. Так. Блять, или все-таки не забыл? Каш, у меня есть вопрос по поводу преступления.
Kuno is kind to his bitch. Ask your questions, but remember...
Click, 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 click!
Эмпатия легендарна.
Kuno doesn't...
Так, у меня есть что-нибудь на эмпатию? Авторитет, внушение.
Does Kuno care?
He's on your crime scene, bossing you around. And he's been here for some time.
Так. Пам.
Fuck does Kuno care?
It's not.
Ебать!
It's Kuno S.
Блять! И вы там поясни.
By far the worst of the two. Kuno has no problem being near you, but the other hides behind the fence, afraid for her life, like she's done something very bad.
Так, сейчас я схожу чай себе закину. Ратахук настолько преисполнился в пищевых извращениях, что неиронично начал жрать хрен.
She came up with that psychopathic scheme of screaming for help before. Kuno just wanted to talk to you about his name. Kuno S was the one who wound him up and directed him. All in all, Kuno respects madness. You cannot hope to outdo her on that front. You must win yourself a few minutes with him alone.
Fuck you whispering about?
He's whispering too. He's going with it. But watch what happens.
Fuck you whispering about!
If Kuno wants to whisper, he's gonna fucking whisper, okay? Let's whisper, pig.
This is it. You've got him. But be careful. You can still fuck this up. Don't make Kuno look bad in this.
Так.
Crazy? You don't know the half of it. She's not crazy. She's insane. Dangerous. She's smoked a man. She's done people in. Probably even pigs.
Stop talking to him! Kuno, I'm fucking warning you! You're gonna get us into shit!
She understands what you're trying to do.
Yo, see? Did Kuno not tell you? Kuno told you. Kuno talks to whoever he wants. Talk, pig. Kuno's got it under control.
You did it. They're separated. He's even turned his back to her, so she can't read his lips.
На каком языке она говорит? А говоришь, она чокнутая?
She's psycho. None of that kiddie psycho. Cat burning shit. She does the real deal.
Ого!
Yeah.
Реально это как?
Snuff radio shit. Believe me, pig. You don't want to know.
В каком языке она говорит?
Fuck knows. She says it's the song of her people or some shit.
Какого народа?
Crazy people. The fucking Nakis. I don't know.
Some things are too awful to dwell on. The Nakis and Runkaris might be some kind of defense mechanism.
А в смысле кого-то мочкануло?
She killed someone. That's right. She's a killer. Like, actually a killer.
Ты серьезно про убийство?
Serious shit. Kuno's always serious about the 488. She's probably killed a pig too. I mean, I'm pretty sure she has.
Сколько она полицейских убила?
Forget Kuno said that. Kuno was just shitting. Kuno was just running his mouth. Kuno's stupid like that.
There's something cold in the air, like water lapping against cold stones, or dripping in a hallway nearby. 3 years ago, there were shoes in the corner.
Oh.
The creature peers at you both from over the fence. There is something searching in her eyes. Fear.
Страх. Думаешь, например, сметь спокойно.
She would have liked to fuck him up, but she didn't. Kuno wasn't around, and C was with Kuno.
Где вы были?
Look, Kuno's gonna put you at ease. We didn't do it.
Она твоя сестра?
Fuck no, she's not my sister. She's just a stray who got in, like a mad dog or some shit.
Прибилась?
Yeah, she was just there.
What was that, Kuno?
She was in the hallway, dripping wet, by the fucking shoe rack, in the dark.
Она была мокрая.
Kuno's got no fucking idea. Her hair was all wet. I think she pissed on the floor too. She was there for 3 days, in the corner, every time Kuno went out.
Говоришь, она как-то пробралась? Как?
Someone left the door open. Kuno comes home, and she's sleeping under the desk, under the pile of clothes, like a dog.
А твои родители?
Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit. Doesn't even see her there, or thinks it's fucking Kuno. Shit's all on Kuno.
Kuno S, two of a kind.
Почему ее зовут Куна?
She fucking looks like Kuno.
Или как ее зовут на самом деле?
No one knows her name. Kuno told you, this shit was psycho killer.
И как ты с этим
How's
справляешься?
Kuno dealing? Kuno's dealing just fine. He doesn't need you fucking with any of it. C doesn't either. Kuno's got this shit under control.
А тебе нужно кто-то на подхвате, я готов.
Listen. C is Kuno's go-to. Kuno's protecting her. You fuck with C. You fuck with Kuno. You threaten her. You threaten to take her away.
This is what it all comes down to. He needs you to take him seriously now.
I'm going to kill you. I'll run when you put the cuffs on her, sneak up on you later, and fuck you up. You understand?
He may not be able to do it, but he will try. Right now, he believes he will.
Услышал, ты серьезен.
All right. Now we can do business.
He's breathing heavily. That took something out of him.
Дела?
What do you want? Kuno can hook you up with...
Oh, don't hook him up with shit, Kuno.
See? Relax. He respects the Kuno. Kuno made him respect the Kuno. You respect the Kuno, you get all kinds of shit. Kuno's gonna get you hooked on illegal narcotics if you run a little errand for the Kuno. Get you hooked, pig. Get his hook in you. Then Kuno gonna get you hooking for more. Cash in big style. Pig hooker. See, it's tension and release with Kuno. Now we releasing. The pan buying shit, that's on now too. 90% discount for Kuno's pig. Kuno can flex. And shit, you can even fuck back in Kuno's kingdom. Kuno saw you sniff around.
О, грубая сила эквилибристика.
It's a secret door, okay? Just pull it off and fuck back in there.
Вроде история с тем, что перевозил запрещенные наркотики.
Kuno gets it from his dad. Kuno and his dad are major suppliers. That's where Kuno gets his lightning on. Problem is, Kuno and his dad had a little falling out. Now junkies clawing at Kuno's door. Streets going mad. Kuno's got to throw his dirty popo man at it.
Ладно, ладно.
Dirty popo man is you. In there is Kuno's violent dad on steroids. Kuno's dad does steroids and speed. If you can take him, you can have half of the speed. Kuno's dad is a fucking monster. He's the most violent man in Revachol. He doesn't give a shit about a single thing. He drinks too.
И бабок идет речь.
Like half.
Вы на чего?
Baggy, but like in this vial.
Это слишком много.
What are you talking about? Half a G? This shit is giant, grade A shit. So clean you can barely see it.
You can barely see it because there's barely any.
Okay. Kuno's listening.
Блять.
Sure. Confiscate it for Kuno, and you can have half.
So half of a half is a quarter, right? We're probably talking about a quarter.
Четверть грамма.
Kuno's violent dad's got Kuno's key, so you need to fuck your way in there. Go to the pier side, bang on the door till the cleaning gimp lets you in. That's how Kuno does it.
Так.
Then you go to room 12 and kick down the door, police violence style. That's what Kuno does. And then it's action time. You're locked in the room with violent fuckhead. That's it. Next time Kuno sees you, you better have his shit.
What the hell are you signing us up for here?
Ну, Ким, очевидно, что я не буду применять эти наркотики. Нужно забрать их у несовершеннолетнего.
Kuno doesn't fuck.
База, база.
The pile of Eternite looks stranger now that Kuno told you about his pad. Because, unless Kuno lied, you should
Ты
just
можешь
be able to
двинуть
pull the
эти
panel to the
панели.
side. There it is. You see a shabby little door.
Оказывается, блять, проверка не нужна.
So this is the shack Kuno mentioned. Let's take a look inside there.
Бейст. Опа, нормально. Прыгали себе конец, серебряная тарелка с остатками. О, блядь.
Sweet amphetamine. The lieutenant isn't studying the powder in the mirror. He's studying you.
Если ты принял наркотики, может полиция стоит вмешаться?
Not. This is below our pay grade, detective. However, see that ladder there? It's probably another way into the industrial harbor, no? A secret path the local kids use.
Глаз свиньи выглядит модифицированный. Я так понимаю, это тот самый проход, для которого требуется это. Как ее? Бочки наполнены заполнены дождевой водой. Это прям скоро обвалится. Бам! Бам! О, целых... Конечно, много бутылок.
Looks like someone left his tarpaulin cloak hanging on
Президент выплачен на ограждение.
A trooper has been left behind the enemy lines. You could swear it's more of an instinct than an actual sight. But you know there's the RCM signature rectangle on the cloak. It's a cop's cloak.
Полицейский плащ, это полицейский плащ.
Yes, it's probably yours. It bears the RCM insignia, and you have a habit of being careless with your equipment. You could probably make the jump. You look like you've done some track and field in your day.
%3.
Nope, no. That's still too high. What
Согласен, сейчас я не могу сделать. Прыгну в следующий раз.
Just be careful.
А чё, закончилось действие уже? Ебать, кринж. Ну ладно. Надо качать дальше этот трепет и так далее. Сколько там будет, блядь? Дохуя, дохуя. Нужно получить копейки у этой. У девушки на корабле, что называется. Но штаны, кстати, эти базовые, всего 15 копеек. Звучит охуенно. Так, с девочкой поговорим чуть позже. Это не так, что называется, важно. Лохи Баклан, блядь, за морем, безразличный к твоему приближению. Reducing License Северный объезживаю, комплекс Кейпсайд.
Hey. Так,
болторез, наверное, нужен. 1 секунду. 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 О, военно-морское пальто. Плюс внушение, минус сумрак. Выглядит, конечно, охуенно, но нам не нужен минус сумрак.
Yeah, you better keep walking.
Так. Скоро 10 лет назад здесь были другие постройки. О, блин, восстанавливающее здоровье. Сколько там, кстати, осталось ждать? 50 минут. Ой, здесь дохуя едкое эхо.
A striking woman leans against.
Good afternoon, officers. I'm Joyce. Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM.
Пожать руку.
I'm glad to see you here. I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will, gladly.
После разговора с ней нам нужно будет подсветить в фонарях нашу эту карточку. И только потом уже пойти там к головомеру и к остальным.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual. But I can assure you of his ultimate competency.
There's a trace of irony in his voice. Mischief, even. The lieutenant is hatching some scheme.
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines group.
It's hard to get a read on her precise disposition, but she appears.
Боже, вы богат, дадите мне денег.
What you want to say, but it isn't that easy.
А что, почему нет?
That lady. Take a gander. Squint.
Кадровой материал.
Tucked away under that sturdy green raincoat, almost rustic in its simplicity, a silk shirt and matching scarf around her gentle throat, while dull orange pearls hang from her earlobes, red from the cold. Her light green eyes scan you, full of knowledge and worry, wealth and all its possibilities.
Так, что?
Now look at you, you misery-clad simian, barely able to tie your own laces. Your armpits are lakes. A scythe of booze precedes you. Your hair sticks to your forehead, and your underwear feels uncomfortable. You're poor, poor as balls. You can't ask this person for money. You're too.
Так. А что за чувство? Нам не знакомо.
You haven't really been in the presence of gentlefolk either, have you? What shame is there to be felt in front of these dock workers, cops, and hotel clerks, but to belittle yourself in these eyes of Odinin? Oh God, the lieutenant is here too. Do not dishonor the force.
As I was saying, if there's any way I may be of assistance, please don't hesitate to ask.
Voila, you're doing it.
Ты уже говоришь.
Really put your back into it. Yell it from the top of your lungs.
Of course. How much do you need?
She's surprisingly nonchalant about this. Could it be that she somehow knows more about your predicament?
100 реалов.
That's a good sum. Not too small, not fantastically large.
She removes a few notes and hands them to you.
Плюс 100 рублей!
Oily to the touch. Whoa, whoa. Did you see how easy that was? Ask her for more. Toot toot, train to Moneytown.
Я помню, что нельзя попросить, нет, это было позорным. Очередное мое существование.
Honor? Are you an omnivore? Give me a break.
So, I hope I didn't just bribe you, officer. It may not be technically illegal under the Emergency Act, but still.
Сами шли подкуп, теперь я ваша пешка.
That donations are permitted under the Emergency Act, unseemly as it may be, as long as they are properly logged with the precinct.
Which he most certainly will do. Now, how else can I help the RCM today, besides supplementing its salaries?
Вы на яхте.
Why, yes, I am.
Кажется, здесь мало у кого есть свое судно.
We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around?
Погодите-ка, на архипелаге?
We are on Le Caillou.
Каю, я думаю, в Ревашоле.
And the city of Revachol is on the island of Le Caillou.
Как бы то ни было, я не видел, чтобы здесь еще кто-то катался на
I
яхтах.
haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol and pursuit vehicle. It's for crossing long distances in the greater Revachol industrial harbor. It's not a toy.
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol, between the city and the islands.
Между городом и
She's
островом.
having a good time arguing against the law. Too good, perhaps.
А у нее есть имя?
The boat? No. It is called Cordelati 19 because that's the type of sloop it is.
The word "it" feels strange.
Как сослужит подходящего имени?
A breeze ripples through the sails and tugs at your hair. Below, the sleek, fish-like shape of the hull parts the water. Beneath that, a resounding darkness. You're reminded of something. Or someone.
Круто, но вашей яхте действительно нужно имя.
Okay. How about Cordelati 19? Why? Because it was manufactured in Revachol East by a company called Cordelati, and its hull is 19 paces long.
Ваша стремительная форель. О, как насчет Долорес?
Why Dolores?
Не знаю, так, это красивое имя.
Well, it means nothing to me. I think I'll stick with the factory name. But thank you for the suggestion.
Ладно, а что, типа... А что за какого она типа?
It's a pleasure craft. A 19-pacer. It also happens to be rated for Category 1 racing. Though these days I mainly use it for business.
Вам
My
нравится?
sloop? I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby.
Eel's hips,
I'm
baby.
enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we're investigating.
I really do, the lieutenant thinks. Is she thrown off yet? He's looking at the woman, assessing her.
У вас есть право на управление яхтой?
Officer, I assure you I'm a highly qualified pleasure craft operator.
Ебать, там яхта, конечно.
Qualified pleasure craft operator. So charming.
Видите ваши права, пожалуйста.
I just renewed its safety inspection last month, officers. It is completely seaworthy. In fact, it's taken part in not one, but 2 insulindic regattas. Even finished once.
А что второй?
The other time, I would have finished the race were it not for an urgent work matter, much like the one I'm on now.
Я все равно должен проявить ваши права.
Actually, you don't.
Как же, я уверен, что должен, я
It is a
полицейский.
little known fact among those who police that the Wayfarer Act specifically denies the RCM the authority to demand anyone's operator license.
Погодите-ка, то есть никто из спец не знает об этом законе?
I was just being polite. Even school children know the Wayfarer Act.
То есть мы не можем сказать, что они прохожих, когда предъявить документы, вот лажи.
Unless it's their passport. No. Do you want to ask for the lady's passport?
You need to save face if you want her respect. Demand that passport.
Да, я хотел взглянуть на ваш паспорт. Это на ее паспорт.
The woman is silent, smiling while the waves lap against the hull. In your hand, under the plastic, a light blue passport saying, Republic of Vesper.
Республика Веспер.
Has a lion and an ostrich. Seagent.
Здесь страница
The
фотографии.
woman, born in the year 3 in the commune of Revachol, smiles at you. Face adorned with
48 лет.
frown lines and crow's feet. The photo is recent. The name reads Rejoice Leighton Messier.
Вас зовут Реджойс, в переводе «возрадуйся».
Yes, but please don't call me that.
Почему?
Joyce is much more efficient.
She doesn't like it. Probably a bad memory.
Сды одноклассник какой-нибудь старый любовник.
Or some ancient lover.
Вы из
My
Веспера?
husband is. I have dual citizenship. A Vespertine is handier when traveling.
Похоже, вы в порядке. Все в
She
порядке.
nods and returns the plastic bag to her coat.
В косях-то мы разобрались.
Good. What would you like to know? Officer,
Qualified.
I just renewed its safety inspection.
Actually, you don't. It is a little known fact among those who police that the Wayfarer Act specifically...
Ну, это вполне логично.
You need to say fake.
Of course. Any more questions?
The graciousness of her response makes you feel glad you didn't hassle her about her papers.
Good.
Так, жги мне Avowed... Ух, блядь, нихуя. Жги мне Avowed Pines. Чем вы занимаетесь?
We do. I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking.
Правда, чем они
The
занимаются?
Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the
Те
shipping
самые
side of
перевозки.
things, and that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration, offshore platforms.
Сколько у White Pines денег?
I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue.
A billion?
Что
It's
такое
a
миллиард?
number, officer. A big
Это
one.
сколько же это составляет?
It's made of 1,000 millions. A million is made of 1,000 thousands.
Это много больше сумм, которые я
Yes,
располагаю.
past a certain point, numbers begin to seem imaginary, but they are quite real for the 72,000 employees who depend on Wild Pines for their paychecks. A conglomerate the size of Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving and growing, it will die. Then what becomes of those 72,000
Колоссальная
families?
ответственность.
It is a tremendous responsibility.
А откуда у White Pines все эти миллиарды?
Started as an exploration and cargo fleet conducting trade between the Samoan and Insulindian Isolas 250 years ago, when pine ships explored the South Seminese and charted Lomantang on behalf of the suzerain. Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor.
Безумие.
Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it.
А что в такой гигантской... Так, а что в такой гигантской системе нужно вот в таком вот
You
месте?
mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo?
8% всех грузов в мире, вот это же... А, так, действительно крупное
There are
предприятие.
no minor cogs in the system. Each terminal must be accounted for, lest the entire system break. Every hiccup in such a system means thousands lose their jobs, the world over. I'm here to assure that doesn't happen.
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone.
What we do,
She nods.
Можно сказать, так, не о забастовке.
everything, right up to, but not including, trade secrets.
Погодите, а что если хочу услышать именно о коммерческих тайнах?
You'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Elements. That gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus.
Ведь видите, я тогда струблю это
Good
дерево.
luck is only kept in place by the vested interests of half the civilized world, including your own.
What the ma'am means is that the Emergencies Act and the RCM both get their authority from the coalition government.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike.
Какую роль вы играете во всем
I
этом?
believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
And how are the talks going?
They're not.
Никак.
That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place. Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter-20 racist behemoth blocking the gates.
Как подробнее об этом
What
громиле?
can I say? The union employs a giant covered in tattoos. A racist giant. I guess that's part of their big tent organization now.
Как проходить переговоры уже до того, как слышишь
Let's
самосуд?
say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
Личное
But the
взаимодействие.
strike began in December.
В
I
декабре.
wasn't the original negotiator here. I took
Правильно,
over after
господин
Mr.
Гомон.
Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
This isn't the first time the union
Постой, это
is
же не
getting
в первый раз.
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive.
Что случилось с этим
Mr.
Гомоном?
Clare told him to, how did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature.
Да, не очень
Keep
получилось.
in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union.
Sounds like usual aggressive posturing.
Какие требования они
There are
выдвигают?
leaflets everywhere and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes. Every worker, a member of the board.
А сверхагрессивная коммунистическая показуха.
In its defense, another said, demand democracy. Pretty tame stuff compared to every worker, a member of the board.
Они, скорее всего, даже не понимают, что это значит.
Fortunately, they explained it. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about anything, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal. Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group.
Прочие могут быть королями, только короли могут быть королем.
That may well be. It's not up to me to decide who is king, but as negotiations go, it's not a swell start.
Что вы собираетесь делать?
I'm not sure. Naturally, I assume that was just their opening position, a hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags, a disastrous situation
Ужасная
if there ever
ситуация,
was
хуже не
one.
придумаешь.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the boyer at the gates, the one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, call me mañana.
Скажите мне о председателе профсоюза господине Клэре.
Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first.
Серьезно?
Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
Он что, настолько
He
ужасен?
is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar.
Что, еще и двое?
Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see.
У него
with a
какое-то
funny
ограничение
little
срока службы.
switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues.
А что вы рассказать про сам профсоюз, если не понимаем расчет братьев Клэров?
The Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act. But they did it. I can respect that. Organised labour at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers Clare came and
Профсоюз,
transformed
как
it
вы это
into a...
называете, детектив.
A mob. The Débardeurs
Банду.
are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, I suspect we'll be forced to cooperate with them.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but
Только
I'm afraid our
раздразнили аппетит
concessions
братьев
have only
Клэр.
emboldened Everard and his brother. And your opinion, detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the DOGE Union is...
То есть не пиар, который высасывает жизнь из ревошоля.
Indeed, and a hungry one. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades. However much you feed the leech always hungers.
И еще один момент. Вы сказали, аж справа какая-то история с выборами.
I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She
Сколько там?
disappeared.
40 всего лишь.
Disappeared?
Пропала?
On the last
О,
day
грет
of the local
озарение.
chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore, or coming to work. Ever. End of story.
Как загадочно.
Downright haunting, if you ask me. The Wild Pines suspected foul play, but what could they do? It was a union matter. The point of the presentation is, these
Что же потом случается, когда в деле замешаны Клэры?
Claire's. Watch out when you're dealing with him.
Thank you for your concern, man. We'll be just fine.
Я слушаю, что нужно, давайте сменим тему.
How else can I help?
Что можешь сейчас сказать про
Quite a
самосуд?
few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Так.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. And this is my colleague from Precinct 41. I'm afraid he doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will suffice.
How curious. Why is that?
Где же она
detective?
тогда?
Awkwardness washes over the conversation. The woman doesn't like this turn of events.
Помните, мы говорили, что у меня не случился один необычный приступ, за него я потерял удостоверение.
See. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode?
Так я знаю, я мог его съесть, я ничего не помню ни про мир, ни про этот город, ничего.
I suppose this does explain some of the more curious turns in our conversation.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer of the RCM.
Of course, I sympathize. But I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that.
Так, блядь, не забывайте про то, что нам сначала нужно к Куприке Неме посвятить, блядь, короче, вот эту хуйню, и только потом уже к головомеру и к этим к челам.
Hang on. She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement.
Как мне с ней договориться?
Feelings will guide the way.
Блядь. Я просто обязан знать про этот самосуд. Для меня это очень важно.
I assure you, it is no small matter for me either. We all share the responsibility for disarming this situation. I hope you have a badge for me as soon as possible. Trust me, officer, I am fully committed to resolving this impasse.
Если мы так много всего, это все, что здесь мое содержание.
Silent. The wind flaps the sail above her.
А у меня только это дело.
Officer.
Так, я все еще не помню, кроме суда, только это побережье и самосуд.
You know, I don't mean to sound cold, but if you want something, you have to give something back. More than just guilt.
You're doing it. Despite your own best efforts, you're still getting in.
I'll be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to see something tangible.
Например?
The Union is conducting drug trade out of the harbour. It's an open secret in Martinez. Surely it must not come as a complete
Нужно самое время заняться этим.
Or you can find your badge, which honestly seems like a lost cause.
Detective, a word in private before we continue.
Так, мадам, прошу прощения, мы на минуточку.
It's clear you like the hard stuff, Brota.
Чего, что это за звуки? У меня в животе урчит.
Evening falls. The time has come to take the vow.
Клятву?
The vows are blood and flesh.
Так что там несут мои кишки?
Intestine. The term is metabolic and circulatory system.
Как скажешь, но что ты называешь пожестче?
Fascism, Brota.
А что такое вообще фашизм?
But it's mostly about trusting your gut. Who does your gut tell you is the source of Revachel's problems?
Левые академики?
Yes, them. Women. Women, men of war. You don't like them. They're insane. Their idiocy needs to be scrubbed with rubbing alcohol. Woo men need to go back to the fucking... That's what fascism boils down to. The rest is also important. But the main thing is that woo men need to know
какие-то желудочные спазмы.
Stomach truth. You're having a stomach truth.
Что со мной это происходит?
You've said the hard things that others won't say. The good things, you've said them many times.
Вообще важно очень неплохо. А что если мы назовем как-нибудь по-другому? Например, традиционализм.
Okay. Yes. Let's call it that. Good thinking.
Так, ладно, я принял решение насчет традиционализма.
You're going to keep your views, right? Keep your views, brota.
Я выполню клятвы во славу великой революционной нации.
Smart. Best not to mention the woo men too often. That's why you're the head and I am the stomach.
Подождите, про промышленность, политику и национальную принадлежность, это не про женщин. Я вообще ничего против...
Of course you are, Bruta. Of course.
Как будто если бы Кишеш тебе подмигивал.
Lonesome. Long way home.
Одинокая дорога домой.
Here we go. Home awaits. Walk past Station 41 and through the market. Past the Boogie Street spearhead to the other side of the lake, the frozen eye at the center of the district. Then past the video rental store on the corner. There, at the end of a street lined with pine trees, a small house no larger than a matchbox. 11 Voyager Road. You no longer live there. Those times are gone. And so are those people. Why did you come here? Why are you still here? And where's the dealer? You have to get back to work. That's all you have now.
Спиды дают еще одну психику. Восприятие, лимит улучшается до 5. Один пси. Лимит восприятия увеличивается. Не знаю, сколько это полезно на самом деле. Пока оставим, пока оставим. Пока оставим. А чего ты ожидал?
Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and you know, not volunteer.
Да, я думаю, все прошло хорошо.
This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into her hands.
He doesn't let it show, but there is a limit to how much the consequences of your unprofessional behavior can cost the investigation.
Так, что ты предлагаешь делать? Отказаться расследовать контрабанду наркотиков?
If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim we are siding with the Union, or that we are on their take. We'd never hear the end of it. What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done and demand for her information on the lynching.
Вы просто типа найти моё удостоверение.
That would be fantastic, but do we have the time? The world is large and your badge is 8 by 6 centimeters. You could request a new one from your station, but that would literally take months.
Вернемся к ней.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Хорошо, расскажите мне подробнее о предполагаемой контрабанде
It's quite
наркотиков.
straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samar and Isola into Revachol with the Union's blessing. What?
Ingredients for what? ma'am?
Для чего?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL, and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff.
Shit, yeah, baby. It's the party
Прямые
pipeline.
поставки, чем
Why
хочешь
would you
прерывать?
want to shut that down?
Прямые поставки веселья и
I
вечеринок.
assure you, officer, these are not the sort of parties you'd want to attend.
She has no idea what kind of parties you've been to.
Я правильно понимаю, что сырье поступает из Самары в Ревашоль через
Yes.
терминал.
After they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production is taking place at various sites in and around Jamrock Quarter, north of here.
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, man. Do you mean to say the union also produces the product? Sells drugs, I mean?
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company
Занимается
knows,
производством,
the
только
union does not
перевозкой.
produce it. They transport the
И чтобы мы расследовали это дело.
Yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dock Workers Union. Still, every chain has its weak link.
Чем нравится болторез.
Unlikely, officer. I'm talking about the lorries. Once the ingredients reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network of local manufacturers, well beyond our grasp. But in transit, they may be vulnerable.
Ну да.
Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. Interview the drivers who are still hanging about.
Даже кто-то из них, это кого-то из них очень важный груз.
I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you.
You'll be indebted to her, in a way. But one step ahead of the union in another.
А почему не обратить к врагам раньше?
I did. On more than one occasion. Apparently, there's some sort of inter-precinct disagreement about whose jurisdiction this area falls under.
We know the company has launched its own probe into the union's alleged involvement. We also know it's come up empty. It's not just the RCM. No one's been able to find any hard evidence.
Well, here's your chance.
Это ваш шанс. То есть застрявшие перевозки грузовики — это не случайность?
No. We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. The road company is a partner of one of our subsidiaries. However, this is a limited time opportunity. Once the complaint has been processed by the trade committee, they'll have no choice but to lower the drawbridge. And the thousands of liters of raw ingredients will
Совершенно на
pour
улице
onto the
Ревашове.
streets of Revachol. Not the east across the river, but the west. The vulnerable, the weary.
The cold breath rushes in from the bay, making its way down the alleyways and potholed streets. From Martinez to Jamrock. In the traffic you hear the clinking of glass vials.
Стучат от холода твои зубы.
Beneath tarpaulin. Or is it just your teeth chattering in the cold?
Заткнулся, пиздец какой.
A lot of it. It comes in from large Samaran factories in South Safre, Sigai, and Sinyao. The literage they must get from this terminal alone must be oceanic.
Поясни, океанический.
Well, at least this solves one mystery.
What is that, Lieutenant?
Why I had to call East Motor Track and beg them to open a drawbridge for me. I'd wondered since I first drove in, on my motor carriage.
I am sorry for
Очень жаль.
Lieutenant Kisaragi, but we need them trapped here. This is a unique opportunity.
Уникальная
I'm sure you
возможность.
understand.
Чем можно догадаться, что профсоюз замешан... так что... чем можно догадаться, что профсоюз замешан в
How do
этом
you think
деле?
they're financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid dock workers going strong for the 4th month straight.
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike. Many were squeezed to bankruptcy to fund it.
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000 men. The local businesses can scarcely provide for themselves.
Вы считаете, что забастовка фильтруется за счет сырья для наркотиков?
Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely, then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock. You simply need to find one driver who will open up to you.
It sounds like she tried looking into it herself, but she's clearly not the type your typical lorryman would confide in.
Ладно, я принял решение по поводу... Короче, да, я хочу, расследовать. Мы возьмем за это дело.
Excellent. According to my reports, there are at least 3 lorry drivers lingering near the roundabout. Hopefully one of them
Здесь
will
один из
know
водителей что-то
something.
знает.
It may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. I can keep the drawbridge up for a few more days at least. You should have the time you need.
Времени должно быть достаточно.
In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance.
А вы задаете впечатление... Так, кстати, сколько... Бля, не так уж и много. Мне, блядь, нужно и трепет прокачать, и нахуй, и вот разблокировать очко для национальной гордости за Ревашоль. Обсудить впечатление умного человека. Мне нужно, чтобы кто-нибудь поподробнее рассказал мне о реальности, в которой мы находимся.
Reality.
The aim is to gain a deeper understanding.
Этот мир, я надеюсь, знать больше о себе. Так.
A sort of spiritual quest. Something of ancient Ilmaran origin.
Да, духовное искание. Похоже... Я ищу закрытую в глубинах древнего патриотичную истину.
He doesn't approve of foreign wisdom. It's part of his condition.
I've never heard of a nationalistic medical condition, but then reality is a strange place. Ask away, officer. I'll help however I can.
All right, you're in.
О!
Begin with the first one. You'll appear worldly.
Придумать что-нибудь фундаментальное. Где мы?
We're in Martinez, baby.
Baby?
A casual term of endearment popular among the 50-plus crowd. It's a disco holdover, pay it no heed.
Я и сам пережиток эпохи диска.
Aren't we all?
Ага, что такое Мартинез?
is a district of Revachol. A very small district tucked away near the industrial harbour, north of the 881 and Jamrock. You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say.
Ненужный, можно сказать, позабытый всеми.
Smithereens during the revolution. It has its charms, just not this time of year.
Он не лишен обаяния, однако не в это время года. Расскажите подробнее о Мартинезе.
I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before, as a teenager.
Здесь мало что изменилось.
Not a lot has changed. There are ruins, a terminal, fishing boats, reeds, boys with boxy shoulders. This place used to be a province, a workers' resort before the city swallowed it and the artillery did its work. The reeds are the real star of the show here now. The further down the coast, the wilder it gets.
А вы упомянули море, как оно называется?
It's not really a sea, it's the Bay of Revachol. And the bay feeds into the ocean.
Океан?
Yes. We're on an island in an ocean, the world's largest body of water, the Insulindic.
Австралийский океан.
Vast, lukewarm and unknowable, flowing in and out of sight.
Как называется этот остров?
Caillou, as you already know. Imagine a pebble. A smoothed over pebble amidst a great blue sea, misshapen, cracked. The cracks are the river Esperance. We're in the delta of this river on the 6th branch, the Martinez distributary.
It is clear this pebble is of enormous value to her.
Это Мартинез, понятно. Что такое Ревашоль?
Revachol? Revachol is what you call a city.
А что такое можешь сказать об этом городе?
Great kind.
As if it's self-explanatory, beyond patriotism, a fact.
Это факт. Чевелик Ревашоль.
Detective. They built this city to resolve history. Our part in it, at least. Our centuries.
Кто построил
The
Ревашоль?
nations of the Occident, or migrant workers from Seminine and Ile Marat, depending on your creed.
А когда построили
In
Ревашоль?
the DeLorean century, 380 years ago.
И как же это помогло запечатлеть
They
историю?
say it's where the terrible questions of our time will be answered. The tensions are highest, the fault lines deepest. By that I mean conflicts.
Идеологический конфликт. То, чем занимаются люди.
Conflicts. The stuff of men.
Почему именно
We are
здесь?
standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island able to sustain up to 200 million people in the middle of the Insulindic Ocean, the world's connective tissue. It's where the money is.
То есть мы находимся в ненужной части очень нужного
I
места.
think it's fair to say so. Martinez is about 22 kilometers from the center of the world.
22 километрах от центра мира.
It's the bank of the world building. The bottom floors are Insiacom, coalition government, Insulindian Mission Command.
Silence. She lowers her hand. The water, the light. It's
Сон,
as
видишь
though
все
you're
это в
seeing
первый
it for
раз.
the first time. There is no recognition, only the immensity of the sea and the cold radiating from it.
Где мы?
We are where we are. I have no truer answer to give, unfortunately.
This is one thought you need to complete. Where are you?
Теперь я должен додумать эту
Is
мысль.
there something else you wanted to know? I remember something about a lowdown.
This has been informative. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure my memory-impaired partner has many more questions to ask, about even more fundamental aspects of reality. Might I suggest not asking them all right now? Madame Messier will be here later too, and tomorrow. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Absolutely. My commitment here is long-term.
Если я не сделаю это сейчас, не стану ли я лентяем?
Of course not. You are already diligent for getting this far, and diligent boys remember where they left off.
Indeed. I'm always... We're in Martinez. Martinez. You
Так,
would be
сейчас, погодите
excused for
секунду.
not
Расскажите о
knowing
другом,
about
более
it.
фундаментальном аспекте
I would be
реальности.
happy to. What is a preposterously expensive education for, if not sharing?
Блять. У меня есть желание скипнуть одинокую дорогу домой. Чтобы ее забыть, нужно потратить очко навыков. Вот такая хуйня. Жемовю дереализация. Ну, нам точно нужно, блядь, поинт для национальной гордости за Ревашоль. Наебать, блядь. Нам нужен еще и трепет на 8. Кири нам живем.
Unimportant times, detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second too late.
Опоздали к чему?
For big time.
The smile of a predator. No doubt what she's got in mind.
Вы хищник.
All men are predators, dear. Nothing much to be done about that. It's all a matter of where you get to file your teeth.
Что за великие времена?
Revolution.
Хай, что это за революция, которую все постоянно твердят?
Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next, who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real kerfuffle.
И кто своего пулю головой?
Those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution. But the communists, they all got shot in the head.
She's not gloating. It's a relieved celebration.
Oh, and the anarchists too. They shot them well.
Коммунисты-анархисты стреляли в ответ?
They even existed. Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people.
Настоящий кавардак.
It was a kerfuffle, all right.
Yes, the Insulindian deluge, they call it.
В голове тоже потоп случались.
Yes, an acute thiamine deficiency can be exacerbated by alcoholism. Exacerbated means made worse.
Кто-нибудь еще словил пулю в голову на противоположной стороне?
King got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. Accounts differ. It was unceremonious. Just as well, he wasn't actually the king. Just the
Его
king's
племянник.
nephew. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad.
Умный король.
Yes. King Guillaume had a nose for bad PR. He ran before it. What is the expression?
Умерил амбиции.
Went down? Anyway, Gil got out alive and his nephew Frisell got shot in his place. Him and tens of thousands of his wonderfully fascist kingsmen. It was a wild time.
А кого права на недра?
The liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything.
Так, и под либералами вы подразумеваете...
Liberals are usually middle-class people, detective. Or the remaining gentry. The beneficiaries of the pre-revolutionary arrangement. Some were rich enough to stay with the constitution, with monarchy. Big mistake. Others bet on the revolution. They were called the ultras, or ultra-liberals. They fared well.
Как ему удалось выиграть?
They didn't win so much as survive. We were the last ones standing when the war ended. Everyone else got shot in the head, remember?
И все были мертвы, так ему было сдаваться.
To foreign intervention. The coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights.
Видите, вы сказали, что либералы и так уже все забрали.
The liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The coalition took
Забрала
the
землю.
ground. The ocean, the laws, and the people.
А кто входит в
The
коалицию?
coalition of nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and Sur-la-Clay. The armed center of the world.
Вооруженный
They landed
центр
here
мира.
and ended the revolution. It was the moralist thing to do.
Очень по-моралистски.
There is bitterness in her voice, tempered with understanding. She is critical, but ultimately understands the cause.
По-моралистски?
The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in mineral rights and not shooting people in the head.
База!
At least not in the same manner and volume as the others do. They are the long-standing provisional rulers of Revachol now, the coalition government.
The rulers of Revachol, and also
Сильные
the
ребята.
world. These guys are strong.
This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist.
Не только технически, но и практически. Так, я думаю, что я
Of
моралист.
course. Not easy to be moderate about head shooting in your line of
И когда
work.
случился этот кавардак?
The turn of the century revolution? Don't answer it. It's a trick question. The revolution began in 02 on the Isla of Grad, though by the end nearly the whole world had gotten involved. It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of
Mezrata.
Zarat, a particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain. Then Mazov came along and overthrew the government.
Что этот срат
It
делал?
made people overthrow their governments.
Правда?
Of course not. It was a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed brain tissue. The actual causes of the revolution were material. The pandemic only provided the spark.
И когда все это распространилось?
From Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Mazov's government was overthrown in 08, and the coalition crushed the Revachol commune 2 years later. It was the end.
А что случилось потом?
Why? You and I, officer. Our lives in the zone of control.
Something tells you her life and yours are not that similar. Maybe it's because she has a boat and you have that necktie? A pair of pants?
Так, на жизнь очень сильно отличаются друг от
No
друга.
doubt. But we share the same time and position on the planet's crust. That counts for more than you think.
А что такое зона контроля?
A city-state divided into free market zones under the everlasting interregnum of the coalition of nations. And you, of course, the citizens' militia.
The clatter of typewriter keys.
Перестук клавиш швейной машинки заполняет главный зал бедной фабрики, участок.
41. Chad Tilbrook presses enter. Outside, Officer Elfboy Williams slams the door of an armored motor carriage.
The zone of control is the third incarnation of Revachol, after the failure of the suzerain and the commune.
А что случилось с остальным миром?
Modernity. They developed the marvels of the inter-easlary communication. Telematic milieus, radiation, colored plastics. Meanwhile, in Revachol West, the aftermath continues for the 5th decade.
Так, а как долго это продолжается? 43 года.
Hard to fathom, I know.
Чем мы занимались все это
The
время?
20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river leveled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before. 08 to 19 was simply hell.
А что потом?
The 30s? Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest tax haven, with the international community's blessing. For the first time in a long time, It seemed like things were going somewhere.
А мы двигались?
No. It was a market mirage fueled by cocaine and quantitative easing. The 40s dispelled it like a cold splash, an Isla-wide hangover, you might say. And here we are. Welcome to reality,
Ебать!
baby.
From the looks of it, the 50s haven't been much better for the zone of control. You can see it in her eyes. Days slipping away.
Окажется в небольшом восторге.
I've no right to be dissatisfied. This shirt is Barbara Muscova. This raincoat is impervious to rain and is guaranteed for 100 years. My daughters will wear it. No, it's just... We could have had so much more.
Могли бы жить гораздо больше, если все было разыграно правильно.
If only we played it right.
Что бы вы изменили?
Question. What would you have done differently?
Что бы вы изменили?
Her first.
Я задал вопрос, какова ваша роль во всем этом?
Asked you, past-less detective of the Citizens Militia, what insight has acute encephalopathy given to you?
Here's some wisdom, lady. Say the death thing.
Я бы убил и 400 миллионов, если бы это нужно было для дела.
The cold runs down your spine as you say the words, like a small electric charge.
Мы же ебанутого отыгрываем, блядь, гигачада, типа. Кстати, о гигачадстве. Блядь. Разблокировать. Национальная гордость за Ревашоль. Погнали, 9 часов, блядь, хуярится.
I see. A tenth of humanity. The key of history is in the lock. Keep turning at any cost.
С тех пор, пока это безумие не закончится, суверенитет Ревашоль не установится навсегда.
The wind stops, and for a moment, there's silence. The cold dissipates into your parietal lobe, like a dissolved bullet. All is quiet on the Martinez Inlet.
Revachol forever.
Revachol forever.
In 20 years, Revachol went from a king to a commune to a zone of control. She is forever.
Просто всегда меняется.
Be is something else.
Вот следующей кнопкой я точно прокачиваю себе трепет.
Opinions expressed here do not reflect the official position of the RCM.
And what is your official position, Lieutenant?
My position, ma'am? My parents got ripped to shreds in the revolution. I would have gone the same way. I was saved by being 2 years old. That's my position.
Understandable.
Довольно о старых временах.
They are what they are. Who knows?
Может, нас ждет рассвет?
Anyway, enough sentimentality. Is there anything else you want
Белая
to know?
проверка. Белая проверка. А что такое?
6 kilometers southwest, in the Valley of Dogs, Junior Officer Chad Tilbrook takes aim at a rabid black dog.
Полицейскую волну мы прошли.
Wounds in the grass. To his left, his partner, Emil Mullins, whispers, "You heard what happened to Tequila Sunset?"
Так что же Tequila Sunset на Мартинезе?
Yes, he lost his mind, Tilbrook answers, fingers on the trigger. Don't worry, Emil. He pulls it out slowly. Slowly now.
Найдет.
Find it again. We always do.
Как и всегда. Что я такое?
You're an officer of the RCM.
Ревашольская гражданская милиция.
Preciso mundo.
Хорошо, что такое Ревашольская гражданская милиция?
Nothing more nor less than the de facto law enforcement body of post-revolutionary Revachol, detective.
Yes, we are the Revachol Citizens Militia.
Точно?
We are.
Вы сказали де-факто.
Yes, that means not de jure. The RCM acts in what is poetically called the twilight of international law, both at the behest of the coalition government and to its chagrin.
В смысле?
The RCM's responsibilities are defined by the Emergency, Wayfarer and Aliments Acts, 3 pieces of legislation keeping the city in a let's be honest, laissez-faire stasis to the benefit of foreign capital.
All three are good to know when we are out policing.
Короче, я просто один из хороших парней.
There's nothing basic about your role, detective. It's true that the RCM keeps everything the way our seemingly permanent provisional rulers like it. Yet, on the other hand, I know these people. I deal with them daily. Let me tell you, dear,
Они вам не очень-то
they're
рады.
not fans of you.
Почему?
The post-revolutionary decade was a disaster for the coalition government. Revachol in the 20s was hell, especially on the west side of the river. Gang warfare, a botched privatization scheme, a nuclear pile meltdown. They called it the international zone because no
International.
nation wanted to claim responsibility. The RCM restored peace where the coalition failed. A true blue citizens' initiative. They will
Никогда
never
этого не
forgive you.
простят.
That's somewhat of an exaggeration. In reality, ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement.
Взаимовыгодно.
Revacholians get to keep the peace in Revachol, and the coalition doesn't have to worry about it. Anyway, sorry to intrude. Please continue.
Yes, Lieutenant. Permit me to conclude with this. Who you are, to me, is the police. The only legitimate law enforcement authority in Revachol.
Спасибо вам.
And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the basic terms of reality.
Скажи мне еще, что такое РГМ.
Yes, we are the Revachol. We are.
Yes, that means not. Permit me to conclude with. And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling
Скажите
the
мне,
basic terms of
давайте
reality.
концептуализацию.
A strange coldness comes over you as you look at the world. The waves sway the sloop slowly.
Больше ничего.
It's on the tip of your tongue.
Что-то я чувствую, блядь, что концептуализацию я не пройду, блядь.
Formed yet. You have to wait.
Скажите мне, что вы такое.
She won't maneuver her way out of this one.
Так что вы такое?
I am the vilest of the vile. A traitor. A devourer of nations and infants. I am an ultra.
Ультра.
It's sharp.
Мощно. Круто, я сам либерал, либерализирую изо всех сил. Погоди, что такое
An
ультра?
ultra-liberal. It's a type of liberal. From the revolution. It's not the moderate kind.
Не понимаю, что же такого ужасного?
What you heard. I am a nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp. One of those who pushed the king under a shit wagon and betrayed the revolution. We surrendered the nation to the financier pirates. No sane person identifies as an ultra-liberal anymore. Not in broad daylight. You've got Revachol in your blood. A real nationalist. Tell me, now that I've uncoiled myself, are you repulsed?
In her green eyes, you see a mixture of truth and self-satire.
Слетие вины и гордости.
Pride. Forgive her, but only because you like pearlescent teeth and those light green eyes.
Я прощаю вас только потому, что вы так очаровательны.
A devil, who being of great charm and guile, sneaketh into the homes of the godly.
Beneath her waterproof raincoat and silk shirt is a body imbibed in numb 12 perfume. You are suddenly and intimately
Steal, kill, and destroy. That they say
Последний час мне только этим занимаюсь, как прискорбно полагаешь свою дозу на этой веку я уже получила.
I've had my fill for this century.
Это пизда, это пиздец.
In any case, I'm glad we can remain collegial despite my scaly bulk, and my perverse need to infiltrate and betray both kingdom and revolution.
Сука.
When the dust settled, the liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future.
А вы? Вы поступили иначе?
Due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keeps Martinez a monument to the efficacy of its artillery.
while a gentle wind sweeps the streets in the rebuilt east. Light drizzle washing it clean. Lights go up and motor carriages circulate the tracks.
I would not have relinquished sovereignty to
Я
the
не
coalition.
применял сюжет на
Here in
коалицию.
Martinez, and not in the Stella Maris or Delta Beachheads either. If not for my own sake. then for my daughters. We had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole Isla down rather than let them have it.
Dark orange flames reflect in her green eyes.
Патриотка.
Oil fire on the...
Yes, I suppose I am. But I wouldn't be a patriot
Ебать,
anywhere.
база.
Seditious talk, man.
Крамольные мысли. Умная женщина.
My
Никогда ты меня
intellectual vanity
погубит.
will be my undoing.
У вас есть дочери?
Yes. Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother and a wife.
Или, может, вернемся к
We
реальности?
return to reality.
Это что?
A bird? A sphenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions?
Не угадали, продолжайте.
Some sort of krill hunter? No, wait.
Древние руины, символ высокомерия и упадка.
A symbol of hubris and decay.
И сказать, что я развалина?
Of course you're not, my dear. I'm just terrible at guessing games.
Я имею в виду это место, где мы находимся.
Ah. This is the pier of Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A, where the tenants have been kind enough to rent me a slot.
Не аренду места для яхты.
Or two.
Или 2 места.
A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see. And new buildings, bâtiments.
Батиманами.
Les bâtiments nouveaux. But 33A and 33B are not nouveaux. They're old.
Они же старые.
This one used to be 8 to 10 stories
От 8 до 10 этажей.
tall. A real high-rise by the standards of the last century. Built to mirror the skyscrapers across the bay in the Delta.
Если это было еще
That
до
was
войны.
before the war, of course.
А кто жил в таких домах?
Mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was once primo.
Это было жилье премиум
Before the
класса, а
cannons
потом
got 4 or
пушечные
5
снаряды
stories
сделали
off.
4 или 5 этажей.
Splat, splat. Wonderful.
Прелестно. А что это?
The girl in the old lady rags
Да.
looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a teen infraculture.
Инфракаучер?
Yes. You and I belong to the supraculture. We're common, the herd. The music on the radio, the food in the chain restaurant, those are all too popular for the girl in the old lady rags. She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It is an illusion.
Это лишь иллюзия, и никуда не уйти от
There is no
суперкультуры.
refuge from the supraculture.
Я все понимаю, как-нибудь
I
усложнить.
can't. That's how simple it is. One may dye their hair green and wear their grandma's coat all they want. Capital has the ability to subsume all critiques into itself. Even those who would critique capital end up reinforcing it. instead.
Reinforcing.
All right. What next?
Спасибо,
Glad
это
to
пока
have
что
been of
все.
assistance. The little that
У меня еще остается
More
вопрос по
lessons
поводу
in this?
реальности.
Glad to have been of assistance. Of course, detective.
Ебать, мы закончили этот самый длинный диалог на свете. Даже автосейв получили за, блядь, за такое. Так, сейчас чекну. Так. Так, бля, вот сейчас очень важный момент. Я открыл хуйню с достижением кое-еще тела. В течение всей игры нужно игнорировать висельника. Нужно иметь задание «Осмотрите тело жертвы». Задание можно получить только после первого взаимодействия с трупом. Сделать это может в любой момент игры. Так. Так, нужно иметь задание осмотреть тело жертвы. Где можно игры до точки невозврата отправки на остров на лодке. Нужно кликнуть на труп, пройти или провалить прыжок на стойкость. Затем... Так, необходимо кликнуть на труп, пройти или провалить прыжок на стойкость. Закончить взаимодействие с трупом, и после этого дается квест, который является триггером необходимой реплики в конце игры. Вернувшись с острова... Так, отлично. Так, Так, момент. Пам. Так, сейчас, блядь. Я вот тут все пытаюсь найти еще одну хуйню. О, во, вот эту хуйню хотел. Так. Не, мы это уже проебали, окей. О! Ух, ебать, визуальный анализ 8+, ебануться. Так, ну это мы не получим. Так, окей, ну с этим мне уже, видимо, не разобраться, но похуй. Так, ну ладно. Так, а тогда, бля. Так, нужно иметь задание осмотреть тело жертвы, затем, так. Только после первого взаимодействия с трупом. Необходимо кликнуть на труп, пройти или проявить проверку на стойкость. А затем закончить взаимодействие с трупом. Привет, Чаник, привет. Я тут пытаюсь понять, как выполнить то достижение, которое мы не смогли взять в прошлый раз. Так, с девочками поговорим потом.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out tool.
Ким, как включить фары?
Ready? I turn, you press start. It's next to the preheater.
He's downplaying his excitement. The lieutenant is more than happy to show off his precious carriage.
Нажать запуск.
The dashboard lights up with orange glow. The rounds per minute gauge jumps, and the engine of the Caprice Geneva comes to life with a whiny growl. That sound, you feel the wind in your hair as if you're already driving.
Да.
But where?
Да, куда?
Down a narrow street, lined with shabby wooden houses, the 881 motor tract, coiling like a serpent high above. Children play under the viaduct, eyes turn to watch you as you pass.
Что
A
дальше?
valley of dogs, and before it, a familiar dome, like a ladybug without the colors. The building has a designated parking place, for this is Precinct 41, as close as you have to home now. It's far
Он далеко.
away.
Нажать кнопку фары.
The lights unfold with a little click, casting electrical light onto the ground before the vehicle.
There you go. I'll turn them off from the remote once you're done. We just need to stand in front of the machine now.
Так.
As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp, an iridescent hologram appears. A street grid and the veins of a great river. A familiar sensation washes over you.
There she is.
Западный Ревашоль.
West.
Around the borders of the watermark are dozens, no, hundreds of micro
Посмотрите на мерцающую щетку
The
улиц.
rectangular watermark is overlaid with the logo of the RCM, and yet the major arteries of Revachol are all recognizable. They shimmer.
Подождать, осмотреться вокруг.
A rat brazenly darts past you and disappears amongst the stopped lorries. In the distance, a child somewhere shrieks. A woman reprimands her in a voice no quieter than the child's cry. In the middle of a broken plaza, in a cone of light, barely visible in the daytime, two men, one slim, the other sturdy. They are on the city stage, but only one of them knows his
Помню
lines.
свои реплики.
Ah, Martinez.
Где мы на этой штуке?
Let me see. Right here.
Кажется, тут мило.
No, it does not.
Цель
There are
перфорацию.
many of them, and they are divided into 3 separate rows.
60 дырочек в каждом ряду.
The first row has 18 dots.
Недурно.
Not bad for what? You don't even know what it means yet.
А в
The
следующем?
next is the longest. It runs all the way around the border, and then some.
Читать каждую дырочку.
There are so many, it's hard to count. More than 150, at least. Maybe even 200.
А что в последнем
The
ряду?
last row has 3 perforations.
3 и все?
That's it.
Что, Кима, для чего тут столько дырочек?
Those are perforations. They represent your record as an officer of the RCM. They are your statistics,
Статистика.
as it were. I should have guessed you'd keep a record. Officers often do. Let's take a look.
Son, here is where we score your life performance.
Думаешь, что они не подкачают?
The first row represents your years of service. 18 years. Okay, not bad at all. What
Вы
did you do
этим
before
занимаетесь
you
уже
joined?
18 лет?
That's what it says. I might have guessed even longer based on your age. What did you do all those blissful years of your youth?
Я бродил по земле, проведя блудницы в ужасам о грядущем конце. Осталось 9855 дней.
Cool. I'm glad you joined us. Not a lot of money in doom.
Ты кушаешь, что меньше платят. Что ж, идем дальше.
This next row, the one that wraps all the way around, is your number of closed cases. Closed is good. It means finished. You've got, let's see. Wow, more than 200.
Больше 200. Это много?
It's quite a lot.
Это очень много. Для того, кто служил почти 2 десятка лет.
Usually, clearing more than 10 cases a year puts you in the 90th percentile of all RCM officers.
Хочешь сказать, что я был суперкопом?
You were a valuable member of your precinct. Now, let's look at the last row. Right. Those are your
Подтвержденные убийства. У вас тут ровно 3 отверстия.
Precisely 3 perforations there.
Confirmed kills.
Что-то очень жестко, но я знаю, как смягчить это чувство. Нужно стакан что-то покрепче. Как думаешь, сейчас у меня снова вид, чтобы помянуть павших?
Definitely not.
И сейчас я думаю, что цифра будет больше.
For an RCM officer, especially Precinct 41, which is in the Jamrock quarter, it's rather tame. I mean that in a good way.
What's it feel like to kill a man, Mr. McCoy? A young woman asked the man across the desk from her. Honestly, babe, says John McCoy, crossing his ankles over said desk. I don't feel anything anymore. It's just like brushing my teeth. I do it once or twice a week and don't really think about it. There's no trace of guilt in his voice.
There are certain officers who treat their kills like some kind of ghoulish game. If they do happen to solve a case, it's usually by accident. But it seems as though you are.
Похоже, из хороших, по крайней мере, были, так что уже неплохо.
He's sincerely glad you're not a scary predator. Not to say relieved you're competent.
Тима, тебе когда-нибудь приходилось убивать?
It's not a problem for him to state it, however.
Как справляешься с напряжением?
Everyone has their own method of coping. Some more effective or self-destructive than others. Personally, I find it helps to keep up a few hobbies.
Какие?
Oh, this and that. Let's not get into it now.
Может, надо найти себе хобби?
Why not gardening? You've already got the gloves.
It's meant in earnest. Please don't mistake it for a jab.
Может, все-таки стоит плеснуть маленько, чтобы помянуть погибших ребят?
If you want to pour out the booze you've been carrying around on duty, I'm certainly not going to stop.
Вылетел алкоголь на землю.
A dark pool of cheap wine appears at your feet. It shimmers in the lights of the Kanema. Honorably done.
Благородный поступок. За их пролитую кровь ты отдал немного своей. Службы настигнут нас всех, но вас они настали первыми.
Very noble of you. Are we done here?
Спасибо за помощь.
The lieutenant nods.
Ладно, идем.
I'll go turn off the lights.
You can now see your statistics on your journal page, to the right of the task description.
Так, таймер радиопомех. Джойс в самосуде. Сжу одежду в мусор. Знаете, кто входит в ячейку профсоюза. Так. Стоп, а как посмотреть? РГМ, личное дело. Коп суперзнаков апокалипсиса 6. Жалкий коп 1, коп зануда 1. Фашист 1, 5, уже набирал 1, честь 3. Хорошкоп прохол коп 0. Убито людей 3. Рассказать дело 216. Годы службы 18 лет.
Yes.
Так, а вот теперь... Так, нужно иметь знание, осмотрите тело. Осмотрите тело жертвы. А знание можно получить только после первого взаимодействия с трупом. Сделать это можно в любой момент игры до точки невозврата. Необходимо кликнуть на труп, пройти или проверить проверку на стойкость.
The corpse looks at you with bulging white eyes.
Закончить взаимодействие с трупом, после этого дается квест, который является триггером необходимой реплики в конце игры.
His lips are fish-like, and his tongue like a ball gag in his mouth. You seem to be holding your breath.
Посмотреть
The
вниз.
cargo belt twists his neck at an unnatural angle. The body below appears.
Господи, что это? Почему это так ужасно?
Active decay. It's okay to throw up, officer. No one is judging.
He's about to blow! Cock's gonna blow, Kuno!
The
Неудача.
smell is repulsive. It pushes in from your mouth, more instant and more familiar than anything you'd expected. More fever than odor.
Пытаться уйти.
Too late. It's
Слишком
impossible
поздно.
to keep in. Your body curls and pushes it out, burst by burst, until a pool of vomit lies under your feet.
Грёбаный труп.
The
Спасибо.
hangover is clearly making this worse for you. You could use some ammonia to clear your head.
Мне же никакой
Sure
нашатырный
you
спирт.
do. You just threw up a lot.
Думаешь, нашатырный спирт
If you can
поможет?
handle the headache. Some officers use it to deal with cadaverine odor.
Хорошо, где достать?
That young woman, the gardener, mentioned she used salts for the smell. If she doesn't have any, there might be some.
Acquiring ammonia will provide a modifier to the white check. Modifiers make checks easier and allow.
Осмотреть тело жертвы. Так, тоже момент игры до точки невозврата. Так, необходимо кликнуть на труп, пройти или провалить прыг настойкой. Закончить взаимодействие с трупом, после этого дается квест, который является триггером необходимой реплики в конце игры. Все, охуенно. Короче, получили. Надеюсь, что я не заруинил, а чел меня не наебал. Даже как хаотичное разборство вокруг. Это гораздо более накачивается, даже какие-то смазливые пары, что за глупости. Опа.
Welcome to Revachol.
Don't you welcome to Revachol me. My grandfather came here from a 3,000-year-old racist isolationist culture, while your ancestors came to this island a mere 300 years ago. Every school of thought and government has failed in the city, but I love it nonetheless. It belongs to me as much as it belongs to you.
В чем дело? Ты сердишься,
It's
Ким?
men like you who keep Revachol divided, making it that much harder for everyone to climb out of this post-war limbo.
Лимбо, что-то происходит.
Oh, come on, man. I just said welcome to Revachol. It's a lorry driver thing.
I know exactly what you meant.
Ты понимаешь, что вы
If
искали?
my kind doesn't belong here, that I should watch myself.
Беречься и вести себя тихо.
But you see, I'm an officer of the RCM. It's actually my job to make sure you behave. I would advise you to remember that.
Silence. The air between them becomes tense. Your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
Я думаю, мы все здесь чему-то научились.
I haven't learned anything I didn't know before.
The lieutenant exhales and
Что с этим разобрались, а теперь у меня немного вопросов.
Whatever you say, officers.
Я нашел кружку в мусоре. Твоя?
Oh man, that's great. Look at that guy go. Haven't seen anything that funny in a while.
Она твоя?
God damn. Thanks for that, but no, it's not mine.
О чем сейчас был этот спор?
It's about biological determinism, natural law, the sorting of the races. Not the most popular topic nowadays, with the coalition in charge and all. You might want to change the topic. That is, bury your head under the sand like common sheep.
Change the topic. The way he says it makes it almost sound like a threat.
Понимаю, кому-то приходится быть популярным
I'm not the
парнем.
only one. Look, I've read books. The science of racial theory has all been proved, even if some people don't want to accept it. People who studied these things said that you, me, are superior by design. So, naturally, we Occidentals should be in charge. Obviously, you can see the merits in that.
Ясно, что ты еще надумал?
So, lately we Occidentals have experienced an unfortunate downturn when members of the superior race cease to believe in their innate superiority. This concerns you, policeman, so you better be vigilant. The damn kids are showing up good lately. Same with the mosquitoes. And the other intruder species too. They're on the precipice of cultural victory.
А что такое культурная победа?
What the kids of Boogie Street are going for, right under our noses. And the others too, on the radio. Heard any chansons lately? Heard any motetos or leader? No. Dominating culture is how they plan to win. They say so themselves. It's true. Also, you need to realize the dangers of mixing races. Who knows what might happen if people don't stay in their birthplace? You might end up with a new sub-race, with unknown characteristics, leading to extra competition. That's why you've got to...
Тоже думаю, я могу поддержать осуждаемое слово.
Good. If we, the evening people, pull together, we can form a bulwark against these troubled times. Root out the forces that seek to undermine the well-being of our people.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi's stern expression remains unchanged, but you sense he can't be happy about this turn of events. Oh no, not too happy.
А что переводишь?
Not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but the dock workers are on strike, so it's a sit and wait on your ass situation.
Погоди, сколько это все уже длится?
The strike? Oh, they've been at it for a while. A month. 2 months, maybe. But this
только не назад началось. Какой груз должен был забрать? Яблоки?
Yeah, apples. I take it you had other questions?
He's given you the runaround. Let's be honest, you were bested.
Есть сигаретка.
I salute you, compatriots. Defenders of the evening lands.
Я друг за друга. Нихуя!
Light up, brother. Word of those junkies.
Полную пачку вывалил.
Whoa, jackpot. This is jackpot.
Jackpot.
Cigarettes are a tool. Equip them in your health slot in your inventory.
Вводишь грузовик, верно? Что ты думаешь про наркотики?
Drugs? They're shit, man. I don't let anything pollute my body. You know where that shit comes from? Sarah Miriza, Safre, Ilmara. They take the money from our local junkies here and then use it to outcompete us in the manufacturing sector.
Так. Так, сейчас, секундочку. О, я хочу чекнуть, блядь, типа одну интересную мысль. Окей.
They know they can't beat us in a fair fight, so they have to get us to weaken ourselves somehow. It's racial sabotage, racial economic sabotage.
Значит, ты не водишь наркотики контрабанды из Мартинеза.
Not in, not out. I'll never betray the purity of my tribe.
So you're telling us that you don't know anything about drug smuggling through Terminal B?
I don't know shit. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you.
Значит, так до сих пор здесь торчишь, остальные водители почти разъехались.
What do you think? I can't leave the lorry unguarded. Stuff's been getting looted lately. It's those little kips sneaking around at night. If they touch my stuff, the bosses will be on my ass like ass cancer.
Выезжаю, видел грузовик, у которого распахнуты двери прицепа. Знаешь, что там случилось?
Yeah, I knew that guy. He was an honest driver who loved this country. We were having a good debate about genetics at the Wheeling in Rags when some kip boys smashed his lock and took damn near everything. Lost his fucking job over it. Since he left, I haven't had anyone to talk to.
А что ж не повезло ему?
It's a fucking travesty is what it is.
Если бы не ты, то кто бы возил наркотики через терминал
Isn't
Б?
it obvious? Fucking Sealang, that beady-eyed South Samaran. His little side business is a scam. I wouldn't be surprised if he was peddling drugs as well.
Кто это?
He's a Samaran guy who likes to pretend he's some kind of businessman. Really, he's just selling his employer stuff. Stuff he stole after he bought
Который намекал сорвать печать в руках Human Ox. А где мне его найти?
Just follow the smell. It smells like apricot and oil when you're nearby.
Yes, yes. Where?
Looks like I offended your partner there. Too bad. Sea Lane's usually a little bit south of here, near the canal.
Но будьте с ним осторожнее.
Just watch yourselves. His tribe are natural liars. It's in their blood. He's your man, all right? 100%.
I wouldn't be so sure about it. Not until we've heard what Sealang himself has
Похоже,
to say.
что пора носить силы.
So,
When you said before that you were down with racism, was it meant in earnest? Or
Well, now you've done it. Let's see if you can talk your way out of this.
Ставьте, использовал один старый метод, называется «Пытался доказать, что понимаю недовольство и не осуждаю его за
so
жалобы».
you don't find his views, say, unbefitting of a police officer?
Так, считаю конец. Так. Дело не во мне, мы полицейские, мы ничего не добьемся, будет ставить слишком высокую для него планку моральных стандартов. А, может быть, он знал, что
And
есть.
what point would that be?
Ну,
Stop
вообще-то...
right there. I know what you're going to say. Don't. Also, these attitudes are quite common in Martinez, so I expect this to happen again and again. I've had this conversation enough times in my life. From now on, I'm going to stay out of it. How you choose to respond is your business.
Ржака. Предметы. О, платок лейтенанта. Можно продать. Ух, ебать.
There it is. A brave little army in your pocket.
Чё?
The first Smokes platoon.
Погнали.
20 brave souls. You picked the best one. This soldier is fat and succulent. What are you waiting for? Light up. Re-become yourself.
Re-become yourself.
Yes, Bratan! Please light up! You need a trooper between your lips right now! Calm your shit down! Go to Pleasureland! Become a G!
Get a load of
Зажечь.
this rock and roll cop here, people. Johnny Thundercop fishes a cheap lighter out of his pants. With a flick of the thumb, there's fire. A primal satisfaction.
Какое последствие?
Repercussions. There's a high risk of glory with a mild chance, cool genius. Smoking makes you into an intellectual. Everybody knows that. It will help you concentrate a bit. That much is true. It only lets you concentrate because you're in nicotine withdrawal. It only mitigates its own. Blah, blah, blah. Boring. Light it up.
Поджечь.
Thick, warm smoke gets sucked down into your lungs. Immediately, you feel a warm nostalgia fill your head, body, and soul. A nostalgia for yourself, the man you were in your youth, Johnny Thundercop is back, and he's chill as balls.
In the bottom right corner of the screen.
Трепет 8. Все, у нас, короче, на 8-м левеле трепет и внутренняя империя. То есть это будут уже, получается, ну, нихуя себе, это проверочки, что называется. Вот. Так что база. Так, теперь следующим поинтом будет сумрак на +1 и полицейская волна на +2, наверное, сразу. Вот. При Т. Орфография сохранена.
The tear machine stands in the...
Сдать
bottles
бутылки.
clunk into the machine. A small cabinet on...
Just ask me if you need anything from St.
Назофет,
We don't
флакон
stock
магния.
prescription meds, but we do have Nosafed, Duramine, Magnesium, and Hypnogamma.
А чё все эти препараты?
I don't know. Let's see. Nosafed is a nasal spray. Duramine is a really good painkiller. Magnesium is a dietary supplement. Hypnogamma is... I don't really know what Hypnogamma is. I guess it makes you feel less shit. It's recommended to use after lots of partying, studying, or exercising.
Можно поточнее?
No. Sorry. I'm not like a doctor or anything.
Nosafed heals +1 health. Duramine heals +3.
Saint Baptiste.
You know, the pharmaceuticals company.
У него все очень... Блять, у него какой-то очень такой, знаете, какой-то знакомый голос, блять.
St. Baptiste Pharmaceuticals. The one that sells meds out of
Вот
St.
нахуй
Baptiste.
типа с одноклассницей разговариваю.
There.
Знаете, типа, это, блядь, тот самый неприятный.
Yeah, there's like an ampule somewhere. Welcome to Frit. Feel free to look around or something. Everything is out on the shelves.
What's that magazine she's reading?
Прежде чем, что такое
I
фритте?
don't know. Frit?
А что такое фритте?
A 7 to 11 grocery store.
Почему название 3 буквы
I
Т?
think they think that the extra T makes it funkier. It doesn't.
Что это за
You
журнал?
mean this? This is Pop Stars. It's got like famous people in it.
Мне нравится довольно футуристично.
She pops her raspberry-flavored bubblegum and nods. The lieutenant frowns at you before turning to the clerk with an apologetic half-smile.
Просто у меня есть вопросы.
Okay. I'm not really supposed to be chatting to anyone, but...
Можно сказать что-нибудь о трупе?
I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's there, but I haven't seen it, so...
Знал покойного?
Not really.
Не особо, то есть немного знал.
No. I didn't know him at all.
И давно он
I
там?
don't know really long.
Что потом произошло?
I don't know.
No need to worry. It's just standard procedure for us to ask around. If you hear anything, let us know, okay?
Okay. Uh-huh.
Так, ну все, сходили. О, копейки. Левшарский грузовой порт. Это, собственно, один из финальных этих, блядь, боевиков.
We have a right to work.
Что тут происходит?
Hold up and stay frosty, everyone. Cops are here.
You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down.
Да.
Couldn't handle us. Cause gives the workers strength, gives them power. We have a right to work. Besides, we're not that.
Ты в одной лодке.
It helps if people see us talking, cops and strikebreakers together. Shows authorities are on our side. Builds
Комправе... О комправом деле идет речь.
Rights of people, rights of workers, to have gainful employment, to make a salary, and feed their families.
Сказал бы, что я уже выбрал сторону.
Don't let the fat bastards tread on you. Cops tend to side with the higher-ups, but you're essentially still workers. I don't trust cops, but I can see you understand the right to work! Right to work!
Как бы то ни было, у меня есть вопросы.
You should ask them the questions, like why we're not allowed to make a living here. Shame on you! We have families to feed, you piece of shit.
So do we, Scab.
Это ж попасть в порт.
Union shits are on full strike. Don't think they're going to let you through the gates. I'm trying to meet their fat boss.
Я спрашиваю людей об убийстве, кто здесь пришел за
I know
гостиницей.
nothing about a murder.
The mention of a killing sends a barely noticeable shiver of tenseness through me. Interesting.
Совсем-совсем?
Wouldn't put it past these harbor bugs. They'd do anything to stay alive. Right to work! It's shameful.
Полиция не вмешается.
You should bring backup. Open up the gates for us. Blockading gainful employment for workers is a
Конечно, почему нет?
Why not? I see numerous reasons not to pick a side in this local matter.
Pity. Let us work!
А что такое забастовка?
When a bunch of ungrateful, lazy cockroaches can't get their act together, decide to block honest work for other people.
И чего хотят бастующие?
They mumble nonsense about boardrooms and workers' rights, while we have the right to work!
When the man moves around, you perceive some serious abs underneath his tight-fitting shirt. This man is in shape.
А как вышло, что тебя будто из мрамора высекли, а остальные антистатики скелеты, смотреть страшно.
I work hard, and I would work even harder if the fuckers would let us work!
А кто такие эти штрахбрейкеры?
Honest men and women with rights to work, to be useful, not toys for corporate interests. We came here to help the harbor run smoothly.
По военным подстриженным ежиком волосам.
If union fucks don't want work, they ought to let in those who do want work.
I have a question. Why do all these men follow
Что люди
your
вас
lead?
слушаются?
You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No. They follow the rules of the market, the rules of the economy, because they were given a job to do!
You've been talking to him for quite a while now. Something is off with this guy. Ask him where he's from.
Ладно, просто спроси, откуда ты родом? Просто выдохнешь разобраться в этом бардаке с забастовкой.
Caused by union greed. But I only fight for the rights of people.
Это я уже понял, меня интересует твое происхождение.
Well, workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain, in Jamrock. Backgrounds in odd jobs, heavy lifting, cargo hauling, bouncer work. I know the drill.
A monstrous shadow high above the fire traps of the domain. The 881 motorway running over this district of Jamrock. Concrete pillars rise up from the midst of the dilapidated wooden houses. On the horizon, barely visible, the hazy machinery of the harbor.
Просто подышать на руки.
Life in the domain is even worse off than in Martinez. The cold air is stiff from the fumes of the motor carriages and lorries roaring overhead. Below, broken down, battered people mill on the dusty streets with no purpose. Yet amongst them, there is no sight of this man. Nowhere.
Шибалы где? Я бываю в разных барах, может я его знаю.
Territorial. Ring a bell?
А первый раз слышу, а ты не врешь?
I have a strike to break.
коп-апокалипсиса.
It's not fire. It's not ash. There will most certainly be a sea of corpses leading up to the event. But it won't be war or pestilence that causes it. Oh no. The event will belong to a genre of cataclysm no man has dared to suspect would ever come to pass. You can only sense the shape of it, like a cavity, a pit opening up in your stomach, a throat into which the world will vanish. The streets, the grass, the stars, all will be rolled back. By whom, by what, and how, you don't know. All you know is, you're not joking around.
Внутренняя империя, лимит улучшения повышается до 6, трепет лимит улучшения повышается до 6. Собственно, совсем немножко он повышается, к сожалению, но... Ну ладно, ну ладно. Это пока все еще полезно. Поэтому, как бы, да. Будем качать, будем качать. Я еще не закончил вопрос. Возможно. Тут родом.
Am I a suspect? Done no crime. We're all work.
A monstrous shadow, high life below, broken down.
Ты не зеленое отчуждение.
What makes you say that?
Там тебя никто не знает.
They know me. Honest, we came. I have a. You think they follow because I'm big? Honest men, we came. I have a quick. You think they follow because I'm big and loud?
Чего именно здесь добываете?
We were promised work. We'd be in there, working, if the bastards hadn't shut the gates.
А вы не можете пробить себе путь?
Main gate's locked. Would take heavy ordnance to bust it open. Could try to get in through the secretary's office. Door's locked. The guards blocking the way to the access panel. And I don't mean the scrawny mess punk either. I mean head measurer. Or whatever he is.
Черепомера?
Yosemite's guy standing up there on the overhead passage. Won't let anyone by. The access panel is right behind him.
Неужели он столько сложно справиться с одним человеком? Вроде бы ребята крепкие.
Standing on a narrow bridge, he's got a strategically advantageous position. And he's trained. I don't know how the Union has a trained killer up there. But that one's no joke. And my men are tired and hungry.
А вы не думали взять ворота штурмом, типа всей толпой?
Go arrest them instead. I'm sure they've done plenty of criminal shit. They have that look.
It would be better for the neighborhood if you went home, at least for now. If you can't get in anyway.
No.
They will. Рано или поздно они сдадутся. Я, пожалуй, пойду.
Scab?
What did he just call?
Как у тебя назвал? Подсрачник.
Oh no! Not this again. You just got away from that fucking kid.
О нет! Только нет снова. Ты меня снова назвал подсрачником? Что такое антистачник?
Content with mere survival. They come, they want to do our job for shittier pay, screwing over both themselves and us.
Погоди, откуда они взялись в таком количестве?
Beats me. Somewhere in the ground, I think.
Уровень тебе не очень-то нравится.
Bloody stupid or freaking evil to Scab. Or I guess scared maybe. But scared of what? Of who? Personally, I'd rather beg than Scab. If the gentleman shouting on the street came begging, maybe they'd have gotten something.
Попробовали с ним поговорить?
Explain the matters, but they don't listen. This lot would be reasonable and go home if the big guy wasn't riling them up all the time.
Да, антистачник, бедный и униженный.
Good one, officer. Don't worry. We here have solidarity with the RCM. Imagine, you cops going on a strike, but then another cop comes in and says, let us cop for less money. Speaking of, what brings the RCM here? To the wild north? Come to see the strife?
Мне нужно узнать, что с этими воротами. Я изучаю мир.
My friend, I respect the right to roam. The open range awaits.
А значит, ты меня прущ через ворота?
I don't operate in that capacity. I'm not a granter of passage. The passage grants itself.
Вот так просто я просто могу взять и войти?
Walk right past Measurehead and go in.
Мимо головомера?
Yeah, the 2.5 meter tall semi-supremacist there. Walk right past him.
Так.
And press the button to unlock the door. Then go past him again. And you enter the arbor through the office. Está.
По какой-то причине, мне кажется, это будет не совсем
Don't
легко.
worry, I'm sure it's not completely impossible. For example, you could best measure head in a physical confrontation, or you could convert to a semi-supremacist worldview. Or, maybe it actually is completely impossible.
Кто никогда не брал над ним верх в
Not
поединке?
yet, no. He's incredibly strong.
Nothing a couple of solid hooks from Dexter and Sinister won't fix.
Кто-нибудь из аттестатчиков пытался принять его образ
John Luke
мысли?
himself would say the philosophy has proven overly heroic for the scabs to convert to. Not enough intuition.
Ясно, еще одно. Я верю, мертвец, расследуй убийство.
Murder, huh? That sounds like a lot of hard work. You'd never see me investigating a murder.
На самом деле это весело и
I don't
просто.
believe you. Post Laventurier said the same thing. They tried to get me to be their postman. So fun, so easy, they said. It's just walking. It wasn't. I'm doing much better here at the harbor. Being an honest union man with a lot of free time on his hands.
У меня сейчас небольшая беда с деньгами, ты меня не
Sure
выручишь?
thing, my friend. I can help you out.
The coin narrowly slips by your outstretched.
Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to throw it like that. It's a thing we harbor folk do, passing around cargo and such. Was not meant as provocation or ridicule.
The boyadero stares at you with respect.
Лишь удар не
I'm really
хватил.
sorry, friend. Fritz nearby. Get some Nosafed. Good stuff. Helps against heart attacks too.
Еще вы строите
You
забастовку.
know, serious business. I'm sure the big boss will be glad to tell you.
He's a chatty guy. Wants to talk about the strike. Return once you've met the union boss and are on a better footing with the organization.
Что ж, неплохой разговор вышел, мне пора. Дверь не получится не скрыть, не выбить.
Nobody betrays your degeneracy.
Дегенеративную сущность.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
Don't say anything. Size him up first.
Что не говорите, сперва смерить его взглядом.
Are you admiring my morphophysiology? It must be frightening to stand in the shadow of this racial pinnacle. Be calm, Sandwich. You are not in danger because you are not a threat to me.
Вроде грудь, но ничего не говорит.
What is this androgynous display of sexual maturity?
You hear your heart pumping, fast and irregular. Your joints ache and you feel old, but still alive.
Stop it! You are embarrassing yourself in front of this woman and your pedomorphic friend. This display of weakness may appeal to older women with a stronger maternal instinct, but it is a liability here on Battlefield Martinez.
Jean-Luc, his body is betraying his degeneracy pretty hard. Maybe you can ask him to leave.
What is...
You hear your...
Stop! This display...
Jean-Luc, his body
Значит, тело выдает дегенеративную сущность.
You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al Ghul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but others can. It is making the woman in my company sick.
Погоди, Алгуль?
Yes, Al
Что такое Алгуль?
Al Ghul is an ancient Ilmaran poison.
a parasitic fungus that has colonized your race. It is a trick the desert pygmies played on you for humiliating them and stripping them of their land.
Это все объясняет.
Servitude to Al-Ghul does not explain everything. There are other reasons for your race descent.
Ким, все на самом деле так плохо?
It's not good.
Ты прав, из Гаугуля, но мне нужно... Из Гаугуля, но мне все нужно попасть в порт.
No, you don't. You need to get another drink. Occidental Haplogroup B4 is done giving orders around here. The influence of the ham sandwich race is waning. Show him the ham still got it.
Я думаю, что если раз еще побарахтается.
Calling yourself a ham sandwich. How far the Occidental Haplogroup has fallen.
И были благородные и могущественные расы.
And powerful race. You gave the world
денег, электричество и мощное орудие войны.
Powerful weapons of war like missiles and aerostatic aircraft. You made great gains in metallurgy, race theory, and statecraft. You dominated lesser cultures, like the deformed Hemians and the inexplicably potato-obsessed Khoikos. But now your ascent to the genetic summit has halted. You are obsessed with sadness and with frivolous pop culture. You will be superseded. Isn't that right, babe?
It is, baby, yeah. You know it.
There is a button right behind him, just out of reach. It must be the one that opens the door to the harbor.
Все направо по спему, тебе нужно пройти в порт.
Enough with this begging. You should leave the stage of history with dignity by inviting the other races to a great world war. Bring your troops to the Simonine Islands and to Boogie Street, and we will pulverize you. When you are gone, we will build a museum for you.
You build a museum.
The walls will be lined with bottles of Al-Ghul, your beloved beverage. Inside, we will store the odes to homosexuality you call art, and your microcephalic skulls. This is your chance. He's talking. Rip into him with a punch and catch him off guard. No, don't rip into anyone. You're sensitive. Remember? Communicate.
А что думаешь об этой кружке?
Does not so much as glance at the object.
А что ты знаешь?
Stop showing me your pathetic cup. I have no interest in it. Does he strike you as the kind of man who puts mugs into trash?
Ты же профсоюзы, верно? Разве они не белые?
Don't be vulgar. White or not has got little to do with this. The race enigma runs much deeper than that. There must be some friction there. He's keeping it well hidden, however.
То есть он так, ты все ловишь так с ушим, как это вписывает в свою жизнь.
Mr. Clare is a man of vision and means. He has the will to confront polycultural capital. Something your race, naivistic communists, never did. Also, to serve is noble. It takes discipline. Your petulant individualism has only contributed to your race failure. It is lax and moronic.
Фишка атеиста, четвертый вариант.
Individualism. You have gotten these ideas from degenerate youth culture, have you not?
На самом деле это у меня есть диско.
Offshoots of the Seminoles people invented disco while having sex under the influence of cocaine. It is a shame.
Позор для моей расы, что сделано, то сделано.
But what is done is done. I am not surprised you enjoy it so much. This has happened to many of the side products of the inevitable cultural victory of the Seminoles race.
Ладно, я не могу спросить, кто такие
The
семенинцы.
South Island race. Haplogroup A4A. We are the rightful masters of the Insulindian archipelago. We descend from the Areopagites of ancient Pericarnassus and arrived here 4,000 years ago. Millennia before you. We are the future. That is all you need to know.
Значит, родился и вырос на островах, прежде чем переехать в Ревашоль.
I am a descendant. The narrow streets of Ulumbuir are with me in my genetic dreams. I see young Seminoles women walk into the grey mass on Ile de Fantôme, waiting on immaculate conception from the pale.
Это сров или нет?
I have heard about it on the radio. He would be appreciative if you did not further chase this line of inquiry in front of the women.
Хоть на самом деле... Бляу, будьте благодарен.
Yes.
Я хочу с ним закрешиться, это моя цель. Ким же ты про все это думаешь?
I think this racist is better than the last. But the next racist will be the really good one.
Знаешь, что будет следующий расист?
Always is.
А как иначе?
Race is reality.
О, и так в присутствии женщин. Нихуя, ебать, концептуализация. А что это твои татуировки? Что твои татуировки?
Racists are generally not very good examples of their race. I am not.
Я не такой, как они, я
craniometric perfection. I have taken the trouble to permanently draw a phrenologic grid on my skull and features. This should dispel any doubt.
True. That is a noble cranium, but you got a hard noggin yourself.
Уверен, что я не обойду тебя в
You
краниометрии.
exhibit forward projection of the jaw, indicative of schizophrenia and sexual inaccountability. From a purely aesthetic standpoint, the dimple in your jaw makes you look like a baby. This is not craniometry, just an observation.
Что еще?
It is impossible to see any more of your bone structure. It is covered in the ravages of Al-Ghul. From what remain of your features, I can see fleshy lips, baldness of the head, and long arms relative to lower limbs. This leads me to conclude you are not a police officer. You are a common criminal, an offspring of murderers and sailors from Sur la Clé and Vesper, and possibly even the degenerate sheep herders of Ubi.
Интересно, выходит, один из моих предков был в Сюракле, а второй из Веспера?
Your racial heritage is uninteresting. It is the same as all Rivasholians. Your parents and their parents made the decision to reproduce while under the influence of Al-Ghul. That is the only reason you are here.
He's right there. It's almost impossible to get it on unless you're both drunk. It's too scary when people are sober. Ask what kind of races there are first. Classification is core to this stuff.
Гомер, я новичок в этом мире, помоги мне разбираться в его расах. Скажи, какие расы существуют. Мне интересно.
There are 3 categories of race. Type A, the heroic races. Type B, the servile races.
О, блядь, осуждаю, осуждаю, блядь.
Race cauldron of pederasty.
Осуждаю, пиздец, блядь.
Which one do you need educational?
Тип А.
Those are the Seminoles, the Areopagite, and the Occidentals, excluding the Mao, of course.
The Maun are riddled with eczema to the point where they find it impossible to smile. They are all lactose intolerant, a common result of inbreeding. A receding genetic pool has led the Maun on reprehensible street parades in Maun cities like Stadskanal and Vredefort, wearing wooden clogs on their feet and little green tassels on their hats.
А кто такие эти мауны?
You know them by the names of their nation states. The Oranese, the Gotwaldians, and the Königsteiners. My people simply call them Maun. The Maun are proof that you can have too much Occidental racial purity and tassel-centric culture. Inbreeding has led to a lactose-intolerant subrace whom no one can take seriously.
Ясно, понятно. А кто тогда, по твоему мнению, относится к типу А?
The Vespertines and Messenians of Vesper and Messina, the ancient Meteorans of Meteo by the golden Pisantic Sea, the Suren of Sur-la-Clé, and even the North Königsteiners, all have type A race propensities. The other large Mondial civilization, the Mesk, are too yellow and oleaginous to count as a heroic race. True, they are violent and expansionist, but they have a glandular problem. Overproduction of sebum. Sebum is leaking into their brains, making them listen to El Mariachi music and eat toxic minced meat-based food, which in turn only produces more sebum.
Я в этой системе находятся семенинцы и
As
орегопатиты.
proven by the Maun and the Mesk, Occidental type A is in retrograde. The Seminese and the Areopagite are on the ascent.
И семенинцы
The
это...
indigenous people of this, the Insulindian archipelago. The Seminese inhabit the southern islands. I am Seminese, from the stock of Ulumbuir on Île de Fantôme.
Ареопагиты.
The Areopagites are the master race of the Île Maran deserts. The Seminese are descendants of the Areopagites. We came here during a heroic migration from Île Maran to Ansuland, thousands of years before the lactose-intolerant Maun and Occidentals discovered this place.
В чем разница между семенинцами и короче, вот этими
The
хуями?
Areopagites are sleek, long-headed. The Seminese are powerful, mesomorphic. The former is an immutable progenitor, unchanged since the Super Isola of Pericarnassus. Ancient brains rest in their slender skulls. The latter is perfected and adapting. Together they form the Simeno-Areopagite or Simeopagite super race. That is all. There are no more type A races in the world.
Nature was not capable of more.
Type
B are the unheroic races, amorphous non-competitors of the great race. The Khoikos and the Vacholiers, they are mud-colored people. To an
землистого.
untrained eye, the Khoiko appear white and pinkish, like a ham sandwich. But look into their eyes and you will see. They are of an indistinct muddy color, and so is their skin. Unhealthy, sweaty, and ashen. Pinkness is a racial quality that has to be earned through centuries of advanced ballistic warfare and cultural domination that the Grad people have undergone for drinking alcohol and smoking the degenerate tobacco herb and for eating potato. The Khoiko, the countless micronationalities of Grad, are all inexplicably obsessed with potat. The only thing they like more is dividing into microscopic ethnostates, like political amoeba.
Вот такие вашильеры.
Revacholians, halfway between type A and the racial cauldron. Two makes to know right from wrong. You tried your degenerate little revolution, which was the single greatest failure committed by humans in our 82,000-year history on this planet.
Is it 82,000 years that we've been recording history? You have very little idea of what is happening, but that seems a little off.
Ты что, революции, да, не навершили, буду сделать так. Тут ты не прав. Революцию устроили дегенеративные мародеры, леваки, а не весь революционный народ.
The revolution came to Ravachol from Grad, in Zara's ridden potato
картофельных телегах.
Illness, a prion disease that leaves the parietal and frontal lobe ridden with holes. A soft sponge-like.
Потому что, кстати, будем заканчивать. Я думаю, мы закончим диалог с головомером и будем офать потихоньку.
The revolution is fatal familial insomnia. A hereditary prion condition passed from the Koiko to the Occidentals. But not sexually. Probably through trade routes and potate acid, the prime component of the potato plant. Enough of type mediocrity.
VE.
Types CF are a museum of failed chimeric experiments and tragic maladaptations. They are tortured creatures waiting to be put to sleep. Your morbid interest in them worries me.
Что за химический эксперимент?
Races like the mosquito, a grotesque mixture of a masked woman and a Seminese man. Only possible if the mother is masked and the father Seminese. The other way around, they fail to produce offspring. The mosquito is born sterile, like a donkey. All they have left is to ride customized motor carriages with hydraulic suspension, listening to aggressive El Mariachi music to vent their impotent despair.
Что-нибудь еще?
Then there is the Simino Koiki Chimera. Are you sure you wish to know of the Simino Koiki Chimera? It is not an aesthetic site.
Да.
The Koiko, as you know, are very servile, especially when they meet the rich man. Racial scientists have toyed with the idea of crossing the Seminese with the Koiko to produce a super worker of Seminese strength and Grad servility. This will never happen.
Такого никогда не бывает.
The Seminese and the Koiko may have similar interbreeding problems as the mosquito. We will never know precisely. No Seminese man could maintain an erection in the suffocating potato stench of a Koiko woman, or Koika. But enough. It is cruel to entertain ourselves with the deformities of type CF.
Так, я узнал про все типы, теперь я понимаю современную расовую теорию.
To solve the great race enigma, you have to first ask yourself, what is the race enigma? You have
Пусть меня порт, если я это сделаю.
Access to the Union is important for our investigation, but there may be another way in, without becoming a race theoretician.
Am I mildly worried he might take it seriously, the lieutenant thinks? Yes.
Как мне обличить тайну в слова?
You need to internalize what you have heard here today, then return to me. I cannot possibly imagine what else we have to discuss.
Так, напомню.
I cannot possibly.
Бля, но у меня... Сколько мне там? Бля, дохуя! Да. Не хочу это давайте сделаем quick save. Так, предметы. Этой хуйни нет. Ну вообще я могу попробовать его этот.
How did this happen? Your little fist is in his giant hand and he's squeezing it. It hurts.
You must be out of your mind, degenerate drunk. Say it.
Пошел нахер.
Fist cracks in his hand like a ripe apple. Pain shoots up into your brain as he's twisting it more and more.
The words to the song have changed. Say.
Нет, ни хера тебе не скажу.
Twists in his grip and the pain blinds you. Still you press the words out of your swollen mouth.
Good. Now leave before you humiliate your homoerotic organization any further.
Просим, можно поговорить.
I'd appreciate it if you didn't force us into situations where I may have to shoot random civilians. Because I'm not even sure the one bullet my chamber holds would even prick that hook.
Ничего не могу обещать, возможно, я пойду в него снова. Бля, у меня есть желание снова его блядь, разъебать.
The unpromising raised pupil returns.
How did the...
Там не так уж и дохуя нужно прокинуть, на самом деле. Жалко, что нас, блядь, не Жалко, блядь, я на самом деле все этот очень, блядь, подмандил тем, что, бля, вылил в эту бутылку ебучую. О! Блядь, с третьего ролла получилось.
Just like that, instinct took over. A solid strike straight into his throat, into the cartilage. You could swear
ломается хрящ.
The man is reeling, gasping for air. Time stands still around you. In the distance, the sounds of the harbor are falling silent. He's open. Rip into him. Right hook. Escalated. Get intimate with him. Bring the hurt closer.
Давай дистанцию с правым хуком.
Oh God. Wrong move. Your head is in his hands, like a pair of forceps crushing you, and you can feel every jewel.
Say it. I am a degenerate drunk.
Take the pain, goddammit. At least take that.
Как же выживешь, побеждал.
But then you made a wrong move, and now your skull.
Нужно как-то выбраться из его хватки.
Increase force on your skull. There is no pain. Just the sound of your own blood.
Бля, я проебался.
You are a poor player of physical chess.
Еще раз вырубить его хуком справа. Блять! Второй раз ролл! Второй раз ролл прокнул!
Instinct. The man is reeling. God.
Ха, блять!
The man lands with a dull thump, like a broken down puppet of muscles and sinew. For a moment, he still tries to keep his head up, dazed eyes looking at you with
Извини, я не хотел этого делать.
To your left is the button.
Вот начало конца, или виноголовый всадник.
Fist on the button. The man collapses entirely, his head rolling to the side.
Looks like you're the new measurehead now.
Her voice is surprisingly calm.
Голос удивительно спокойный.
The new measurehead. Let's go before he gets up.
The man is still knocked.
I'd appreciate it if you didn't force us into situations where I may have to shoot random civilians, because that won't get us anywhere. I'm not even sure the one bullet my chamber holds would even prick that hook.
Ладно, я пытался доказать свое превосходство над ним. Это он пытался меня спровоцировать.
And you're just going to let him manipulate you like that?
Все. Так. Блять. Сейчас, секунду. Сейчас я должен кое-что чекнуть. Зарвался против... так. Лучше обещать, возможно, я нападу на него снова.
That's right.
Так. Сейчас, секунду. Оу. Короче, блядь. Я не могу так пройти эту хуйню, потому что я заруиню этот квест. Короче, да, я, к сожалению, не могу, блядь, с ним так разбираться. Поэтому, короче, да. Ладно. Ну, на самом деле, да, будем потихоньку заканчивать, на самом деле. Хочу сказать всем огромное спасибо, что смотрели. Вот, будем, правда, это, наверное, заканчивать. Вот, с вами был Leonid Ratahook. Подписывайтесь на мой канал, ставьте лайки, присылайте ваши комментарии. Сегодня мы поиграли аж даже больше 6 часов. Спасибо еще раз всем огромное. Подписывайтесь на мой YouTube канал, на Twitch канал, на Telegram канал, на Telegram канал с хайлайтами нового обязательно подписывайтесь. Пишите ваши донаты и подписывайтесь на меня на Бусик, хотите поддержать канал. Всем удачи, до скорых встреч, пока-пока. С вами был Leonid Ratahook. Удачи вам, друзья, и до скорых встреч, пока-пока. Будем на этом заканчивать.